In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million thanks and welcome to Aneke TV, broadcasting live from Enugu. Before we get into the business market segment, we apologize for the late broadcast this morning. And then that welcomes us to the market segment on Aneke TV, where we'll take a look from the global markets, which is reacting sharply this morning to the historic US-Iran peace deal and a crashing Brent crude price, while here at home, institutional investors face a stark choice between the Nigerian exchange equity dip and surging 16.7% fixed income yields. Over the next few minutes, we break down the data, the regional commodity price splits, and what these major shifts mean for your portfolio today. And this is the business desk where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, the Nigerian equities market experienced a mild cooling period yesterday, June 15, 2026, as profit-taking activities by short-term investors countered the heavy momentum from last week's historic bull run, which pushed year-to-date return past 57%. The market experienced a minor pullback as the bears outpaced the bulls, driven by profit harvesting in heavyweight tickers and a broader macro anxiety around fixed income yields. The all-share index declined by 1,467.17 basis points, closing at 243,271.57 points, dropping from its weekend high of 244,738.74 points. Market capitalization settled at 156.09 trillion naira, tracking a corresponding marginal contraction as equity values compressed. And moving to the market breadth, which closed negative with 47 decliners at numbering 20 gainers, indicating widespread cautious positioning across retail and institutional desks. And quickly taking a look at the top movers, yes, the top gainers here is Royales, which closed on a bullish run of 10% adjustment to close at 1 naira 65 kobo. They are followed by Ikeja Hotel, which equally bullish, made a positive adjustment of 9.97% to close at 47 naira 45 kobo, led the advancing pack alongside notable rebound in NIMET, a pharmaceutical stock, closed in the bullish run of a positive 9.94% adjustment. And quickly moving to the laggards, yes, profit taking severely hit International Energies Insurance, which closed on a dip of a negative 9.99%, and Itrazat yesterday was equally in the dip as it closed on a bearish run of a negative 9.97%. High profit tickers like Owando was equally in the dip as well, as he made a negative 9.43% negative adjustment to close at 48 naira. And then we saw Aradel yesterday closing in the dip as well, making a negative adjustment of 5.65% to close at 1,660 naira. Also gave up portions of their recent massive gains. The market outlook here is that today's trading section, yes, today's trading section is expected to navigate a complex tug of war between institutional bargain hunting and macro liquidity constraints. Expect the following key factors to drive today's price action. One is the fixed income yield trade. The single biggest headwind for equities today is the surging pressure in the parallel fixed income space. Sovereign bond yields hit 16.70% yesterday, and investors are maintaining an aggressive bearish high yield stance on treasury bills. As fixed income yields rise ahead of the upcoming inflation data release, institutional fund managers may look to rotate some liquidity out of equities and lock in safe near 20% annualized yields in debt instruments. Secondly, corporate fundamentals versus profit taking. Despite the macro pressures, the underlying corporate data on the Nigerian exchange remains robust. Q1 2026 earnings show that at least 8 top-tier listed firms, including MTN Nigeria, Access Holding, and Dangote Cement and Seplat, crossed the $500 million revenue mark, demonstrating incredible resilience against inflation and forex volatility. Yesterday's decline was structural, not fundamental, meaning high-value banking and energy counters are opening today at attractive entry points for long-term value investors. 3. The strategic equity plays. Yes, keep a close eye on the financial services sector. The recent acquisition of a significant 5% equity stake in Nigerian Exchange PLC by United Capital Groups signaled deep institutional confidence in the infrastructure of the market itself. Furthermore, tactical demand for heavyweights like Airtel Africa, which recently hovered near its 52-week high, is expected to provide strong support level against a wider market collapse. The sentiment here is that we expect a mixed to slightly muted opening this morning. While short-term selling pressure might persist in the first half hour of trading, institutional portfolio rebalancing should trigger late afternoon bargain hunting in fundamentally strong banking, insurance, and oil and gas. Then quickly turning to the Nigerian forex market with a special emphasis on the naira. The Nigerian naira started the trading week with a strong demonstration of relative stability across both the financial and parallel market windows on Monday, June 15, 2026. Ongoing structural reforms and improved central bank monitoring continue to keep the historical spread between windows near a tight 2.5% equilibrium. At the official window, the naira closed the trading section at 1,363 naira 83 kobo against the US dollar, demonstrating a marginal fractional depreciation of a 0.08% over the rolling week. Market liquidity remains supported by steady Central Bank of Nigeria CBN intervention. And moving to the street market or the parallel market or the black market, depending on what you choose to call it, the alternative window hovered steadily between 1,397 naira and 1,405 naira against the US dollar, responding calmly to standard end of week retail and travel demands. The premium gap between the official and parallel market settled at roughly 33 naira to 41 naira, a massive drop from the multi-hundred naira differential seen in previous cycles. This tight convergence points to significant algorithmic transparency and reduced arbitrage opportunities. I'm quickly moving to bring you a market outlook for today. Yes. Moving to our market projection, today's currency behavior will likely depend heavily on macro liquidity interventions and external trade buffers. CBN interventions and inflow pressure, these are factors that will drive the market here, where market direction today will be dictated by how actively the Apex Bank bolsters the supply side of the Nigerian foreign exchange market. The CBN sustained injection averaging over $120 million in single week tranches recently have effectively suppressed panic buying. If the central bank maintains this intervention pace today, expect the official rate to sit comfortably inside the tight 1,360 naira to 1,365 naira band. The second factor here is the external reserve cushion. Gradual, steady acceleration in Nigeria's gross external reserve is providing a psychological safety net for the local currency. Improved receipts from earlier crude oil exports are helping offset recent minor dips in global energy benchmarks, giving monetary authorities the necessary ammunition to defend the 1,360 naira peg through the morning and afternoon trading desk. Then the third factor here is the parallel market outlook. Demand at the informal window is projected to stay mild and predictable today. Without sudden structural or regulatory shocks, the parallel market should see immediate support levels hold firm at 1,400 naira against the US dollar. Short-term pressure could only surface if large-scale commercial importers fail to clear their documentation at the primary banking desk, which would force them to seek alternative spillover liquidity. Expect the naira to maintain its tight range band stability today, while slight intraday volatility may cause micro fluctuation on the FMDQ platform. The overreaching trend points to steady pricing, keeping both markets closely unified. I'm quickly moving to the Brent crude, the energy market, where the global energy market experienced a major structural shift yesterday, being Monday, the 15th of June 2026, as geopolitical risk premium collapsed following the confirmation of a tentative US-Iran peace agreement and a formal commitment to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz waterways within 30 days. Brent crude yesterday, futures plummeted by $4.16 per barrel, indicating 4.76% adjustment, settling down at $83.17 a barrel. This marks its lowest closing tier since March 4th, effectively wiping out the war risk premium built up over the last quarter. Intraday volatility was such that having it traded well above the $100 mark just weeks ago and coming off late April high near $121, the sharp downward gap was driven by institutional sellers liquidating long positions in anticipation of normalizing Persian Gulf supplies. Alongside the diplomatic breakthrough, the National Iranian Oil Company significantly slashed its official July selling price. Yes, it slashed its official July selling price premium for Asian buyers to $7.15 above the Oman Dubai benchmark. That's downward from June's $13 premium, accelerating the bearish momentum. And quickly moving on to give you a market outlook for today, one of the factors we will look at is the bearish consolidation, which is expected. So expect Brent prices to trade defensively today within tight $81.50 to $84 a barrel range as the markets digest major investment banks, including Goldman Sachs and Citi, aggressive downgrading their Q3 and Q4 2026 oil targets. Now, secondly, another factor that would determine the direction of the market is the supply re-entry timeline. Intraday price floors will be tested by a wall of supply speculation, while the fiscal return of millions of barrels of crude and LNG through the Strait of Hormuz will take weeks to fully materialize. Agmetric Trading's desk will continue driving short-term, downside momentum on paper. And then the third factor here is the support level. Yes, strong psychological support rests at $80, and any minor price rebounds during today's European and American session will likely be capped by technical resistance at $85.50 unless fresh friction emerges ahead of Friday's official agreement signing ceremony in Geneva. Then quickly moving to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities market is experiencing a significant structural shift due to a stable naira and improved harvest inflows. Headline food inflation has entered a cooling phase, though localized transit costs keeping prices highly sensitive across regional hubs. Let's take a look at the current pricing landscape for core staples across key urban centers as of mid-June 2026. Speaking to Enugu, that's the Obete and New Market in Enugu, the Wuse Utako Market in Abuja, and my 12 Oyingbo Market in Lagos. And starting with the local rice 50 kg bag of it in Enugu, it sold for between 49,000 to 65,000 naira, whereas Abuja it went for 68,000 to 75,000 naira, and in Lagos 57 to 70,000 naira. And then the imported rice, the 50 kg bag of it, both the short and long grains in Enugu went for 85,000 to 95,000 naira. Abuja is sold for 90,000 to 110,000 naira, whereas in Lagos it was going for 55 to 60,000 naira. The gari that peterobi of it, speaking to the white gari or the Jebu gari that in Enugu is sold for 1,800 to 2,400 naira, whereas Abuja it went for 2,500 to 3,200 naira. And in Lagos, it was sold for 1,000 to 1,200 naira. Lagos had a bargain here. And then moving to beans, yes, the white, the brand beans, 100 kg bag of it in Enugu went for 90,000 to 110,000, and in Abuja it sold for between 85,000 to 98,000 naira, and Lagos it went for 95,000 to 115,000 naira. The medium to large tuber of yam in Enugu sold for 1,800 to 3,500 naira. Abuja it went for 2,500 and 4,000 naira, whereas Lagos paid from 2,000 naira to 4,500 naira here. And then quickly taking a look at the market dynamics. Factors that are moving the market towards this direction is the logistics premium. Transporting northern grain staples like beans and maize down to southern terminals continue to carry a diesel and logistics premium. This keeps beans prices marginally lower in Abuja relative to Lagos and Enugu. And then another factor here is the cassava invasion, where processing hubs near the southeast and southwest give Enugu and Lagos a sharp pricing advantage on gari over Abuja, where retail paint rubber measures face upward pressure. Another factor here is port proximity advantage, and this is particularly to Lagos, which maintains the lowest baseline for imported parboiled rice due to immediate port proximity, contrasting with higher landed costs in inland zones like Enugu. The market outlook for today is that we expect short-term retail prices to maintain their current range-bound consolidation over the coming days. The pressure from high input costs, fertilizers, and agrochemicals is currently being countered by the incoming dry season harvest structures, which will continue to keep severe price spikes at bay across all three zones. And quickly moving to the international market, where global equity market experienced a massive relief rally yesterday, June 15th, 2026, as investor sentiment soared following the announcement of a tentative US-Iran peace agreement. The deal, which aims to permanently reopen the blocked Strait of Hormuz, caused a dramatic rotation out of safe-haven energy commodities directly into high-risk premium. Starting with the U.S. Wall Street, where U.S. stocks rallied aggressively, lifting major indices close to historic milestone as plunging crude oil prices promised relief from persistent inflationary pressure. S&P 500 advanced 1.65% to close at 7,554 points, putting it within striking distance of its all-time high. Nasdaq Composite skyrocketed 3.07% to finish at 26,684 points, led by heavy buying in technology and airline counters. Example, American Airlines jumped a positive 3.20% on expected fuel savings. Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 0.90%, closing at a fresh record high. And quickly moving to the European markets, France, Germany, UK, FTSE, where European indices registered sharp gains, hitting record highs as the removal of regional energy threats dropped euro area government body yields and cut wholesale natural gas prices. UK FTSE 100 rallied on the back of improving global sentiment and easing domestic gasoline expectations, closing markedly higher despite underlying cautions in the real estate sector. Germany, DAX, and France CAC 40 recorded strong growth-based advances. Lower energy input costs provided a significant fundamental tailwind for heavy manufacturing and industrial equities across Frankfurt and Paris. Then moving to the Asian market, where Asian stock market experienced explosive early morning surge on Monday following the weekend peace framework announcement, though some gains normalized in subsequent sections due to localized central bank actions. Japan Nikkei 225 soared a staggering 5.5% during Monday's trading section. Moving into early Tuesday, it briefly breached the historic 70,000 point milestone for the first time before trimming gains to a positive 0.6% after the Bank of Japan unexpectedly hiked interest rates to 1.0%, a three-decade high. South Korea Kospi jumped by as much as 5.7% on Monday, continuing its run as one of the best-performing major global indices this year. Hong Kong Hang Seng rose 0.5%, 125 points, to close at Monday's at 24,843, extending its recovery from previous 11-month lows, led by technical gainers like AIA and Lenovo. In this, we move to give you a strategic market advice, especially for Nigerian investors. And we are urging the Nigerian investors to lock in fixed income. Yes, secure, safe, near 20% annualized yields in treasury bills and commercial papers, while sovereign bonds yield sit at 16.70%. We encourage you to buy the equity dip. Yes, use short-term profit taking on the Nigerian exchange to accumulate fundamentally strong, undervalued tier 1 banking and energy tickers on the cheap. And we encourage you to hedge with export earners. Yes, protect your portfolio against global energy shifts by leaning into companies with diversified dollar-dominated export revenues. And then we encourage you as well to target agro-logistics. Capitalize on massive regional food prices gap. Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu by backing processing and logistics firm to solve supply chain bottlenecks. So on the grounds of this is where we urge you to get into the market, looking at these front lines on equities. We've told you to hedge, taking advantage of the target agro logistics, capitalizing on the massive regional food prices gap between Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. You can cap in on this disparity by investing on processing and logistics firms. And then on equities, we've told you to hedge into tier 1 banks and then these other energy tickers as well. Having done that, we encourage you to, before you make an incursion into the financial service sector or Nigerian financial market, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. And this is where we'll be calling wraps on this market segment here on Aneke TV. We urge you to stay sharp. Manage your entry points closely and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports Today. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what's happening in the world of sports. And today promises to be interesting, even though we would just, go over the stories that made the headline yesterday in the sports. But while we're at that, I would like to tell you that the king of Formula One is still the king of Formula One. And I don't want to talk about it a lot. And yes.
Yeah. Anyway, good morning, my fellow sport lovers. Welcome to the show again. I don't know why you are starting with this king of Formula One.
Who is the king of Formula One?
We know he won the Formula One in the Barcelona Open. Okay. In fact, not that he has won the Formula One. He just had a win. This is his first win in 2026, and you have crowned him the king of Formula One.
So I should crown him.
Meanwhile, there was somebody that has been winning this Formula One this whole season. We have not crowned him the king of Formula One. You are coming to crown someone that just won one of the races in Barcelona, king of Formula One. I refuse to agree with you that he's the king. Anyway, he's the legend of Formula One, right? But right now, being the king, I refuse to agree with you. Of course, there is somebody that has been winning back-to-back series of this competition. Throughout this season, he has been winning, just managed not to finish in the last race in Barcelona, and you are coming to crown if you say the legend of Formula One, I would have agreed, but right now, this season, I might not agree with you that is the king of Formula One.
Well, agree whatever you believe, but let me read out what Toto from the Mercedes AMG, their kind of backroom, bigger staff, the control manager, what he said about Lewis Hamilton. He said, I'd rather not fight with him for a title because I know what he's capable of. This is someone who has been with Lewis Hamilton, someone who has, seen Lewis Hamilton deliver at the best when he was at Mercedes. And he said, if he smells blood, he goes for it. Then if I've seen him many times or many years where suddenly the Lewis Hamilton train started to go and then it's very difficult to stop it. This is someone who knew, someone who knows a champion, someone who knows what this guy is up, someone who knows the game. And I'm telling you for a fact, you cannot put this man down. Neither can you, talk about it as something that did not happen. And talking about Formula One, there's this break that is already around, and everyone is trying to relinquish from that victory. But at the end of the day, it's going to be an interesting one that either Kimi Antonelli or George Russell rises to match up with this energy that Lewis is bringing, because many people know that Lewis Hamilton is undefeated. You can't defeat him, or you can't. Once he wants something, he goes for it, and that's what makes him who he is.
Yeah, he has been undefeated. If I'm going to use the language, he has been undefeated in the past seasons. Let's say in the past decade. But of course, he was defeated of recent. In fact, this season he has been defeated not once, not twice. More than 3 times. Just so unluckily for him. Or unluckily for Kimi, who did not finish the race, that he now happened to win the race because another young man that have defeated him did not finish the race because of technical and engineering issue. But that does not take away the fact that he's still the one that is with the spotlight. He's still the legend of the game. He's still the best, all-time best, because Kimi is just coming up. It's just a season that Kimi has been in the game, but this one that has done it over decades. So I'm not taking anything away from him. Of course, Lewis Hamilton will be regarded till tomorrow as one of the best drivers that have graced the Formula One sports.
Yes, also in a nutshell, Piero Ferrari on Lewis Hamilton win with Ferrari. This is from the main Ferrari guys. He said, I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamilton won his first race with our car precisely in Barcelona, where 30 years ago, Scumi kicked off his extraordinary series of successes with the Rosa. That's the Rosa Scudota. He says, I see it as a sign of destiny, even a portent for the future that awaits us. I'm not surprised by Hamilton's renaissance. It was obvious that Hamilton didn't like ground effect cars, and what's more, we hadn't provided him or Leclerc with a competitive car. And that is one thing that many people have been talking about this guy, winning this Formula One race and having to, be influential in the games. Now, still talking about time since last win. Everyone is expecting me to say this, but I'm going to say time since Lewis Hamilton's last win. It's been one day. Kimi, Antonelli.
you guys have brought in another statistic from nowhere.
Yes,
because
time since last week.
He won on Sunday here or what? Now you people have already started counting time since last week. Meanwhile, there was a time where Kimi was winning this thing.
But time since last week, one day.
What's the necessity
Kimi
of this?
Antonelli, it's been 8 days.
So it's not even that.
Then George Russell has been 3 months, 7 days. Max Verstappen 6 months, 8 days. Then Lando Norris of McLaren 7 months, 6 days. Oscar Piastri of 9 months, 15 days. Let's just go and give birth. 9 months. Then you have Carlos Sainz, that's 1 year and 7 months and 19 days. Then you have Charles Leclerc, 1 year, 7 months and 26 days. You have Sergio Perez, 3 years.
Wow. Don't worry. Anyway, I know Kimi will be back. It's just a matter of time. Then when the next race will come up, we'll see. I will come back to this time since last week, and you'll see that it's also going to take. In fact, we are going to count it from that day. That is just some seconds or some hour ago that I want.
But basically, let me shock you. There's someone who has not won the race for 4 years. That's Valtteri Bottas, has not won it for 4 years, 8 months, 5 days. Then Esteban Ocon, 4 years, the same 4 years. Then you have Pierre Gasly, same. No, this one is 5 years, 9 months. Then you have the Okabata of them, or Fernando Alonso, 13 years.
Alonso, and that Fernando Alonso
13
looks
years.
Like a common name.
He has.
Just for which car?
He has actually been in the race for 13 years, and he has not
won
anything. And these guys are either from Williams or They are just from the I won't say the mid-table guys of the Premier League. I will use the word.
That cannot even be mid-table, because even people that you Aston Villa won a competition of recent, even Nottingham Forest, who are regarded as mid-table, they won something. Even Crystal Palace mid-table, they won something. So this one I cannot regard them as mid-table. I believe that you can say relegation zone, the team that are in the relegation zone, because for you not to have won something since you started last 13 years, you have not won anything. Secondly, you have not been there. Third, you have not been there. I begin to wonder what you are doing in the race, if you're actually competing, or if it's that your car is not that fast. Maybe you need to get another contract, you switch. If you're going to go to Mercedes, if you're going to go to Ferrari, but being there for 30 years and you have not come outside to get either first, second, or third is something that is disturbing. Well, let's go away from the Formula One, and there's this.
Because you really want to go away, bro.
Yes, I want to go away.
But just go away.
They are really bothering me with this Lewis Hamilton being the king, and I know it's just of recent that he won a title, or he became first position. That was on Sunday. Yes, so you taking away my Kimi from this picture. Well, we will see in the coming days, because I know, of course, a race is going to come up and he will return to his number one. And we have in the World Wrestling Federation, where we have Jacob Fatu, who was also destroyed by Roman Reigns, also trying to create headline. He went to attack, what's his name, LA Knight.
LA Knight. And then they are trying to claim who's the tribal chief. Because the matter is that they are trying to arrange the fight.
Yes.
But then they are trying to put more pressure so that, because Roman Reigns won this Jacob.
Yes, now the Jacob Fatu with his own mouth confessed. It's like he confessed that Jesus Christ is Lord. You are the person that you say you are, and now you are trying to come and claim, or it's just for the
this is where Jacob Fatu was
when he attacked the
when he attacked,
and they were trying to coronate him. This was where Roman Reigns was also trying to give him their bid, welcoming him to the bloodline. And I believe LA Knight also came outside. The other guys, the brothers, were also there, and you going after LA Knight just to make a statement that they should proclaim you that used your mouth to proclaim the other person, Roman Reigns, being the tribal chief. You are coming to tell LA Knight to also proclaim you that you are way better than Roman Reigns. I believe it's just something that he's just trying to get a headline. Look at the other brother telling LA Knight, they were also discussing. This was like a coronation which Roman Reigns was present, trying to gift him that their bid, to welcome him. But he took things to another angle, attacking LA Knight. It was not something that we were expecting. The Usos brother, these are the Usos brother who came out to witness the coronation. Well, moving from wrestling, we also have fight week in boxing. In boxing, where we have a fight week is between Ghana and Magnesi. This is coming up by Friday, I think June 20. Friday, and it's going to be aired on DAZN, and it's also sponsored by Queensberry. This fight is between Ghana and Magnesi. We also have a UFC fight, which is also on June 20. Okay, sorry, my bad. Is June 20 is on Saturday. This one is also going to be aired from Paramount. There are a lot of fights. There is also a fight that is involving Justin Gaethje. This is for the World Lightweight Championship, and there is also a fight that is involving Cyril Gane. It's also a interim heavyweight champions, and this fight is going to be on the UFC Freedom 250. All these fights are coming up this weekend. For those of our sports lovers that love boxing, there is a lot of boxing match coming for. Who are you looking up to, or which match are you going to be able to view from all these matches that are coming up?
I'm looking at to have the fight night, the one that's going to take place in the weekend, and it's going to be
between Ghana and Magnesi.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight that will change the UFC's game. The other day UFC, you saw the facts and the figures, how they celebrated 250 years of America, America's existence as a country from since 1776, and it's been a long time coming, and having to put themselves together to organize that mighty fight that they spent up to $30 million to put together. Averagely, what they normally spend in fights should be $3 to $4 million, just averagely. and then assembling the oval and the rest of them, the claw. They called it a claw, something that people had to go on that to fight. So all these things are amounting to seeing that this fight is also going to be a showdown for me.
Yeah.
It's going to be a showdown in the weekend, and it's going to be a massive one. UFC would definitely want to make back their money. Every money they have lost, they want to definitely make it back. And it's something I've seen, something I've actually seen ahead of time. Because at the end of the day, you would want to, while you're organizing the fight, while you are trying to bring the people together, you are still talking about making it.
You try to generate
your income, and then the streaming platform. You have the streaming platforms already rolling out there. DAZN is there, Paramount is there, and Paramount, they have a contract with UFC.
Yeah.
They are going to stream UFC fight. Then DAZN too. DAZN is just not for Nigerians, I would say, but you can get it if you have a dollar account or something. So it's going to be a good fight for me.
Well, other fighters that are going to be involved in this UFC fight, there are a lot of them. Let me just read that song. In the flyweight champion, we have Joshua Van. He's going to be fighting. In the bantamweight champion, we have Pete Van. Then in the featherweight champion, we have Alexander Voskanovic. Then in the lightweight champion, we have Justin Gaethje, who I've already mentioned. In the welterweight champion, we have Islam Makhachev. In the also middleweight champion, we have Sean Strickland. There are many champions here: flyweight, heavyweight, middleweight, welterweight. They also have bantamweight. In the Carlos, we have Carlos Osberg in the light heavyweight champion. This is quite the advanced one. Then we also have Tom Aspinall in the heavyweight champion. These are lined up in their different categories. All these fights will be happening.
It will be happening now.
Over the weekend.
Let's shoot into the World Cup, because it's going to be an amazing time, as there have been many actions that are coming. Yes, and we saw just yesterday the game of draws.
It was basically all draws.
I know someone was saying that these guys, they used to eat a lot of draw soup. So that was why a lot of them had to drew their game.
The scholars were shocking.
Yeah, it was shocking. And starting from Spain, we have a lot of facts already down. And Spain and versus Cape Verde, I was telling you that game would be...
Yesterday we were talking about it.
I told you that game would be a draw game, because Cape Verde is not going to let Spain to score. In fact, even if Spain scores, they're going to... Cape Verde would want to retaliate. It's just like Curaçao. Yes, playing Germany and trying to show you what they are up to. And other games are coming up. But then we're talking about this.
This Cape Verde match was of particular concern, because there are teams that play, we call them highline. When teams play highline kind of pattern, that's somewhat like Barcelona. Their defense is mostly at the middle of the pitch, where if you can beat that defense, mostly it's with counter-attack. You have to have the pacers, the people that have good pace, that can run. So when you get past those defense, you're almost getting to the keeper directly. They play highline kind of football. Then we have the people that play low block. Someone like Arsenal, Atletico Madrid, they are close behind to the goalkeeper, trying to get a good defense. It's always difficult to even get past those defense. But yesterday, Cape Verde, in fact, they were the block industry. They are the owner of the block industry. This one is more like Emeka and Sons block industry, that you cannot even penetrate the defense. Spain, they played all they could. But you see this block industry that they built, it was made of both high line, low block. They were the owners of the block industry. So Spain had to play almost 27 shots yesterday. In fact, the keeper was also fantastic, because at the end of the day, some shots, got passed through the defense. But the keeper, a 40-years-old man, he held his position yesterday. He had to make 7 saves. This was like the shots that came to him directly. About 7 of them, very fantastic saves. So he was named man of the match at the end of the day. He's part of the one of the oldest keepers in the tournament. Of course, Scotland keeper is the oldest, I think 43 years old. We have Noah, who is also 40 years old. Him is also 40 years. Then the keeper from Mexico, Onocha, is also 40 years. So imagine a 40-year-old man making about 7 saves yesterday, 7 clean saves that he had to keep. At the end of, in fact, at the beginning of second half, Spain had to introduce Lamine Yamal to come to the aid to see if he could, do 1 or 2 magic to break this.
Who is Lamine Yamal?
Lamine Yamal of Barcelona, of course.
Who is Lamine Yamal?
You know,
they introduced him like spices. Add Lamine Yamal. Add small Lamine Yamal.
The keeper was like, there is no level for you today.
Salt. Add Lamine Yamal. Royco, Maggi.
Lamine Yamal did what he could do. They had to bring in Nico Williams. Nico Williams came in, did what he could do. Omo also came in. They were bringing the guys, hoping, okay, maybe we'll not start our players. That's why we could not get. So they thought, okay. But this Cape Verde said, no, there is nothing that is going to penetrate this. If that match had continued to this moment that we are now, if that match is still playing that match, believe me, that match will still be on 0-0. Nothing will get past that.
It will really be on 0. It will still be on 0-0. Yeah. Now, talking about the goalkeeper, it was an emotional moment and confession from Zohin Vozinha. Yes, that's
He's looking more like a Brazilian.
Brazilians now don't even answer those kind of names. They used to answer. The generation has faced off. Now he said, I worked my whole life to live this moment. Many generations dreamed of something like this and I couldn't achieve it. We are here because we fought so hard to make it happen and we deserve to be at this World Cup. He said something, but he says, but the hardest part is after the match, he cried. And he grew up with his grandparents and they are no longer there to see it and they had to give everything for him. They gave everything for him. His mom couldn't come because of visa issue and they could not get the money together in time to complete the process. And still talking about the guy, still talking about him, his social media jumped from 43,000 followers to 2 million just at that after that particular performance. So it's something that would tell you that this guy really, he tried his best to maintain that feeling, to give the Cape Verde their draw. It's something I would tell you that there's no way you would ever see this. And still talking about sports and still talking about football, maybe World Cup, let's just take a step out of the World Cup because we are having from the grassroots our very own guys who came back to the East to see what the East is all about. They had to organize a game. That's talking about Rafael Onyedika. Rafael Onyedika, who had to do a lot of calling the guys together, where you have the likes of Victor Boniface. Boniface came to cheer him up in Awada Onisha, where over 4,000 people came to cheer them up. And you have the likes of Jerry the musician there, Jerry the hustler. And it was actually a moment seeing the crowd coming out for these guys and also trying their best to put things together. At least it was a good game.
It was a friendly match.
It was a friendly match.
Fans even enjoyed themselves. When I saw Boniface is now he's not looking so big, like
because he has not played.
He has not played football for a while.
But he looks trying to get back his. But he is happy. He
was happy to play. Of course, he's been a while that he played street football, apart from the professional side of it. And this is the kind of thing they need once in a while, to get back to the people, show them love. He also did a giveaway, in fact, in this friendly match where he gifted the fans some millions. Someone also gave him cash. One of the fans gave him cash that he actually placed inside his socks. They gave him about small money, about 2,000 to 3,000. He just counted it, showed the Onyeka, and before you know, he placed it inside his socks. Then later, I think after the match, he also went and gifted the fan. It was something that was amazing.
It was something that was amazing, and then many times we will not see it as anything. But these guys have really, they came back home while they are not while they are not playing at the World Cup, just to relax and have a good time. We also want them to encourage the young guys who they have discovered talents from, and I'm sure that the people who played against them would be excited.
It's a moment that you have to capture. If I was there playing, I would give someone my phone, just be videoing, be recording. It's like a rare moment that does not come by every day. It's not every time you get to play street football with people that have gone far, that have done this thing over there in Europe. You having to play with Boniface, having to play with Onyedikachi, it's something that you should keep on record. Just like when the Nigerian guys played with Ronaldo, you saw all of them trying to go take a selfie. So it's a moment that you have to capture, keep in your closet, and keep admiring that moment that you had the opportunity to play with this guy. It's something you should cherish for the rest of your life.
Yes, it's something you should cherish for the rest of your life.
You advise to others, that you see people also wanting to play with you. Boniface has been in Germany. He has played for Bayern Leverkusen. He's now playing for Werder Bremen, where he got injury, and it's someone you want to recognize yourself with, play the football with, and it motivates the young ones to do more, put in more effort, and by God's grace with time, they will see themselves, also playing at the foreign scenes, either in the Premier League, in the Bundesliga, in the Serie A, wherever you can, but at a higher stage where your talent is being shown and where you are making progress, self-developing yourself and, making more money for yourself.
Now, still talking about football and talking about what is happening in the World Cup, a round of applause for Real Madrid now having a player for Spain.
Before the World Cup, they did not have anybody.
Before the World Cup, they did not have anybody. Immediately they announced they signed, during the World Cup, they had to sign Cucurella. Now, I think if you look at it from this angle, you would see that them signing Cucurella in the midst of the World Cup, it was also showing that let's have one person.
Yes. Imagine Real Madrid
not having someone that will play, not having a player in Spain.
Especially in the Spanish world. Real Madrid and Barcelona, most at times their squad is made up of Spanish players. And coming into the World Cup, for the first time for over a long time that we are seeing that Real Madrid, they had two or three players that play for Real Madrid currently. You have Hodgson. Okay, Carvajal just retired, so it's between Carvajal and Hodgson. None of them were called up, for the... It's like a heartbreaking moment for Real Madrid that most of Barcelona players, you have Gavi, you have Pedri. One of them was even injured almost all through the season, but he was being called up. You have Dani Olmo being called up. Cucurella, okay, Cucurella was playing for Chelsea. So you see almost all the Barcelona guys, Lamine Yamal, all of them were being called up, but the few that we had in Real Madrid, between Hodgson and Carvajal, they are not being called up. But now they managed to sign Cucurella just before they played that yesterday game. It has now shown that at least there's a player from Madrid going for the World Cup, and it's a boost for them.
It's actually a boost for them.
It's a bragging right for Madrid right now.
And congratulations to Real Madrid. Congratulations to Cucurella for getting to sign for Real Madrid. We expect him to do more, and then have a lot of other games are coming up. This is where we are calling it a time of this morning in this edition of Sports on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much. We would like to have your opinion, to hear from you, and to know what you think about our worldwide.
All right. Thank you very much for staying with us. We'll do this again tomorrow. 8 a.m. we are here. Thank you very much. We'll call it a day. Have a lovely day. Bye.
Bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, police urge Borno residents to support security operations with credible intelligence. Anambra First Lady, Dr. Nonya Soludo, demands justice for abused 10-year-old boy. On the foreign scene, 8 killed as United States Air Force B-52 bomber crashes during test flight in California. In business, FAN investigates alleged 4.4 billion naira gold smuggling case at Kano Airport. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Police Force has assured parents and guardians across the North Central region of intensified efforts to protect schools and communities from banditry, kidnapping, and other security threats. The assurance was given by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the North Central Zone, DIG Isiaku Mohammed, during an operational assessment visit to the Nasarawa State Command in Lafia. DIG Mohammed said the visit was directed by the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to evaluate security strategies and strengthen measures aimed at safeguarding educational institutions and vulnerable communities. He urged parents not to allow insecurity to disrupt their children's education. The Deputy Inspector General said that specialized security personnel and tactical teams have been deployed to identify flashpoints to prevent criminal activities and enhance public safety across the region. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has called for intensified security operations to secure the release of pupils and teachers abducted from schools in Orire local government area. The governor made the appeal while receiving the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southwest, DIG Olatoye Fayoade in Ibadan. Governor Makinde described the continued captivity of the victims as painful and disturbing, noting that 1 month after the abduction, families and communities remain anxious over their safety. He stressed the need for sustained collaboration among security agencies to ensure their safe return. Responding, DIG Fayoade assured the state government that security agencies remain committed to rescuing the victims and dismantling criminal networks responsible for the attacks. He said surveillance and operational activities have been strengthened across the state. Also reacting to the incident, the Methodist Archbishop of Umuahia, Most Reverend Sunday Onoha, urged the federal government and security agencies to intensify efforts to rescue these victims, stressing that children must be allowed to learn in a safe environment. Families of 13 travelers abducted along the Buratai Road in Borno State have appealed to President Bola Tinubu and Governor Babagana Zulum to intensify efforts towards securing the release of their loved ones. The victims, including children, women, and National Youth Service Corps members, were reportedly kidnapped by suspected insurgents on April 15th while traveling from Bu to Maduguri. Since the incident, there has been no official information regarding their whereabouts. Speaking on behalf of the families, Hassan Yati said relatives had continued to endure emotional distress and uncertainty over the fate of the victims. He expressed appreciation for recent rescue operations in parts of the state, but appealed for similar efforts on behalf of the abducted travelers. The families urged the military and other security agencies not to relent in ongoing counter-insurgency operations, expressing hope that the victims would be rescued safely. The Nigerian Police Force has appealed to residents of Borno State to support security agencies with credible information capable of preventing crime and enhancing public safety. The appeal was made in Maduguri during a security and community engagement visit led by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of Force Intelligence, DIG Zakaria Ashinyan, and the Deputy Inspector General in charge of Research and Planning, DIG Zango Baba. Addressing community leaders and stakeholders, DIG Ashinyan said effective policing depends largely on cooperation between citizens and security agencies. He stressed that timely intelligence remains critical in tackling insurgency, banditry, and other criminal activities. The Nigerian Correctional Service has reappointed members of the National Parole Board and the 36 state parole boards for another 3-year term. The reappointment comes days after the service recorded its first official parole release under the provisions of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019. Authorities said the move is aimed at strengthening rehabilitation and reintegration programs for eligible inmates. Controller General of Corrections, Sylvester Wakuchi, charged members of the board to uphold transparency, fairness and professionalism in the discharge of their responsibilities. He said parole decisions must reflect public interest and national security considerations. Represented by the Deputy Controller General in charge of Human Resources, Ado Saleh, the Controller General stressed that effective rehabilitation contributes to crime reduction and national development. The Plateau State government has directed the establishment of human rights clubs in schools across the state's 17 local government areas as part of efforts to address abuse and violence within educational institutions. The initiative was announced during a stakeholders' engagement in Jos by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Gender Affairs, Mrs. Olivia Daziam. She expressed concern over reports of abuse and exploitation in some schools and called for stronger protection mechanisms. According to her, the clubs will serve as platform for students to report cases of bullying, violence, discrimination and other rights violations while promoting awareness of child protection issues. The program is being implemented in partnership with the National Human Rights Commission and the SHIFT Initiative, with support from the Ministry of Education and other stakeholders. The Lagos State government has warned residents in flood-prone communities to take precautionary measures following forecasts of heavy rainfall and possible flooding in parts of the state. The warning followed an advisory from the Federal Ministry of Environment, identifies several areas including Ikeja, Apapa, Surulere, Alimosho, Koshofe, Lekki, Ikoyi and Badagry as vulnerable to flooding. Authorities urge residents living in low-lying areas to remain vigilant, clear drainage channels around their homes and avoid activities that could obstruct the free flow of water. The Ministry of Environment and Water Resources said drainage maintenance and flood control measures were ongoing, while appealing to residents to stop indiscriminate waste disposal. The First Lady of Niger State, Hajia Fatima Bago, has called for greater commitment to maternal and child health care, stressing that many deaths among mothers and infants can be prevented through access to quality medical services. Mrs. Bago made the call during the launch of the 2026 Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week in Tafa, local government area of the state. She urged pregnant women and nursing mothers to take advantage of healthcare services available at primary healthcare centers and encouraged community leaders to support awareness campaigns. The wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has called for justice for a 10-year-old boy allegedly subjected to severe abuse by his guardians in Awada, Obosi. Dr. Soludo made the call after video showing injuries sustained by the child circulated on social media, attracting widespread public concern and condemnation. She announced that the state government had taken custody of the victim and directed the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afam Obidike, to ensure he received adequate medical treatment and psychological support. The governor's wife also urged law enforcement agencies to thoroughly investigate the matter and prosecute all individuals found culpable, while commending residents who brought the incident to public attention. Proceedings in the alleged corruption case involving former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai were adjourned by a federal high court in Kaduna following the absence of 2 co-defendants. The former governor appeared before the court for the scheduled hearing, but the matter could not proceed after the other defendants failed to attend. The prosecution alleges financial misconduct, abuse of office, and contract irregularities during El-Rufai's tenure as governor. The former governor has denied all allegations and insists that his administration comply with procurement regulations. Presiding Judge Justice Riowanu Aikawa subsequently adjourned the matter until June 24th for the continuation of hearing and determination of pending applications. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. The Nigerian police force has called on residents of Borno State to support ongoing security operations by providing credible intelligence to aid the fight against insecurity. The First Lady of Anambra State, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has demanded justice for a 10-year-old boy allegedly subjected to severe physical abuse by his guardians in Awada, Obosi. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, a United States Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber has crashed during a routine test flight in Southern California, killing all 8 military and contractor personnel on board. And in business, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has launched an investigation into an alleged 4.4 billion naira gold smuggling syndicate following the arrest of an aviation security officer at the Kano airport. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have expressed concern over the growing Ebola outbreak in the eastern part of the country, warning that the actual number of infections may be higher than officially reported. Official figures indicate that 782 confirmed cases and 181 deaths have been recorded across 3 provinces. However, medical humanitarian organization Doctors Without Borders says limited testing capacity and gaps in data collection are affecting accurate assessment of the outbreak. A senior Congolese health official acknowledged difficulties in coordinating information from laboratories, treatment centers, and surveillance teams. The outbreak has reportedly spread to 31 health zones, placing significant pressure on available treatment facilities. Authorities are also facing resistance from some communities. In response, health officials say they are strengthening community engagement efforts, including involving family members in safe burial procedures to improve public trust and support containment measures. 8 people have died after a United States Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber crashed during a test flight in Southern California. Military authorities said the aircraft went down shortly after takeoff from Edwards Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert. The victims included military personnel, civilian employees, and defense contractors on board the aircraft. The bomber was reportedly participating in a mission connected to a radar modernization program when the incident occurred. Emergency teams were immediately deployed to the crash site. The United States Air Force has launched a full investigation to determine the cause of the accident. Flight operations at Edwards Air Force Base have also been temporarily suspended following damage to parts of the runway. United States President Donald Trump has arrived in France ahead of the Group of 7 G7 summit. French authorities confirmed that Air Force One landed in the resort town of Evian-les-Bains, where world leaders are gathering to discuss major global issues. The French presidency, through the Air Lazy, Palace welcomed President Trump and other leaders attending the summit hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron. Discussions at the summit are expected to focus on international trade, security cooperation, economic stability, and other pressing global challenges affecting member nations. And on to business news. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has commenced an investigation into an alleged gold smuggling operation uncovered at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. An aviation security officer, Ali Bafa, was arrested by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over allegations of attempting to smuggle more than 22 kilograms of gold through the airport. FAN spokesperson Henry Agbebire said the agency had issued a query to the officer while cooperating fully with ongoing investigations by the Anti-Graft Commission. The EFCC has also arrested 2 other suspects identified as Ushabu Nasidi and Mukta Mohammed Danzaria. Investigators are expanding inquiries into the activities of the alleged syndicate and its operations. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects over alleged involvement in the production and distribution of counterfeit alcoholic beverages. The suspects, Ikechukwu Okeke and Okeke Chukwemeka, were arrested by operatives of the Rapid Response Squad following intelligence reports on their activities. Police Public Relations Officer SP Tochukwu Ikenga said preliminary investigations revealed that the suspects were members of a syndicate engaged in adulterating and counterfeiting various alcoholic products. Items recovered from the suspects include suspected fake alcoholic drinks, chemicals, empty bottles, labels, and packaging materials. The police say investigations are continuing to identify other members of the syndicate. In sports, Senegal head coach Pape Theo says his team is fully focused on its opening match of the FIFA World Cup against France, despite recent off-field controversies. Speaking ahead of the group's encounter at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, Theo said preparations had gone smoothly and players were concentrating on delivering a strong performance. The coach noted that Senegal remains confident despite an ongoing appeal before the Court of Arbitration for Sport regarding the outcome of the Africa Cup of Nations final. Senegal will be boosted by the return of forward Sadio Mane and captain Kalidou Koulibaly, both of whom have been declared fit for the crucial fixture. On entertainment, Nollywood actor Aneke has filed a lawsuit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and Larry Olayinka, media aide to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, over the alleged disclosure of his voter registration information. Court documents filed before the Federal High Court in Abuja indicate that the suit challenges the publication of details relating to the transfer of his voter registration from Imo State to the Federal Capital Territory. The actor, through his lawyer, Leonard Ade, argues that the disclosure violated his constitutional right to privacy and provisions of the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. He maintains that the information was obtained without his consent. Among the reliefs sought are an order directing the removal of the publication, a public apology, and a 10 billion naira in damages for alleged breach of privacy and unlawful disclosure of personal data. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Federal Police Force has made a renewed appeal to residents of Borno State to support ongoing security operations by providing credible and timely intelligence. The appeal was made as part of intensified efforts to combat insurgency and other criminal activities in the Northeast. The First Lady of Anambra State, Dr. Nonya Soludo, has called for the full prosecution of those involved in the alleged abuse of a 10-year-old boy in Awada, Obosi, Anambra State. She confirmed that the child has been taken into state protection custody and is receiving medical and psychological care. Dr. Soludo also directed relevant authorities to ensure justice is served, describing the incident as deeply disturbing and unacceptable. On the foreign scene, 8 people have been confirmed dead following the crash of a United States Air Force B-52 Stratofortress bomber during a routine test flight in Southern California. The aircraft, which was engaged in a radar modernization mission, went down shortly after takeoff from Edwards Air Force Base. And in business, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has commenced investigations into an alleged 4.4 billion naira gold smuggling syndicate uncovered at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. An aviation security officer, Mr. Ali Bafa, was arrested by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over allegations of attempting to smuggle over 22 kilograms of gold. And with that, it concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes. But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy.
Good morning and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a beautiful morning, it's a wonderful morning today. It's Tuesday, the 16th day in June. And I hope you've had a wonderful night, you hope you had a restful night. Welcome to the breakfast show where we sit, unwind, discuss and learn a thing or two about our environment and our country. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning, and to you, our global audience as well, wherever you are. At home, in your office, or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And as they always say, no matter how long the night, the day must surely break, and the sunrise is here.
All right, and as the day has broken, it has broken with a whole lot of news, a whole lot, a huge, a drastic turn of events in our political system. And in a moment, we will be discussing, getting into conversations, learning a thing or two from the papers, reading out our quotes for the day, and of course, learning about the weather and, all that it has to prepare for us this morning. So I would like you to sit back, like Mr. Uche often said, grab your cup of coffee, relax, because it's going to be, one bumpy ride this morning. Mr. Uche, are you ready?
Yeah,
are you ready for the day?
Sure, good to go.
And before I go on, how was your night? I hope it was restful.
Well, let's not go there. It wasn't as restful as I wished it would be. Having gone home earlier, hoping to rest and all that, but I had to battle short fever and all that, but I'm strong.
In all, we do. The show must go on eventually.
Of course, the show must go on. There are a lot of things to talk about
True,
for this nation.
true.
If we do not talk, then what happens? This nation needs saving. You wake up every morning, you are hit with a new development in the nation. So we have to be here to headline these issues.
All right, starting off strong this morning is our quote for the day. And the quote is from the, famous aristocrat and writer. If you're familiar with literature and art, you must have heard of Plato. And this morning, Plato says, the heaviest penalty for decline to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. The greatest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. The greatest disservice you can do to yourself is allowing someone by default, whether by negligence or by uninvolvement, is that you have placed yourself at the mercy of someone who may be inferior to you. I mean, you would have done it better, but because you have declined the privilege and the opportunity to select who to rule you or to even participate in the rulership, you are submitting yourself to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself.
Yeah, this is quite apt, coming from the philosopher King Plato himself, and I don't know if it needs explaining that the heaviest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. So why would you want to sit back and allow, some persons with a measure of ignorance or less prepared as yourself to be at the helm of affairs? And speaking to this very word, there are many ways, we'll take a back seat and allow the, sorry to use the word, but in the words of Plato, inferiors to, be at the helm of affairs. And we'll do that by not engaging, by not participating in the process. In electing a leader or selecting leaders, what we'll do is that we would look for people who will represent who we are in terms of knowledge, in terms of capacity, in terms of ability. So if we fail to participate in the process that will trust up the right leadership, that means we're taking the back seat. We're refusing to participate. That's declining in this instance. And when we get the ones that don't do well or who are, hell-bent on self-interest, pursuing their own whims and caprice in governance, then we need not complain because we've allowed such individuals who are already just occupied with primordial sentiments and acquisition, neglecting the general good to be at the helm. So you can be involved by one. Go get your PVC if you do not have it. And if you have it, dust it. And on the day of election, come out, vote. Then, after voting, ensure that your vote counts. From your polling unit to the collection center. And then, from there, you continue to monitor to see that this vote stands and is counted and stands its test. That way, when we all succeed in electing the right people who represent us, that means we are involved, we are part of the leadership, which is why I love what one of the candidates in the bid up to 2023 election, when he said that they are not running for the presidency, but what they are doing is that they are running it through the people. When I heard that statement, I was so overwhelmed that we have in Nigeria people who could, even when they get there, they do not practice it. But if they have to imagine the fact that they are running through the people and for the people, then it means that there is a future for the nation. And this is what Plato had in mind when he's talking about, not declining the opportunity to be in service for the people.
All right. That's it for our quote this morning. The heaviest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. Would you like someone inferior or someone who you think is inferior to rule you? Well, that will be left to you to decide. If you do not get your PVC and prepare to vote come the next elections, January 16th and February 6th. That's our quote for this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out our weather report for this morning. Do stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning starts cool around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius and rises rapidly to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius by afternoon. It's expected a hot, humid, and energy-sapping day with intense sunshine across Oka, Onitsha, and surrounding communities. By late afternoon, clouds will gather quickly, leading to thunderstorms and heavy evening rainfall. Residents should prepare for slippery roads and possible localized flooding in low-lying areas.
Good morning and welcome to the core city. Enugu starts cool with temperatures ranging between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius, increasing to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius by afternoon. The evening will likely bring light to moderate rainfall and occasional thunderstorms, creating cooler and fresher conditions at night.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. The morning starts calmer and breezy at 24 to 36 degrees Celsius, before soaring to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Ebonyi is expected to experience the most intense heat in the southeast today. Expect strong sunshine, high humidity, and uncomfortable afternoon conditions before thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy evening rainfall arrive to cool things down.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Temperatures in Owerri will start around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius in the morning, before climbing to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius during the afternoon. Expect a humid day with a mixture of sunshine and clouds. By evening, thunderstorms and moderate rainfalls are expected, which could briefly disrupt outdoor activities and create slower traffic conditions.
And in the city of Umuahia, Abia State, the morning temperatures will hover between 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, reaching 31 to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. We are to expect warm and humid conditions throughout the day, especially around Aba. Cloud formation will increase later in the afternoon, paving the way for thunderstorms and even rainfall across much of the state.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is the Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll be moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. And the papers we shall be reviewing from are The Punch, The Daily Sun, Vanguard, Daily Trust, and The Guardian.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you for having me.
Is anything changed?
Well, the society has been dynamic, so there's always going to be changes here and there.
Change is constant, right?
Sure, of course.
Right. It's a pleasure having you here this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us this morning. All right, starting off with the Punch newspaper, it says, 2027 battle. Opposition rages as court scraps ADC for parties. A court ruling has invalidated the African Democratic Congress, Accord Party, Action People's Party, Action Alliance, and Zenith Labour Party on Monday, which has sparked an outrage from members of the opposition who described the decision as controversial and a threat to Nigeria's democracy?
Mr. Ress, let's get your opinion on this issue before we begin to dive deeper.
Well, you see, it is not a very new thing. The expectations of Nigerians are still there, that certainly some people are working towards ensuring that they whittle the powers of the opposition political parties. This time around, it's about proscribing or deleting or delisting of some political parties that are in the opposition in Nigeria. And about 5 political parties have been so hit. Even when the INEC had earlier said that this party, especially ADC, has not done anything wrong that requires the proscription or the registration of the party, the court still wait ahead to do that. Even when there's a ruling from an appellate court that every process should be halted at the High Court so that nothing will come out of it. Well, in disregard of the appellate court ruling, which in some quarters are termed to be the abuse of court process, whichever way, some quarters continue to blame the lower court for actually negating the others' stay of execution that is before the court. Now, when there's a stay of execution, naturally, the lower court, from an appellate court, the lower court will have to stay its process. And of course, delivery of the judgment is part of the process. And it has not been strictly obeyed, which means there's disobedience to the situation in terms of the hierarchy of courts. Because an appellate court is supreme to a lower court. An appellate court has more powers, can nullify the decisions of a lower court, a high court, and as such, when they say when they declare a stay of execution, it means that everything that has to do with the particular matter in question, that is the instant, matter in question, should be stayed and should not be continued, and the process should not be tampered with. It is as good as saying you should leave everything the way it is. But it has not been done. Of course, it has elicited a lot of criticisms from all quarters, from even the other political parties that are good to go. The political parties are all, Democrats are tongue-lashing the position of the court, the position of the judgment, that the judgment is anti-democratic. It is meant to diminish the democratic rules, and of course, to also, impede on the promotion of rule of law in Nigeria. Because when you talk about law, the law takes a supreme position in every aspect of our lives. And when there's a law that says don't do this and you do, and you negate it, then it means you are now impeding on the rule of law. So people have said that the position of the High Court in delivering a judgment ordering INEC to proscribe or to delist these 5 political parties is complete, it's absurd. They said it's absurd, and it's not good for our democratic. And of course, people are now thinking that the ruling incumbent political party, the ruling party, has a hand in ensuring that the opposition is decimated. Decimated in the sense that if they list about 5 political parties, then you have less to contend with. They will have less to contend with, especially when the ADC is a very strong opposition political party with the likes of the former vice president and the former minister who is going in for his vice presidential candidate. So it is not a very good palatable situation in Nigeria. ADC has been having a lot of problems since after Mark and Araboshala, took over their leadership. ADC was formed by a group, young persons, some students, or some young persons that actually felt they should chart a course for change in the system. Most of them were not aiming at becoming president. It was not until during the last election that Dumemi Kachukwu became their presidential candidate. So ADC has been having problems. In fact, it's not been rosy for that party. And today, the big wigs in the political space in Nigeria joined the ADC with a view to using that as a vehicle to carry and deliver the opposition to take over Nigeria. But because of the crisis associated with that, courts and counter-court claims and counter-claims, and so on, factions and all that, ADC is still in problems since then till now. And now it's about deregistration. Well, they have actually said they are going to continue to fight it out. They have to take legal actions to ensure that they are not put out of the ballot coming 2027 elections.
Okay, I mean, my question will come in the next because I have a couple of reservations. I just want us to get to the point where my questions will be answered. This brings us to our next paper, that's the Daily Sun. It says, still on 2027 elections, fresh trouble for ADC amid Amechi's choice as vice president candidate. All right, the ADC National Publicity Secretary, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, announced the decision yesterday, describing Atiku Amechi ticket as a platform for national unity. This is to say that the African Democratic Congress has commended the presidential candidate of the party, Atiku Abubakar, for choosing former Rivers State Governor and two-time Minister of Transport, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, as running mate for the January 2027 presidential elections.
All right. Before I speak on this issue of the ADC and their running candidates, I would retrace a bit to the prior issue of the court mandating INEC to deregister 5 political parties, and you've well given proper articulation to the issue and analyzed it. But the fact remains that every Democrat in Nigeria should be concerned about this trajectory of things, especially where over time we've seen the hand of the court in key decision making in our democracy. When one goes back to history, you see that the bulk of our election prior to even 2023 had been, determined by courts. And this is not a way to go to democracy, which is why during the Electoral Act, we will continue to speak to, the issue around electoral amendment, being able to have the law, as a tool for reform, and having a law, rules that are backed by the Constitution, in times that we have a strong institution and not where we have weak institution, strong individual. And that has, gone ahead over time to play a part in the trajectory of our democracy. We've seen where courts, even in the 2023 election, the nation had to pause and wait for the court to make a pronouncement on the presidential election. And it's become a trajectory. And until we do away with that, we may continue to speak to issues and see issues in this manner. While you were speaking, you rightly pointed out that the appellate court had given an order. And over time, when you go into the judicial archives, I've not seen where, a court of lower jurisdiction will rule on an issue where a higher court has given an instruction. And we'll begin to witness this over time. Having said that, looking at this very issue, even taking it from the point that you've already established, that the lower court has gone ahead to rule on this issue, for me, it begins to tell me that when you have a hyena, sitting in as a judge, that the goats will never get fair hearing in this matter. And that's where I classify it, choosing my words carefully. I will have want to use different other words, but I'm scared of what the rules are, and I want to go home, and I'm waiting to receive calls, from my family as well. So I will be very careful with my words, but I won't miss words. What that ruling signifies is an attack on democracy in Nigeria, which is why I categorically say that every Democrat in Nigeria should be worried. We need not keep quiet. Yes, today, the party that you are affiliated with or you have sentiments over may not be particularly involved. But like he rightly says, remember this saying that when they came, in that interpretation of the Hitler era, when they came for the Jew, nobody spoke out. But when they were done with the Jews, they came for other people. There was nobody to speak out. But because you failed to speak out when you were ought to, when it has not gotten to your own point, when it was your time, when they came for you, there will be nobody left to speak up because you are the only one left. So therefore, I expect every Nigerian Democrat, I'm not saying Nigerian politician, because most of our politicians are not Democrats. They are people, and you have a lot of them in the system, who have the military mentality, who are yet, to do away with to unlearn the things we assimilated 3 years of military rule. And you've seen civilians who in themselves are more despotic than the military. And they continue to parade that toga about, which is why I speak and call on Nigerian Democrats to rise up, because we should not in any way keep silent on this ruling. In fact, I expect not just that they should be engaged by going to the appellate court and the Supreme Court in this very matter, but I expect all Democrats, like it was in the days of Nadeko, not violently, but begin to, through the press, through writings, through engagement, begin to push the judiciary to be aware that some members at the bench are beginning to push our democracy to a point where one day we may begin to hear martial songs again. Because if you read through history and understand the military incursion in power, you begin to see that those hands, those planes are beginning to surface one after the other. Having said that, this ruling in itself, let me single out the case of ADC, for example, and I am quite angry at that. Not because I have any inclination for likening for what the ADC as a going concern stand for. For me, the ADC and most political parties who have are part of the problem that democracy has in Nigeria. But for the sake of equity, let me single out the case of ADC and make a case with ADC, for example. This ruling, on what premise does it stand? That political parties that didn't meet the constitutional requirements of Section 225A by either winning seats in the State House of Assembly or at the National Assembly stands to be deregistered.
Or 25%.
Or 25% should be deregistered.
In the states.
That's what the court's ruling is. Now, in the case of ADC, I am well informed that ADC won seats into the National Assembly. ADC won seats into state assemblies in Kogi State in this instance. And then someone surfaces with the argument that they lost, their members through the campaign to other parties.
They also get members.
Good. When people decamped and left their food, if it should stand on the ground that they do not have members after the elected members decamped, then that same portion of the law should equally recognize the fact that they are about 25 members moved over to ADC in this very instance. Therefore, on what basis should we cite that law against ADC, for example, in this very instance?
And that is exactly why INEC, in their submission, said that ADC has not done anything wrong that will amount to deregistration. They said it before the court. They submitted same before the court. So I do not know upon the grounds that the judge, gave his judgment. I do not know the grounds until that judgment is fully read. But then you see a lot of legal luminaries are beginning to talk about these issues. And when people begin to talk, the judge is not the only person that is learned. He's not the only person that knows the law. Of course, he belongs to the bench. Former benchers are also talking. They have said a number of things that ought to be done. There's a process in doing anything, especially where it involves legal issues. There are processes, there are defined arrangements on what to do. Although they say the law is an ass, you know, whichever place you push it to, it goes. But at the same time, too, you know, equity, you know, gives that freedom that you must conform to other rules. So where your right stops or where your right begins, another person's own stops. And where another person's own stops, your right begins. So it is.
Yeah, so thank God that Aneke had the boldness to equally, you know, make some assertion into this very position, because like you rightly pointed out, we don't know where that legal position, that judgment, you know, stands on until it's fully dissected. However, this is a pure danger beyond the ADC as a party. You know, it is a danger to democracy, like I've pointed out. And if the court, any court in the land, can wake up and, you know, erase a political party from the ballot, it portends a larger and greater danger to our democracy in Nigeria. And like I rightly pointed out, the judiciary should be careful to make an incursion into electoral matters. The right to elect leaders should reside in the people. And a situation, I hope and I pray, which is why I have issue with Nigerian politicians, until we engage judiciary enough to know that they should, matters of electoral jurisdiction should in most cases be sent back to the people to decide clearly who their leaders are, or not subject to courts, you know, technicalities and interpretation. Then democracy in Nigeria may be in grave danger. Having said that, moving back to the Daily Sun newspaper, where 2027, fresh trouble for ADC amid Amechi's choice as VP candidate. I know of that justice to this part. However, rising on the issue of Amechi as a choice, of VP choice for the ADC. Mr. Rice, let's just start from your opinion first before we begin to have this conversation.
Well, if you look at the choice of Atiku, he has looked around the southern part of Nigeria, and he felt that, you know, yesterday, or what happened, was it on Saturday, when we were reviewing the week, we talked about picking a candidate, an appendage. So whenever there is a choice of who will become a vice presidential candidate of any party, the presidential candidate on his own who has emerged, will look at a whole number of issues and consider them, and then, you know, move to the stakeholders, do the normal consultations before the choice of the presidential candidate. And of course, looking at the southern part of Nigeria, from where Atiku believes the presidential running mate should come from, he has looked at the numerous other politicians that belong to ADC, and I think the choice of Amechi stands out the way it is. It stands out. Of course, they say that he made an error when he was naturally supposed to have picked wike, and that was what brought about the problem, a more severe problem in Nigerian politics, because Wike on his own have never and will never forgive Atiku Abubakar, one, for stopping him from getting the presidential candidate of PDP then, and secondly, dumping him, not when he should have given him the vice presidential position. So, taking Amechi now, Amechi is qualified from every angle, though he is a Nigerian. And like every other Nigerian politician, there are skeletons in their cupboards, including the presidential candidate, including the current president, including everyone that has ruled Nigeria. In every 12, there are Judas. In every politician in Nigeria, there's one skeleton or the other in their cupboard. So it's not as if maybe Amechi came from the moon, you know, he's coming from the moon and he's an angel. He's a Nigerian politician like every other Nigerian politician. And all the factors that affect Nigeria has permeated into every individual politician in Nigeria. So, but the choice is a choice well made for the ADC. Although the problem that we just discussed about ADC is still there, and the challenges before ADC, even in the court fractions, fraction cases are still there. So ADC is actually having a whole lot of problems, and I wonder how, with all these problems, they will actually challenge the ruling party effectively to possibly unseat the ruling parties. I do not see the possibility. That is my personal prediction. I do not see the possibility.
Firstly, I would like to, over the past weeks, we've heard, I think it was after the primaries in ADC that Rotimi Amechi said he did, I think before the primaries, he said he did not come into the ADC to become anyone's running mate. And then after the primaries, we saw him say he did not approve of the result that the results were concocted. But at the end of the day, I think everybody wants what's best for the party and for the country. Hence, he is accepting to be the running mate of Atiku Abubakar. But my concern is, what is the fate of ADC, seeing that there is a thread of deregistration hanging over their head, and understanding the technicalities of deregistration, going to court, appealing, and seeing that ADC, like you rightly mentioned, there's a whole lot surrounding, from their coalition to the point, to the factions, to the primaries, to the selection of candidates, and now to this deregistration. It seems like there's a whole water that they have to swim through. And what if at the end of the day, even they go and appeal? I'm just saying, and they don't, make it to whatever threshold that INEC has made for parties to contest in the election. What becomes the fate of Atiku Abubakar? What becomes the fate of Rotimi Amechi, who on his own has said he wanted to be a presidential candidate in a party, and it will not look like as if he has lost both on both sides, both on the presidential candidacy and even as a vice president, see that they might not even make it to the polls and appearing as a candidate or appearing as a party in the next year's elections.
That is politics for you. You see, if they do not make it after all. But of course, they have the constitutional right to approach the courts, and we believe that the apex court, because certainly the matter will go up to the apex court. The apex court will reasonably give a decision, a judgment that be favorable to democracy in Nigeria. Now,
would this affect, INEC has said all upload of candidates lists and all candidate parties and everything has to be uploaded before July 11th. Would this in any way alter, because I'm sure with this suits hanging over their head, they may not be able to upload their candidates list and all of that to the INEC portal? No.
They will upload their candidates to INEC portal because INEC still recognize them, and that is by the judgment of the Supreme Court. So, and the judgment of the High Court have not nullified the judgment of the Supreme Court on them. So, which means, and of course, there's also a stay of execution on the matter which the High Court gave a judgment on. So, which means that's exactly why we call it a negation of rule of law. That's why we called it that the process is not followed. When there is a stay of execution, which is validly before a judge, and the judge cannot go ahead to undermine the position of an appellate court, because you cannot begin to make decisions on something that an appeal court has said no. It's a superior court, and when you say superior court, you don't have to But where it happens, that is things, there are certain things, it's only in Nigeria that things like that could happen. So, but at the same time, they will still go to appeal court to actually reinforce the initial decision of the appeal court of stay of execution on that, which means INEC will not delist ADC.
Okay.
And if INEC do not delist ADC, of course, the party will upload their candidates to the INEC portal, and be getting ready for the election until the other cases that are there proves otherwise. So everything goes. There's nothing that will be stopped on the interim.
And this has to happen in the next, because July 11th is barely a month. So all this has to happen before July 11th. So we are hoping that the Supreme Court and the High Court...
No, it doesn't require to...
It doesn't require...
The only thing that will happen is go and reinforce the appeal court of state for execution, and everything goes as normal until there's any other superior court verdict on the issue of faction leadership and all that.
Okay, on this very issue, let me start by saying that the judgment of the High Court had been in the open prior to yesterday. As at 26th of March, I already read, an online influencer alluding to this very judgment happening. So when I saw the judgment yesterday, I wasn't taken aback. So leading me to question the trajectory of things in our democracy. How come, people could gaze, let me use the word gaze, or be privy to the position of a judicial ruling on any issue? Having said that, one thing I know for sure is that ADC will be in the ballot in 2027. They will be in the ballot, but they may be, destabilized with a whole lot of litigation. I do not expect this very pronouncement yesterday to be what will take them out of the ballot. If eventually they do not make it to the ballot, it could be primed on other issues. Having stated that, the choice of Rotimi Amechi as a candidate, first of all, I have issue with the candidacy of Atiku Abubakar, because rather than being a unifying factor, or personality that he's looked up to be, he has become more of a divisive factor in this nation, especially against the background of that agreement prior to the formation and enthronement of PDP, where it was gentleman agreement that power would rotate between North and South. However, moving on to the choice of a vice presidential candidate, what had played out in the PDP, for good or for bad, the nation dodged a bullet that through the candidacy of Atiku and Tambuwa, somehow, Wike was stopped. Because having seen Wike unravel to the man he is today, we need not need such an individual to be at the helm of affairs in this nation. He has a personality that will conflagrate this nation. So we dodged a bullet, and Atiku did save us for that. And for that, we will continue to be immensely grateful, because we've seen his role consistently. He's not been that of one who has helped to strengthen our democracy. I'll say that without missing word, and boldly as well. Then the choice of Rotimi Amechi as a vice presidential candidate can only point you to the double speak of politicians. Over time, he kept speaking to the fact that he is as eminently qualified and the suitable material for presidency and not for vice presidency. He'd rather prefer to be a minister than be a vice president. And then we've seen it play out. He has come out at the end of the day.
But loyalty to the party, is supreme, and that he stepped down most of his positions and comments.
It should be celebrated everywhere across Nigeria if party loyalty plays out, but it still points to the double speak of politicians. Men of principle stay on their principle, irrespective of what. He may choose to do the same thing. If on principle, he should have chosen the same path he told against Bola Ahmed Tinubu in APC. What happened to the party being supreme when he lost out as as a runner in the APC primaries. He refused to, join forces with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, refused to campaign, and stayed stoically silent throughout the process. And one should see that as a principle. Perhaps he never believed in the candidacy and presidency of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But having led a lot of individuals who believe in him and categorically spoken publicly that he'd rather not be a vice presidential candidate than, rather be a minister than a vice presidential candidate. But be that as it may, when you begin to study the trajectory of the likes of people, Atiku have chosen over time, bar one time where he was meant to choose a former governor of Anambra, peterobi, as a vice presidential candidate in the PDP then, Atiku has always opted to either sitting governors, former governors, but one thing is obvious that the individual he so chooses are money bags who would equally contribute in backrolling their campaigns. And this is where Amechi fits in quite well. Amechi is well-leaded, even despite the fact that he makes that pronouncement that he is hungry. We understand that they are hungry. There's hunger of several kinds. There are hungers that cause ulcer as a result of starvation, and there are hungers that cause ulcer as a result of overfeeding. So we know where Rotimi Amechi belongs in this very instance. However, on political calculations, I think this choice of Amechi could only be primed on one factor. One, that Atiku is bent on making an inroad, towards South. He has seen that the Southeast is a no-go territory at this moment. That, head or tail, one could say that a peterobi in any political party has Southeast somehow on lockdown, going by the data from last election, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu is, data-wise, most importantly or most categorically going to take a second position if one follows the trend of events and data. So politically wise that Atiku has moved to the south, where they hope to break the foothold of other candidates in that region, and hoping that Rotimi Amechi will help mobilize both from this very area, while he tries to put North, on the locks for ADC. But we'll continue to watch as this thing plays out. But I will hinge on the fact that the Nigerians, when you're listening to the Nigerian politicians, you should always, listen to them. Take whatever they tell you with a pinch of salt.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back with more updates. Do stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're moving to our next story from the Vanguard newspaper. It says federal government resumes trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects. Federal government resumes trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects. The federal government has resumed the prosecution of about 600 suspected Boko Haram members as part of ongoing efforts to address terrorism-related offenses and strengthen national security. The trials are expected to focus on allegations linked to insurgency, terrorism, and related crimes, while authorities maintain that due legal processes will be followed in seeking justice and accountability in Nigeria. Over the weekend, a doctor that's treating terrorists was jailed for 20 years, and a Boko Haram informant was sentenced to 15 years in prison. So these 600 suspects are to appear before the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja.
See, we are concerned about legal process in Nigeria. Honestly, a lot of Nigerians are not happy. You have to look at this situation about how the convicted insurgent Boko Haram terrorist persons found guilty on terrorism charges, and how they are sentenced. I'm particularly not happy about the level of you see, the doctor that treats gets about 20 years, while a Boko Haram informant, and of course a Boko Haram informant is also a Boko Haram member, is sentenced to 15 years. And then now Nnamdi Kanu, in his allegations of secession, they say allegations of secession and all that, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Or even they were about thinking about sentencing him to death. It was on leniency that they gave him life. Now, we have to juxtapose same. What has Nnamdi Kanu done? Even when there are claims that he was charged before the court under an already non-existent law and all that, which is, of course, the cause of appeal presently at the appellate court. So, if we actually want to ensure that the long arm of the law catches with the Boko Haram insurgents who are killing, maiming, doing all manner of things against Nigerians, they should be at least given life sentences, or, you know, something like 40, 50 years. Well, the world is going against death sentences. The world is moving against that on the interim. And there are various campaigns across the world that death sentences should not be given. But even at that, even the armed robber who goes to kill, the ritualists that behead people, what sentences are they getting? So we have to look at our laws once more. And then the judges have to look at the kind of sentences they don't give. Because it is even almost capital punishment for people that involve in rape. And then we talk about a terror who kills, maims, destroys, who are involved in arson, burning of houses, making people useless in life, creating very unhealthy environments, insecure environment. People don't sleep with their eyes. And you give them such a sentence as 20 years, 50 years, as if maybe it's just a roadside criminal that maybe stole something from a shop. So my position is that the Nigerian government should be able to look at that again. And of course, because the Borno government already was trying to exonerate themselves from any complicit action, why they integrated the Boko Haram, repented, said, okay, believed repented Boko Haram insurgent into their system. So how do you do that? People have not met the long arm of the law, and the persons are saying re-radicalize, and then bring them back to the society. No, it is not done. You must be sure that such persons have changed and repented in its realness before you reintegrate it. Because those who they have formerly in Katsina reintegrated, we are said to have gone back to join the insurgents, and unleash more further mayhem on the people. So how do you do that? When you do one thing and you get a result that's unpalatable, why do you continue to do that? People should not, insurgents should not be messed on. They should face the full weight of the law and let our laws be stringent. Those who carry drugs in Asia, they are sentenced to death. If you go to some Asian countries, Thailand, and you carry drugs, you are bound to die. We have even lost many Nigerians there. Just carrying drugs. And people just take those drugs and they useless, it makes people useless, they kill them. Those who are involved in corruption in places like China get death sentence. So you see, and then you talk about terrorists. They should get, at worst, life imprisonment.
All right. I think you summed it quite well. But I'll go a little bit further. It tells you that Nigeria as a nation doesn't have policy direction on issues. You still have scattercatter approach to issues, where the federal government are towing a different direction from the subnationals. And it becomes quite worrisome that we are still confronting insecurity in Nigeria, and while at the same time, we are said to be reintegrating those of them who have waged war, killed, maimed, taken hostages, kidnapped, collected ransom, and then we want to reintegrate them into the society. It leaves a lot to be desired. And the question to ask is, what is the policy direction in confronting insecurity in Nigeria? When you have a clear pathway, or a clear definition in that, you begin to see a lot of loopholes in our approach and a lot of masked insincerity. June 12th, 2026 should be noted as a day every Nigerian should hide their heads in shame, while crying. The Borno state government is reintegrating 720 members in this batch of repentant insurgents, giving them Korans in hand, so uniform for them, making jollof rice, party jollof rice for that, and everybody is gathered with fanfare, celebrating individuals who have waged war against the Nigerian nation. Those who have killed our soldiers, with fanfare, we want to reintegrate them into society, while at the same time forgetting the victims of this very individual. And today we are being told that the federal government is prosecuting 600. So where is the policy direction in this? At Borno, we are reintegrating some. The federal government is prosecuting 600. It leaves a lot to be desired. What do you tell the parents of the children who are held in captivity for getting to a month now?
It's a month already.
What do you tell the woman in Plateau State that lost the only son? What do you tell the family of retired General Rabe that just buried their father and their mother is still in captivity? And with fanfare, you are reintegrating some in society, and you're speaking to prosecuting about 600. It's high time we begin to say that this is our policy direction. And I keep speaking to this. You rightly pointed out, those that were reintegrated in Castina has to go back. Have we sat down to question the factors that are giving rise to this insurgency in Nigeria? Or are we lying to one another? There are a whole lot of issues that, because we care about safety and the rules in Nigeria, what will happen after if we're able to go home? We will speak these truths. How many of these insurgents are we going to, reintegrate into the society, and how many are we going to prosecute when we've created a fertile ground for more recruitment? We've created an enabling environment that emboldens the insurgents to go after military formation. The 600 that we say to be prosecuting, who are these 600? You are prosecuting the talakawas of the insurgents. What about the backers? And when you go into studying the pattern and the movement of these bandits or terrorists, you begin to see the complicity of the Nigerian state in this, in the silence of leadership, indecisiveness of those in leadership to take action, sacrificing the generality of Nigerians on the altar of rhetorics. So what happens with this prosecution? Is it after prosecution that will give them light sentencing, whereas certain individuals are meant to serve life sentence, whereas some, on sympathy ground, a doctor may want to treat perhaps under duress, and then is sentenced to a higher days in the in prison yard. The Nigerian state needs to rethink a lot of things. It insults the minds of exposed Nigerians on how things are done in other climes. And we will continue to question the sincerity in this fight against insurgents. When you reintegrate 720, they will be burdened to continue to cause mayhem, knowing that tomorrow you will sew a border for them, bring a brand new Quran, and then call another chef somewhere to prepare jollof rice with fanfare. We will now say we've reabsorbed them and reintegrated them into the society. This is just batch 9. Other batch will come forward. And then we'll continue to deceive ourselves. I challenge the federal government. Let them tell us what their policy direction is on insecurity in Nigeria. How do they intend to curb insecurity in Nigeria? And what is happening to the backers of these insurgents? And I tell you, I will always continue to be angry that the suggestion of northern governors were not obeyed, because I saw that suggestion as being holistic and pointing to the main issue in Nigeria. Why have we refused to stop mining activities in Nigeria since then? So we can see if we have a handle in this growing insecurity in Nigeria. Look at the movement of these bandits. You will see that it happens along mining corridors. While villages are sacked and sent packing, the miners go and continue to mine. What sort of conspiracy is that? Let me stop at this.
Okay, our next story is from the Daily Trust. It says, prices of maize, onion, tomatoes, others push inflation to 6-month high. Okay, rising prices of key food items, particularly maize and tomatoes, have contributed to inflation reaching its highest level in 6 months. The increase underscores persistent pressure on household budgets, with higher food costs driving the overall cost of living upward and raising concerns about affordability, food security, and economic stability in Nigeria. This report was issued by the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, and saying that the slight increase in Nigeria's inflation rate in May 2026 to recent geopolitical tensions. They are owing it to the recent geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, which of course has disrupted global energy markets and increased import-related costs, and said that between April and May, the high inflation has risen from 15.69% to 15.93%, and the projection that if things persist with the way that the inflation cost is going to go higher than it is already.
Well, we have always talked about double-digit inflation percentage rate in Nigeria. And for quite a long while, it has been double-digit. And then when you talk about insecurity, we still come to domestic production. Where do you have these beans, onions, maize, tomatoes? Where do you cultivate them in Nigeria? Is it not within the northern part of Nigeria? Mostly, it is cultivated somewhere, somehow in the south. But more of these things come from the north. And of course, the problem of insurgency in the north have mad agriculture greatly. And because of that situation, the cost of these things, because for you to go to farm and cultivate and make these things grow and get out for the market, people are scared. People are killed. People do not go to farms anymore. People are even displaced from the original places where they have their lands and farm around there. People are sent packing in the IDPs. So many people are still, there are several hundreds of thousands of people at the IDPs in Nigeria. So how do you get agro products from those people who are subsistence agriculturists? They are the people who are involved in creating this food, you know, ensuring that they go to farm, get these foods out. If you go to the northern part of Nigeria, those days when we were traveling to Kano, two sides, you see some hundreds of hectares of land, tomato, both sides. You see trucks rolling out and coming down south in Nigeria. Today, it is not so. Maize, you talk about maize, of course the herders will take their heads into the farms and eat up all the maize and destroy them, and so on and so forth. So why won't there be inflation? When you talk about even the Middle East crisis, of course the Middle East crisis is somehow, you know, getting stable, coming down. That is exactly why the likes of Dangote had to now go down on the price of premium metal spirit from 1,250, 1,300 as the case may be, which is dependent on places, down to 1,750. Yes, 1,750. I mean 1,000. Sorry. Yeah, 1,250. 1,250. They came down, you know. So that is exactly why I say the Middle East crisis is not just the Middle East crisis, because we don't import tomato from any part of the world. We don't import beans and all that. We are having those things produced here. But because of insurgency, because of insecurity, the farmers do no longer go to farm. That is why, of course, there is inflation on all other items that the Middle East crisis actually influenced. So these influences are diverse. The diverse influences come from both the Middle East crisis and insecurity in Nigeria. So where do we go from here? Agriculture used to be the mainstay of the Nigerian economy before the advent of oil drilling in Nigeria, because we had the Grand Pyramid in the north, we had the cocoa in Ibadan, the cocoa house in Ibadan. Of course, you know that very tall building in Ibadan was built from the exportation of cocoa. And then we had the palm oil produce of the eastern Nigeria. We have the palm oil, we had the cashew, rubber, and all. These are plantations made by then M.I. Okpara of the eastern region. And of course, he used the process to build all these edifices that are presently manifest here and there in the old eastern region. The Hotel Presidential in Port Harcourt, I remain to die, was built by M.I. Okpara in the 60s. So also the Hotel Presidential in Enugu, the House of Assembly, the government, and most of these edifices were made, including a steel rolling mill. Before now, would have gone far in steel production. But the war destroyed the steel rolling mill and can never be revitalized. Of course, government after government have tried to actually do something about it. It's not there. The Niger gas, all of them. These are M.I. Okpara, and of course, when Jimobodo of the old Anambra State came in, and he started putting up other production establishments, which are all moribund today. So there's no way one will now talk about inflation not coming when people are not employed. And of course, most of who were formerly employed in agriculture.
All right. Mr. Resi summed this quite well, and just for emphasis sake, when we talk about food inflation, which is headlined at 16.5% in this very instance, the question remains, why are they so high in a land of plenty? There is much scarcity. But, why we deal with the, tomato and maize, driving inflation to a 6-month high, we should be thankful that we are not starving yet. Because when you check all the factors inherent and happening in Nigeria, they are such that would warrant that we should be facing higher scarcity and higher inflation in Nigeria. At this instant, what are we really producing and what are we exporting? We are still an import-driven economy, such that we're told that even common toothpick are still being imported into Nigeria in this instance. So when we see issues like this, it's just maize and tomato. Hope it will not get to rice and beans, the staple foods that every Nigerian rely on. And a number of times, I speak to the fact that when they talk about nutritious meal in Nigeria, I say the fight here is not about nutritious meal. It's about, solving the hunger crisis. There is a hunger crisis in Nigeria, and one who is hungry doesn't care about nutrients in the food. And when we talk about these things, there's still issue of accessibility when you talk about food security. So there are a whole lot of challenges in this very instance. And when we would ask these questions, Nigerian farmers, like you rightly pointed out, do they have access to the farm? Most farmers, any major farm settlements in Nigeria, they are in IDP camp. The question is, when are we taking them home if we want to drive inflation down? Forget about the food, the book data that we're being, brandished about, telling you that inflation has been brought down by so and so 0 point something digits. The facts are obvious for everyone to see. The yams that were coming out from Benue, do you still get such yams? Majority of them are in IDP camp. Move along. When are we resettling them? These are the questions to ask if we are particular about bringing the food inflation down. We're in a nation that you have fertile lands and people can't go back to their villages, and you're talking about inflation at 6 months high. You should be worried that maybe in the next 6 months, if there will be much availability of food in Nigeria, these are the factors that one should be asking when most villages are being sacked and under the control of insurgents. And I continue to insist that if we are sincere, we'll ask critical questions, and then governments will still, need to give us answers on what they intend to do to handle insecurity. Yes, but be that as it may, why we question insecurity and access to farmland as factors that would make tomatoes and the likes of it. You know that tomato is very perishable. That when there is a little issue, then it begins to rot wherever it is, and it can't be gotten to the market, which is why Enugu State is primarily one of the key states that is suffering high food inflation in Nigeria now. The cost of staple food prices in Enugu State in particular and Southeast is higher when in comparative analysis between Lagos, Abuja and the likes of it. We pay much higher here because we suffer more from those staple food prices that needs to be transported from the farm gates in the north to the eastern hubs. And that's speaking to the issue that you raised with the crisis in the Gulf. And while we're celebrating the fact that the crisis in the Gulf, there seems to be a similar agreement that will be signed in Geneva very soon. We hope that that momentum and that agreement is sustained. But be that as may, even if we have peace in the Gulf, we will still continue to suffer the ripple effect of that crisis. That while Nigeria government was celebrating making much money from the crisis in the Gulf, being that we had a benchmark of our budget on $64, benchmark, then we were able to sell as high as $120. All that, yes, quite celebrating. But the Nigerian citizens were paying out of pocket in this instance, and you see it will continue to affect food prices because of logistic costs, the price of fuel, until these things come down. And those who have already stockpiled warehouse goods at exorbitant prices may have to exhaust what they've stockpiled before prices will begin to trickle down. And then that's on the issue of Gulf. But with all these situations, on the table of government, the willingness to do things differently, because we have fertile, grounds that could, such that we will be able to have excesses and exports outside the country. Remember that while we are still at peace, a Ukraine that is battling, in war situation with Russia over time, had to make donations to Nigeria, in terms of wheat, sending wheat over to Nigeria. And that's a nation that has been bedevilled by war, still sending, helping us with wheat. We should be ashamed. And if we have a thinking government that cares about the future of this nation and the citizens, we shouldn't just be talking about 6 months inflation. We should be talking about food security. And part of what we do is to have surplus and able to feed not just neighboring African country, but make money out of it. If countries like Netherlands are making, too much profit, getting too much, very much dividends, and raising much capital and funding their budget based on agricultural products that are exported, then a nation like Nigeria need not, be in such situation. At the end of the day, let us hold our government to account.
All right, our last story from the newspaper head this morning is from The Guardian. It says, Nadeko asked me to extend military rule after realizing I would hand over, from Abdusalami. From yesterday, we've been getting updates from the autobiography that was released at his 84th birthday in Abuja. And on this story, he says, speaking of General Abdusalami Abubakar, he said, has revealed that some leaders of the pro-democracy movement, including members of the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, privately urged him to extend military rule after becoming convinced that he genuinely intended to hand over power to a civilian government. He said 2 to 3 months into his administration, some NADECO members realized that he was sincere about handing over, seeing the pressure he was getting from international community and the promise that was made to Nigerians to hand over. And they met him and requested that he extend his stay in the military ruling. But he said, according to his autobiography, that he was to test their sincerity if they would write and announce publicly that they had requested for an extension, of course, which they declined. So he is telling us now that this was the condition of things at the time. From NADECO.
Abdul Salami Abubakar, the then military head of state of Nigeria, turned out to become the hero, one of the biggest heroes of democracy in Nigeria, because he was the man who handed over to a civilian elected government. When we talk civilian elected government, you see, most of them, Babangida just launched a book a few months back, and here Abdul Salami Abubakar has launched his, launched also, and these are all our former leaders, and these are military personnel that had become, at one time or the other, the military head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then, you see, looking at some of the stories that are coming, of course, some of the stories that came, there are some arguments. Some of the stories that came where many people concurred to. So in the case of Abdul Salam Abubakar, of course, he said people, members of the NADECO, those who were actually protesting for a democratic rule, felt they could woo him to stay a little while in power, which he eventually did not. Why he did not was based on the background that he couldn't face the pressure coming from the international community, ensuring that Nigeria goes into democratic rule. So I think I call him a superhero of Nigeria's democracy. And of course, since then till now, he has always remained so, and is accorded that same respect. That was exactly why, people like me had wanted Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to actually stay and become like a diplomat he is, having said that the blood, his position, his mission to serve Nigeria is not worth the life of any Nigerian. So both Jonathan, if he stays out of elections, and of course Abdulsalam Abubakar, who is not even ready to come to the desk of leadership again. He's 84. I think he's actually blessed. I pray that I will get to that age and go beyond. He's indeed a hero of Nigeria's democracy.
You know why I'm laughing? You don't want Jonathan to come back to power. Anyway, we'll continue to watch. He has not spoken yet until he speaks. But nothing stops him if he has the desire to get into the ring. What I'm afraid for him is how muddy the ring will be, and not what he has forgotten in the villa that he's going back for. However, on this issue, you rightly summed it quite well. We'll continue to celebrate Abdulsalam Abubakar, for his role in enthroning democracy in Nigeria. He had options. He had choice. If he wanted to toe the path of Abacha and Babangida, he could have stayed longer than necessary, especially against the background that he has come into review now in his book, that some members of Nadeco were pushing him and urging him to stay longer, and he chose to do the right thing in enthroning democracy in Nigeria today. So for that, there are many shortcomings of that 3 months, right, that he was able to navigate and then able to move Nigeria from military rule to democracy. And with that, we won't question what transpired, his shortcomings during this period. What we will continue to celebrate him as a statesman who, stood and enthroned democracy. But be that as it may, it now tells you that, like I always, point out, that you can trust and rely on politicians, especially Nigerian politicians. When they tell you good morning in the morning, check if it's evening or you're still within the time frame, that is within that period. You need to be very cautious and careful that when you're dealing with Nigerian politicians, with no exceptions, and I hold no apology to that until they prove otherwise. And yes, speaking to this very issue, I just hope, and as of today, most Nadeco faithfuls are beneficiaries, enjoying the democracy. And today, most of them are in corridors of power. Even our presidents, these are people who fought for democracy as well. But one day, we hope that the true account of things will be told, so that history, will not be stood on its head, but at the accounts will be, one that stands on truth. Because a number of times there have been filters about the roles of the supposed Nadeco faithful, played even in the leading up to the death or the demise of MKO Abiola and continued incarceration of MKO Abiola. And all of them today are apostles of democracy. We acclaim all of them together as men who fought for democracy, even when one day we hope that history will reveal every role they played in sustaining the military in government, in seeing and urging Abdulsalam Abubakar to extend military rule. But one day history would be told. But be that as it may, we will continue to celebrate every individual who fought and sacrificed for the democracy that we enjoy today. But I leave you with a caution. When dealing with the Nigerian politician, you need to be very cautious.
You need to be very cautious. All right, that's the moment we're taking this morning. That's all our time this morning on Sunrise. Thank you so much for sitting with us all through this moment. Until we come your way again tomorrow, same time, I'll leave you with this quote by Plato that we read earlier in the day. And it says, the heaviest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Mr. Resaru, thank you for those incisive, in-depth analysis of these news issues.
Thank you for having me this morning. And of course, for you that watch Aneke TV, keep being there because we're going to be giving you the best at all times.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Well, when we talk about democracy, we're talking about government of the people, for the people and by the people. So when we talk about democracy, we are talking about a government in which the people who are the masses or the citizens select to rule or govern them. But whereby the democracy we are talking about today has been truncated. That is where the problem comes in. If issues can be addressed to handle this democracy, then I believe everybody will be happy in this country. There is a possibility, 100% possibility. That is if the people who were elected to represent us will be able to abide by the rules which they made. That's just the problem. If they can be able to abide by the rules, whereby they will respect the electoral laws, you know, respect everything that goes with election, apart from it, that is only when we can speak of democracy. But if they cannot respect that, there's no democracy in this country.
No. Nigeria is not doing fine. This country is very, very bad. They are not doing fine. Even if electoral something or electoral, I don't know. The inec has failed us. The government had failed us. The state government had failed. Local government has failed. Even the Nigeria entirely has failed. I can remember when I was small, they used to say the young shall grow. But those people, that time when I was in primary school, they are still there now. They are still in the politics. They are still there. So when the young shall grow, when are they going to grow?
It's a laudable activity. Yes. The Nigerians were disappointed in the outcome of the annulment of the elections. And many people were sad. And when by the end of the day, you know, there's nothing we can do. It was military regime, so it was taken. And then when some other regime decided to make it a memorable, in the minds of Nigerians, everybody welcomed welcomed it. Okay. The only problem there is that MK Abiola was the person that that everybody knew was winning the election. Yeah. So, but the point that the person who made that thing to be a reality is the umpire, who refused to, who continued publishing the result that show that MK Abiola is winning. So, and the person of Professor Humphrey, I think we have some credible Nigerians who can do the job. But I'm thinking that for us to get people who can be good umpires, we check on their antecedents, not to just bring somebody from anywhere and people we are hearing his name for the first time, and he's not a member of the, he's not in any way fighting for human rights, he's not in any way doing, and he's not brought in, and people who has reputation and who will not like their names to be dented.
Democracy Day was to be celebrated. I'm always happy whenever Democracy Day is approaching, because it's a day we celebrate ourselves, because it's the government of the people by the people and for the people. So not just the leaders alone, we celebrate the leaders and we celebrate the followers. So we are celebrating every citizen of the Nigeria. As far as democracy is concerned, it's a day that was celebration. It's a day that all of us have to be happy, and we have to turn up in masses to wherever the hosting is to come and celebrate our joy. Everybody have a say in government. It's just the vacancy that need the masses to occupy. It's just you and I that is needed to occupy the seat. So it is free and fair. Nothing is wrong with that.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today on The Insight, we'll take a look at Nigeria's democracy at 3. What's broken, what's working, and how we reimagine it. And joining us to help us with decisive and deep insight on these issues will be Comrade Loris Njoku, a veteran journalist. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, viewers.
Yeah, 3 years ago, Nigeria went to the polls in what was promised to be a historic moment, a fresh chapter for our democracy. But today, the question we must ask is, did that chapter truly begin? Voter turnout collapsed to just 29%. Over 70% of registered voters stayed home. 80 million Nigerians were eligible, yet fewer than 9 million cast their votes. When less than a third of the electorate speaks, does the rest of the nation remain silent by design or by choice? The numbers tell a harsher story. Nigeria now ranks 116th globally on the 2025 Good Government Index. Democratic backsliding is real. Civic space is shrinking. Security and rule of law have deteriorated. Participation is fading. Economic opportunity is stagnating. And across all 36 states, none scored high on the 2025 Democracy Performance Index. But this program is not just about what's broken. It's about what's still working and what could work better. Because democracy is not a monument we build once and forget. It's a living system. It breathes, it struggles, and it can be reformed. So today, we don't just diagnose the crisis. We ask, how do we reimagine democracy for Nigeria? Do we need a new model, one rooted in our own indigenous governance traditions? Do we need to devolve power to regions? Do we need to the electoral reforms that make 2027 not just another election, but a real turning point? And most importantly, with Nigeria's youth, now the country's biggest political force, how do we bring them back into a system that many have already abandoned? This is The Insight. And today, we are not just watching democracy. We're asking how to strengthen it. Dr. Loris, Sir Loris Njoku, it's a pleasure having you. And before I start asking you a question, let me get your perception on Nigerian democracy, especially in these last 3 years.
Okay, thank you so much, Ushe. You know, when you were reading out your statistics, I was a kind of saying that this is crisis. You know, that you almost like saying there is no hope. Almost like saying that venturing into democracy could have been a mistake. You know, because from your start to finish was almost like what I may call a failure. You know, and the big question would have been, what do we do? Where did we get it wrong? And then what do we do going further? You know that for you to begin to look at the future, you must begin to ask yourself some pertinent questions. And one of it is, where did we begin? When we said we wanted democracy, what exactly did we have in mind? And by primary definition, they will say it is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Now the first question is, who are the people? When you're able to define who the people are, then you can now give this our democracy a meaning. Now, we started in 1999 to begin to say we wanted civil rule. We wanted our own government by the people. And what do we mean by that? We said no. Let the military go back to the barracks. That they have enough responsibilities there. They don't have anything doing in governance. And that was done. We achieved it. Now we started. We gave ourselves a constitution even though, you know, it was more of a kind of ad hoc thing that the military put in place. You know, but then, over the years, how have we fared? Are we still saying that that constitution is the problem? I know we have, one way or the other, subjected to certain amendments. When you talk about electoral laws, when you want to talk about one or two things that our National Assembly, you know, has done, you now begin to believe that the constitution we inherited in 1999 is not originally what we have at the moment. So what is the problem? I think the problem is, number one, the attitude, the mindset. You know, the issue of it is me, it is my people, it is our own, and I don't care about the next person. I think that is just the problem. Now, let me give you an instance. In 1999, we had Obasanjo. Obasanjo served for 8 years and now handed power to Yar'Adua. Unfortunately, he died along the line. Jonathan completed that tenure. Now we had Buhari for another 8 years. Now there is President Tinubu, who has, you know, served for at least 3 years and going to his 4th year. Now begin to look at all these governments, these administrations. Now ask yourself, what exactly can I hold on to begin to say that this is how this, our government has impacted us? That is one key thing. It is not about constitution all the time, because we keep blaming the constitution as faulty, as not the people's constitution. But it is man-made. Somebody authored it. Somebody could as well change it. You know, we've had, if you remember what Jonathan did the other time, he said, call it a constitutional conference or something, national conference. You know, where we gathered the best brains in Nigeria. And they went in there, you know, interrogated a lot of things and came up, you know, with findings, with their recommendations. And generally we believed then, and even now, that if we had implemented this, it would have helped this country. But where is this? Where are those recommendations? Then you begin to look at several other things. Look at our electoral system. Look at the way we are messing up with the electoral system. Somebody will just wake up now and he goes to court and he gets an order to truncate a system. A judge will wake up now and he grants an order. And it doesn't matter, you know, how that order will affect the system. A politician will wake up and do whatever he or she likes, and nothing happens. And that is because you are probably protected by the powers that be. So when you have such a system where people relegate even your own laws, your own authorities, your own constitution, I do not see your democracy working. I do not see you achieving what you want to achieve by the governance system you have put in place. Somebody said the other time that it is, that even if you go and bring Jesus Christ, sorry, I have to use that to, you know, govern Nigeria, that he will still find it very difficult, you know, because of the attitude of our men and the women. So that's why I said, for this democracy to work for us, we need to begin to, first of all, look inwards. Look at ourselves. You know, look at our attitudes to issues. You know, the way we react to things. When they're talking about corruption, corruption it cannot just fly and begin to disrupt things. It is human beings that manifest corruption. And then when you look at it, how do you begin to address that? We are in the studio at the moment. Somebody could as well not be in the office this morning. And you begin to ask why. Maybe you put up a call to that person, you discover that the person's phone is switched off. You don't take permission, you don't take permission. But he decided to just stay away from the office, knowing that if I don't come today, it is going to affect things. If that person doesn't care. These are fundamental things that we should begin to address. Address character, address perception, you know, morals. These are very important. If this our democracy must work, it is not even about electing anybody to office, except somebody that has the conscience to begin to say, these are my people. If you are Yoruba, you are Nigerian. If you are Hausa, you are Nigerian. If you are Igbo, you are a Nigerian. Another situation where you go in there, you now say, because they didn't vote for me, because they didn't support me, because they didn't campaign for me, because I am not from their tribe, they cannot benefit anything from your government. From my government, not our government. I don't know whether you get what I mean. From my government, not our government. So because we have personalized that office, because of that attachment, it becomes difficult for any policy you want to enunciate to work. If you say you are setting up a housing scheme for Nigerians, and you think, because I am from Enugu State, I must start from Enugu. That becomes a problem. Especially when you know that, as when you go out there in Yobe, as when you go out there in Borno, that this thing is something that people there needs most. You know what? You decided to start here because this is my origin. That is the problem. And that is the challenge that this our democracy has had over the years. Yes.
All right. Obviously, from your conversation, one could, deduce the fact that the democracy that we have now, or we've achieved democracy for the people, but not by the people in this very instant.
Of course. Not by the. I think it could rightly be said democracy on paper.
Democracy on paper.
Democracy on paper, not in practice. Because we say that's a government where if there is, speak your mind. Speak your mind. So how many of us are speaking our minds today? We have a situation where you elected somebody to public office. He or she wants to put to another political party. It doesn't consult you. He goes there and he will begin to speak grammar and tell them that it is in the interest of my people. Which of your people? Whom did you consult? But if you have accountability in the system, we have been the system where accountability works. You come to your people and say, look at developments. Where do you want us to pitch our tent? And you must have harvested their views. You can now make sum up on what you think you want to do. But that is not the system today. That bottom-top approach is not there. Rather, it comes from the top to the bottom. That is, we were talking about, don't talk about this, so everybody is going to so-so party. And that is what the president wants. And as much as you're able to satisfy that person in power, any other person can, go to hell. It's not your business.
While you were speaking, you raised the key fundamental issues of character, perception, and morals. And I mean to ask, do we see these anomalies in our democracy today being a hangover from the military rules? I know you were around and you were part of people that, spoke out, wrote, and fought for the democracy we enjoy today. But I'm asking, do you see this as a result of things that we've imbibed from the military culture that we're finding difficult to shed those togas today?
Well, let me say that, I had not started practicing journalism at the time we had a military regimes. But not practicing journalism doesn't mean that probably I couldn't have had or read one or two things, about our operation, about our system then. Under the military, I am not making any call for any military incursion, please. But under the military, you could see that, element of fear, element of respect. Because I know, I think I was in secondary or primary school then, when there is this war against indiscipline. And they will tell you, if you drop any trash along the road, this is your punishment. If you urinate somewhere, this is what you're going to get. If you don't stand at attention wherever the national anthem was sung, you're going to be sanctioned. And so many other things. And you saw Nigerians, keep your environment clean. Every Saturday, everybody is rushing. You're not on the road. Wherever you are, you must ensure that you tidy it up. And results, we are getting results. That's on one aspect. Really, there was a level of discipline, at least within, the environment. Up there, they also had a way of, dealing with themselves. But now, what are we saying? What we're saying now is that, because I want your vote, because you will come to me tomorrow to ask for my vote, we now, allow a lot of things to just, go anyhow. Now let me give you an instance. You have a government that, has almost like said to your tens, "O Israel," or to your tens, "O Nigerians." And what do I mean by that? A situation where, people have, we've gone to the point where people seem to have lost confidence in our own government, our so to speak, elected government, where you cannot come and then you begin to say, you're sure I want to get to I want to go to Boronu now, or I want to go to Lagos, I want to go to Abuja, I'm going by road. You're not sure that you get to Abuja. You're not sure that even when you get there, you may return in one piece. Where is the situation where the government has left you on your own? I mean, you fend for almost everything if you want to live a good life. So how wouldn't the people misbehave? Why would people not say, what is important is survival first and not any other thing? Have you asked yourself about when we call about ethics? I mean, it is like, I remember something, it's like Okay, look at the World Cup is going on now. Nigeria is not there. But if you watch any time Nigeria is playing, and then you say Nigeria's national anthem, just look at their reaction. Even the players, some of them cannot even sing your national anthem. Recite your national anthem. Even those, even our so-called supporters and what have you, they don't feel so unconcerned, less concerned. But go to other countries. The moment you hear, look, you see that joy, you see that sense of pride. You see that sense of nationhood. In them, that this is our country, this is our national anthem, and you see them sing it with all their heart. But that's not happening. And so, what has gone on? It is just because, what are we even working for? The state doesn't care if I die or if I survive. They make their laws, they pass their allocation. At the end of every month, there is money that they share. And that money that they share, you cannot come around me and then see that money, that it has affected my life one way or the other. And nobody cares. And you cannot ask questions. You cannot ask questions. So when there is no accountability in governance, the people tend to behave anyhow they like. Is it not tomorrow you come and collect your tax? Well, tomorrow I'll pay you your tax. And you leave me alone. Leave me to live my life. It's something I was asking somebody one day. I said, remember I was in the primary school. I don't know what class I was then. But one of the days, we got up in my community, my village, and they said some people came, invaded one home in the night and killed the owner of the home, killed the man there, took away some of his belongings, left the wife and the children in tears. And the people rose and said, no, we must get them. Incidentally, they were able to make their case, and with the help of the security, they were able to arrest 5 of our men, 5 of our people who participated in that killing. These were guys who were going about robbing people and killing people. But that period, they decided to bring it home. And you know what happened? One day, the matter went to court. And after some time, they were convicted. Do you know one day like that, they announced that these people were going to be executed. I don't forget that incident in a hurry. And then we came to our central square. And, one after the other, mentioned their names. And people gathered and they witnessed that execution. Do you know that after that incident, you couldn't hear anybody pick any pin from anywhere? My community. And I think that is even what is sustaining, the kind of security that the community enjoys today. But I'm not saying that capital punishment remains the best, But now you go and look at it. In the last couple of years, people have been killing people here and there. Have you asked yourself how many of those people who committed those acts have faced capital punishment? Or are you telling me that those people they killed were no human beings? So when we continue to, degrade values, when we continue to degrade issues, we keep having what we are having. There is no way, there is no miracle that will make your system to work. No miracle. Because if you look at Nigerians, they're just like living anyhow. They're just like a sheep without shepherds. You only feel the impact of government when they want something from you. Where do we even begin to talk about it? Where do we place it? You go to school, you pay school fees. What is thriving now is private institutions. Because people have lost hope in the education being provided by the government, especially at the primary and secondary levels. Then you leave that sector. Are you talking about security? Where is the security? You gather 20 policemen, including soldiers or military, to guide one man. Then the rest is left in their own destiny. So where do you begin? So that is the erosion. That is the degradation. I don't think it has ever been like this. Your own life is more precious, very, very precious, because we will manage, to give you our mandate, or because you were able to rig your way to power. So you don't care.
All right, comrade, on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to look into this issue. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise. The tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us, we've been looking at Nigeria's democracy at 3. What's broken, what's working, and how we reimagine it. And helping us with deeper insight on this issue is Comrade Loris Njoko, who is a veteran journalist. Yeah, Comrade, we've been so much unraveling the things you're packing so far, but let's take a look at the Nigerian judiciary and how they've been involved in either strengthening or weakening our democracy vis-a-vis the judgment yesterday where the High Court has instructed INEC to deregister 5 political parties. And just for context, those 5 political parties are said to be political parties that are inactive, are unable to win seats into other state assemblies and national assemblies. And locked up among them is ADC, that we are well informed, won seats in Kogi State Assembly and had seats at the National Assembly before their members decamped, and they had some other members of other political parties decamping to ADC. So let me get your view on the judiciary and our democracy as well, especially in these last 3 years.
Okay, thank you. You see, it is just, do I say it's unfortunate? Yeah. Just unfortunate, the way, we treat our institutions. When I was talking about values and then how do we devalue ourselves, I think that is part of it. Yeah, in the last 3 years, we've had a judiciary, but you now begin to ask yourself, what kind of judiciary? I am aware that we had elections in 2023, and then the matters went to court. And then how did those matters end? That is where you begin. I've had a situation where judges looked at, suits and said, matters arising that arose after that election. They said, no, throw it away. And you know that the court is the final arbiter. When court says, we don't want to entertain this, what do? And that is the rot in the system. That is the ugly thing about what we will do. Because when you continue to say yes to things that are wrong, of course, in the long run, one day, they snowball into crisis. And that is what we're facing now. A situation where whatever comes on your table, as far as it comes from, powers that be, becomes an issue. But when it is not from there, or whenever you think it doesn't favor, those in power, then you don't act on them. That is the problem. So the last 3 years, it's not as if we don't have somebody will always say, it's not as if we don't have laws. It's not as if we don't have practitioners in our judiciary. People who are vast, in our laws, who can interpret our laws. But that problem is that independence. Who will agree to do this? And then after doing it, what happens to you tomorrow? So the issue now is about our belly. Secure your now, secure your future. Secure even the future that your great-grandchildren will enjoy. And then whatever happens to the system is not your business. That is where we are. And it's unfortunate that, when they say that the judiciary that we looked up to, that should remedy certain issues, have failed to do that. And you see it happen in almost everything. Okay, you talked about the court judgment yesterday from the Federal High Court. When I looked at that judgment, when I read that judgment, I also expressed, some, kind of displeasure, in what things that we do. First thing I asked myself is, why are you giving this kind of judgment when parties are almost through with their, I think they're through with their primaries. Why is this judgment coming now? That's number one. Then number two, if there was a court of appeal ruling that said stay proceedings on this matter for now and gave a date, a hearing date, I think in October or so, why will a lower court rule on the matter? That's another thing. Then again, if you're talking about judgment, who actually went to court? Who actually went to court? I said, those that went to court are by extension APC members. Challenging. It is not even about maybe these other, I think the challenge, I think their target actually is the ADC and is it a court party now where the Osun governor, that platform that Osun governor
party?
Of course. Not even these other three. Who are those that went to court? They said it's former National Assembly, members, forum of former National Assembly members. And who are those people there? When you look into that organization or that body, the body that just came up a few months ago, when you look into that body, you see that just an extension of the ruling party. They had their conference or summit in January this year, and the first thing they did was to endorse President Tinubu for a second term, and then the next thing is to go to court and began to challenge, you know, the constitutionality of having some parties on the ballot. And the judge is saying these parties should not participate in further elections, including the one that is coming in 2027. And I said, why won't you wait after 2027? You now pass the judgment, so that between January and February, that one must have been through the elections. You can now review the participation of political parties, and between that time and probably December 2027, you give this ruling. I said, because these people have done so thing, they shouldn't be part of the elections going forward. Why are you doing it at a time that you know will cripple not just political parties, but even the candidates who are interested in 2027 election? Where do you want them to go? I understand the fact that it is a high court that anybody can as well go for an appeal. But with what has happened so far, don't you think that as it is now, it is going to disintegrate a lot of political parties? And some candidates are also going to lose interest in the system. You know, so that is the ugly thing about some of the things that we do. You know, I keep saying that if you are a member of inec, if you are a member of the judiciary, if you're a member of the National Assembly, try and use that office for our development in the interest of every Nigerian. Do good to all manner of people. You don't just be selective in some of the things that you do. What is happening now has just favored one or two political parties and then leaving others. But when you begin to look at it very well, you now see that those people, that civil space that you're trying to, you're trying to limit, is it not something that tomorrow will affect the people? So these are issues that we need to resolve. The judiciary should be able to answer judiciary. I mean, the judiciary is supposed to be independent. It is not something that politicians are now beginning to control the judiciary. And it is the ugly thing about our system, about our democracy. That the person in power wants to do things the way he wants. It is like you having a law, and then you have also chosen the ones to obey and the ones not to obey. And it is a dangerous dimension.
A dangerous dimension.
It is.
All right. Along this line of thought, let's look at your realm, the media and the freedom of press. You know, being that we are now in a democratic setup, and I want to get your opinion on assessing the freedom of the press in the last 3 years, you know, because certain individuals are beginning to say that when the press can't speak freely, that how can Nigeria now trust that democracy is working?
You see, one thing about one ugly thing, or one ugly thing that has happened to the media is the kind of economy that we are into.
The kind of economy we're into.
The kind of economy that has been imposed on us. I mean, Nigerian economy, it is very, very bad. Now, what do I mean? You see, we came to a point where we deregulated the industry, and we now said, let private individuals own and run, media houses, which is good for democracy. But in trying to run those media houses, how do they survive? I think this is an area that we've not really, put efforts, to really come up with solutions. Government remains the government, and it holds the resources, it holds the power. Now, for you to have a free press, you have a free press if the government wants you to have a free press. In Aneke TV, there are areas you don't go into. There are certain things you don't talk about in the studio. Even if they are talked about, you come up with this thing that, look, this is not our view. There are issues you don't delve into. And that is because probably you are looking for patronage from somebody in government. Because that patronage must come for you to continue to run your operations. When they don't come, you pack up and go. So the idea of people not accepting criticism and not opening up to accountability is affecting the media. If I can come here and do whatever I like and say anything I like, and tomorrow there is a positive reaction, then it becomes a free press. But whereby I can come here and then there are areas I don't delve into. I don't know I don't know how free the press can be. So it is happening everywhere. As much as the press will want to do the right thing, I mean, holding to account our public officials, when they do that, there is a limit to which they can do that. I work for The Guardian, and I know that there are stories that you may want to turn in, and somebody will say, this story, are you sure that this one will not do this one, will not put us in trouble? So when you start hearing things like that, I mean, what else can you do? So one will say that the press is free, because they will always say that the press is free. But that is in theory. In practice, it is not truly free. Although you might say there are areas, there are some areas that you might go, maybe that country that you might go, you say, Nigerian press is very free. But I don't think that level of freedom that we really want is what is going on. And that is because of the economic, what I mean, they use some of these things to now push you to the wall, to begin to dance to their tones. And not necessarily what you want to do. Honestly, if enugu government is bringing in maybe 2 million naira every month, you'll be singing their praises. Is it not true? So whatever anybody is telling you that the roads are not good, water is not running, this one is that, you won't listen to that person. It's true. So if you have such situation, where is the freedom? So that is the point. So that's what we've been into in the last 3 years. Government patronizes, the media, and then the media will want to now dance to the tune of government. But that doesn't mean that the media has not been doing well. I think the media has been doing well. Even if you say the traditional media has maybe a kind of, but the social media, and get the social media, you get there. For those things that you think you cannot say in the traditional media, you go to the social media and say them. And then when they become a public knowledge, you also see the traditional media talking about them. So I think the media has been doing well. But the problem is, whatever is affecting, whatever is happening generally is also affecting the media. They must survive to be able to live to their responsibilities.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. But before I let you go, often people say that democracy is better than dictatorship. And I mean to ask this in a positive way. Would you say that the Nigerian person has fared better under the democratic rules over the years, vis-a-vis these last 3 years?
I think it is still an ongoing process, so to speak. It is still a government in continuum. Like I said when I started, but for individual perceptions, I wouldn't think that anybody can compromise or begin to, compare and contrast, but for individual perceptions. Because it is a system that has, allowed you to go to the polls, cast your vote, But the problem is, that vote, did it count? It's a system that, have allowed you, own Aneke TV. But Aneke TV, what has, been the challenge? If Aneke TV is here, and Aneke TV has dreams, why has Aneke TV not been able to realize her dreams? So, if we have, I just gave 2 instances. So if we have that kind of opportunity, I wouldn't think that anybody would want to compromise it. You don't have such space, before now, especially when we were in the military. But democracy had been able to at least offer all such spaces. So, but if those who are in power, those who are leading us, are able to know that, look, this is democracy, and it is the people that should hold us accountable. It is the people that we have come to serve. I believe that the system will work better. If you say, we are here because of the people, because of this, because of the downtrodden, not because of those of us that we see every day. Downtrodden, what are they passing through? Where are they at the moment? Do they have something to eat? Do they have shelter over their head? Do they have security? Do they have every other thing about life that can make them believe in us? At any time we're able to answer this question, every time we're able to resolve this, then it is democracy. But when we are not, it is not.
All right. Thank you very much, Comrade Loris Njoko, for this incisive, in-depth analysis on Nigerian democracy. We are so grateful to have you.
Thank you very much, sir.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've listened to Comrade Loris Njoko, who is a veteran journalist, and you've seen the issues he popped up. More questions, or speaking to our character, our perception, morals, and values of society. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, or on our social handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid
afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Kogi State adopts digital education management system. Police launch nationwide crackdown on defaced and unregistered number plates. President Tinubu urges appellate judges to uphold fair and impartial justice. Details of the news. The Kogi State government has launched a major digital reform of its education sector with the adoption of the federal government's Digital Nigeria Education Management Information System. The announcement was made at a stakeholders meeting at the government house in Lokoja. Under the new system, every school in the state will be assigned a unique 10-digit identification number, while students will receive permanent learners' IDs linked to WIEC and NECO records. The State's Commissioner for Education, Wemi Jones, warned that schools that fail to comply with data submission requirements risk underreporting and loss of access to government support. He said the policy is backed by a 30% education budget allocation for salaries and infrastructure. The digital census will begin on June 24th, with training sessions already ongoing across local government areas, including Kaba, Okene, and Ayimba, to ensure full compliance. Also, the Kogi State government has reaffirmed its ban on lavish graduation ceremonies in nursery, primary, and junior secondary schools. The directive was reiterated by the Commissioner for Education, Wemi Jones, in Lokoja. The government also maintained its prohibition of its sign-out celebrations in tertiary institutions, saying the practice places unnecessary financial pressure on parents and guardians. Authorities explained that only senior secondary school graduates proceeding to higher institutions are permitted formal ceremonies to be conducted as speech and prize-giving days. The Ministry of Education said enforcement has begun with warning letters issued to schools. It also assured that security measures have been strengthened to protect students from any form of threat or abuse. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has released the results of candidates who participated in the 2026 UTME MOPOP examination. The announcement was made by the board's public communication advisor, Fabian Benjamin. According to JAMB, candidates can now access their results through approved official platforms, marking the conclusion of the 2026 examination cycle. The board said it has commenced the ranking of qualified candidates as part of the next phase of the admission process. It added that institutions will soon receive the final performance lists. JAMB further stated that admission letter printing will begin before the end of the week as universities and other tertiary institutions prepare for screening exercises nationwide. The National Industrial Court in Abuja has ordered the federal government to register the National Association of Non-Teaching Staff of Nigeria Universities, NANS, as a trade union. Justice Osate Hawen Obaseki Osawe gave the ruling in a suit filed against the Registrar of Trade Unions, the Minister of Labour and Employment, and the Attorney General of the Federation. The court held that the refusal to register the union was unlawful and directed the immediate issuance of a certificate of registration under the Trade Union Act. It further ordered full compliance with its judgment, describing the association as legally entitled to recognition as the trade union representing non-teaching university staff. The Jigawa state government has changed National Youth Service Corps members deployed to the state to serve as agents of national unity and development. The call was made at their swearing-in ceremony in Duse. Governor Umar Namadi, represented by the Commissioner for Information, Saga Musa Ahmad, assured corps members of adequate security and welfare support throughout their service year. He said corps members would be deployed across education, healthcare, agriculture, and infrastructure sectors to support state development goals. About 2,000 corps members were officially registered for the 2026 Batch B Stream 1 service year with the oath of allegiance administered by Justice Amina Dahiru. The Osun state government has declared tomorrow public holiday to mark the Islamic New Year, Hajira 1448R. The announcement was contained in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Home Affairs, Rashid Aderibiwe. The government said the holiday follows the sighting of the Muharram crescent moon, which signals the beginning of the Islamic calendar year. Residents were urged to use the occasion to pray and reflect on peaceful reflections while avoiding any form of violence or unrest. The administration also extended goodwill messages to the Muslim community, wishing them peace, unity, and prosperity in the new year. The Nigerian police force has begun a nationwide enforcement operation targeting vehicles with covered, defaced, or missing number plates. The directive was issued by Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu. The operation is aimed at preventing criminal activities such as kidnapping, armed robbery, and illegal arms transport, which often involve untraceable vehicles. Police commands across the country, including Kogi, Rivers, and Delta states, have begun impounding non-compliant vehicles. In Port Harcourt, enforcement was personally led by Commissioner Olubenga Adeboju. The force warned motorists to comply with registration laws while also directing officers to avoid harassment or extortion, stressing professionalism in enforcement. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Kogi State launches digital education management system to improve planning and data collection. Police begin nationwide crackdown on vehicles with covered, defaced, or unregistered number plates. Coming up shortly, President Tinubu urges appellate judges to uphold impartial justice and strengthen the rule of law. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has called on judicial officers, particularly appellate court judges, to uphold the principles of fairness, impartiality, and integrity in the administration of justice. The president made the call through Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the new Court of Appeal complex in Abuja. President Tinubu said justice must remain blind to social status, ethnic background, religion, or financial influence, stressing that public confidence in democratic institutions depends largely on the credibility of the judiciary. He noted that the project aligns with the Renewed Hope Agenda's commitment to strengthen key national institutions. The newly commissioned Court of Appeal complex, located in the Dakibiu district of the Federal Capital Territory, provides expanded facilities for judicial operations. The complex features modern courtrooms, administrative offices, and supporting infrastructure designed to improve service delivery and reduce case congestion. The president commended the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Wike, for the completion of the project. President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Monica Doman-Mentem, and Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fawademi, described the facility as a major boost to judicial efficiency and access to justice. The federal government says it is strengthening border security through intelligence-driven strategies aimed at tackling smuggling, irregular migration, and other transnational crimes. The position was outlined at a National Border Management Workshop in Abuja. Representing the Minister of Defense, retired Rear Admiral Olusanya Bankole said evolving security threats require modern solutions anchored on the intelligence gathering, surveillance, technology, and regional cooperation. He stressed that traditional approaches alone can no longer adequately protect Nigeria's borders. The government is promoting stronger collaboration among security agencies, border communities, traditional institutions, and neighboring countries. Officials say early warning systems, information sharing, and community participation are critical to preventing cross-border criminal activities. Participants at the workshop, including state boundary officials and security stakeholders, pledged greater investment in border governance, maritime security, and community-based peace hope building. They maintained that effective border management is essential for national security and economic stability. The Nigerian Customs Service has intercepted smuggled vegetable oil valued at more than 403 million naira in a major anti-smuggling operation within the southeast. The seizure was announced by the Federal Operations Unit, Zone C in Owerri. Customs operatives intercepted the consignment during intelligence-led operations along the 9th-mile axis of Enugu State and the Onitsha-Abo Highway. Officials described the operation as part of ongoing efforts to curb illicit trade and protect the nation's economy. The seized items include over 3,300 jerrycans of foreign vegetable oil as well as several cartons of imported sunflower oil. Authorities say the products were brought into the country in violation of existing import regulations. Customs Area Controller Bishar Balogun said smuggling undermines the local industry, threatens jobs, and deprives the government of revenues. He reaffirmed the service's commitment to sustain the enforcement against economic crimes and illegal importation. Vice President Kashim Shettima says the federal government will deploy 10,000 electric tricycles in August as part of efforts to improve transportation and strengthen the country's logistics system. The Vice President stated this while receiving members of the transporters for Tinubu Shettima 2027 group at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. He explained that the initiative would initially be implemented through the Northeast Development Commission before being replicated in other regions. According to him, the program forms part of the administration's broader transport reform agenda, which includes the expansion of compressed natural gas transportation, rail connectivity, port modernization, and improved inland logistics. Vice President Shettima said the objective is to reduce transportation costs, improve the movement of goods and services, connect markets more efficiently, and stimulate economic growth across the country. Now in sports, Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndlea could leave Turkish club Besiktas amid growing interest from clubs in the Saudi Pro League. The Nigerian midfielder joined the Turkish side from Leicester City last season and remains under contract. However, reports indicate that changes within the club's technical setup may influence his future. The arrival of Italian coach Vincenzo Italiano is said to have triggered a review of the squad, with local media suggesting that Ndlea may not feature prominently in the manager's long-term plans. Despite the speculation, no official decision has been announced. The midfielder remains one of Nigeria's most experienced international players and continues to attract interest from clubs outside Europe. Now in entertainment, Nigerian music star Davido and former presidential aide Reno Omokri have engaged in a public exchange of social media following comments made during a television interview. The development followed an appearance by Omokri on the television programs Politics Today, where he addressed questions regarding his appointment as Nigeria's ambassador designate to Mexico and his delayed assumption of office. Reacting on social media, Davido criticized Omokri's comments, prompting widespread reactions from followers and online commentators. The exchange quickly generated discussions across various digital platforms. Both personalities have remained active voices in public discourse, with their comments frequently attracting attention from supporters and critics alike. The latest development adds to a growing trend of social media interactions involving public figures and political issues in Nigeria. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Kogi State has commenced the implementation of the federal government's Digital Nigeria Education Management Information System, a platform designed to improve data collection, planning, and resource allocation in the education sector. The State Commissioner for Education, Mr. Wemi Jones, said every school will be assigned a unique identification number, while numbers will receive lifelong learner identification numbers linked to their academic records. The Nigerian Police Force, acting on the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Judiciary, has launched a nationwide enforcement operation against vehicles with covered, defaced, altered, or missing number plates. President Bola Tinubu has called on judicial officers, particularly appellate court judges, to uphold the principles of fairness, impartiality, and integrity in the administration of justice. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Masawa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not there. There should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, you know, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
To say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, you know. So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and in the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, you know, what they say. But now it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's nowhere. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing. Okay, Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those there during military rule, the people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections?
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life
whose secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, then. 040 Kenkeneme. What is the time by your time? It says 12:30 p.m. and it is our best of entertainment program ongoing live at Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of pepper. Today I appeared in my black peppered spicy regalia today to give it hot and trashy. And on our Vibe Central today we have a lot of gist, a lot of grooves for you. I'm gonna update you guys back to back every day, every 12:30 p.m. Just tune in to hear our next and latest aproko. For me, going by the first of my aproko gist for you today is just what has just been trending. People have been saying so many things about the billionaire daughter, DJ Kopi, giving us updates, everything that people are just saying that everything revolves around is man. But my quick question is, everything around women, does it revolve around men? I think it's just the way you present yourself and things you do, things you say will actually prompt people to say, yes, actually it's about man. But DJ Kupi has just given us bam mama. She just said recently, she said that she rather remain single than marry a Nigerian man. She made it clear that she will never ever marry a Nigerian man. According to her, she met a couple of good Nigerian men, but they have a way of thinking that she doesn't like. Take one now. As American one that you nearly married last time disappointed you. What about our Nigerian brothers that have been begging? At least one person will just see food I eat, because I don't know what is all wrong with this lady. I don't know why she's all acting so big and mighty. For me, I just feel like, what is she actually feeling like? A billionaire daughter? But actually, to think about it, she's actually a billionaire daughter. So it's not like what she's feeling like. She is actually a billionaire daughter. Who she is, who she thinks she is, that's who she is actually. Moving over to my second gist. We have seen a couple of clash online, but the recent one is between Reno Omekiri and Davido. Davido called him Umu Bingo. Davido slammed him for days after he criticized him for advocating for the release of the abducted Oyo students and teacher on global stage. This has just been an ongoing clash between Reno and Davido. But for me, Reno is overstepping his boundary, because I don't see anything Davido did here very wrong. Because he's just trying to, say one or two, try to plead to the government, make a request. It's becoming, because he has a global platform, he has a global stage to perform. So the only thing is just to air his voice for people to know that Nigeria has some plight, some things that we are facing, some challenges that we are not exemptionally happy of what the situation is going through. But all this our online page, we talk about the likes of Kenneth Okonkwo, who has a backlash between him and peterobi. We have Davido and Reno. A lot of artists have come out to say the present issue is not about the election that is going to come forward, but the present issue is about the lives that have been wasted every day by day. The lives are being wasted. People are being abducted. People are being kidnapped. A lot of family has lost their structure. From familiar structures of the parent, they lose their parents, your mother, their children. So it's just a thing that we Nigerians should speak up, and we appreciate the likes of Very Dark Man. who has made continuous effort to make sure that the plight of the little ones are being heard. And it's something, a win-win for us Nigerians. And it's not something that we should stop anytime soon. So moving over to the next, I will see the likes of the actor Mickey, trying to praise his first daughter on a remarkable birthday achievement and miles. And he has celebrated here very tenderously, and it's something that we should just look out to. And then when we talk about the next one is Aneke TV, who reacts after facing backlash for congratulating Lumini on the arrival of their baby to Baba Ijesha. She has, one thing about this Baba Ijesha, I don't know why the controversy has just been this so hot. We have the likes of Portable who talked about, he said, are you sure that the child is for the Baba Ijesha? It has already been up to 9 months since he was released from prison. Singer Portable reacts to Baba Ijesha and Lumini's newborn baby. Yeah, it's something of concern because we all know that he was just released from prison, but Bella don't enter, so we just have to deal with whatever we have and get it done. So a lot of backlash, but I think so that each couple know their weak point and know what they are actually facing. Nobody needs to tell who has the baby other than the parents who actually are the owners of the baby. So someone said, I made sardine bread the other day, but would you like to eat? Me, I would like to eat hot sardine bread and hot coffee. Somebody should just tap me. I will just be eating it. I will not stop. Like, it's something that I will just be meshing, and oh my God, it's breathtaking. So let's talk about the singer Fola, who laments after being told that he has a test at school while he was currently in London. I'll just say one thing. I'll just say, village people, at that point, at that break of your heartbreaking career, but he has to go to school. He has to have the certificate. You have to acquire the certificate. If it's that what is going to keep him on the top main line, because what is, world and all this, without having the basic knowledge to, drive with it, it helps you coach and guide the money. So I think he should just do the needful. Is that how he cancels the performance that he has in London, or he goes to school? One choice must be made by them. So it's not something that you have to stop halfway. And then the people about this Baba Ijesha, this thing has just been criticized by so many people. And we have the likes of Angel trying to criticize this and say, how can you as a woman have a baby with the person knowing his crime? You have a child with someone who committed such a ridiculous crime to another child. Chineke meebere. Oh my God. Well, I don't know, women have heart too. Like a lot of women, they have hearts. Like women, they get mind, they carry mind, as in they carry mind though. You can't just, as far as there's money, women no care. As far as say they give them that money, and you just be like, now you know what they talk. So women are just after what they actually feel like they will gain from you, what they feel like, yes, this is what I'm going to gain. If actually they don't have anything to gain from you, Otilo. Can I just have one bread and say, Otilo, blah, blah, blah. And then we'll talk about this influencer, Diana Eneje, who reveals that as an independent person, but my boyfriend pays for my food subscription. I don't know anything about electricity bills and generator. Let me tell you, if you have one brother wherever you are that is paying for your bill, you don't know what God did for you. I've been begging one brother here, and I was telling him, brother, give me money. But he doesn't understand. He just be busy sipping his drink. But in all things, I always say, if you have one brother wherever you are that is actually paying your bill, my dear, kneel down and thank God, because in this regime, you need one brother that will help you pay your bill and sort out your bills, because I'm not saying you should carry yourself and give one brother that will kill you. I say, if you have a genuine good brother that will help you sort out your bill, hold them tight, hold them judge, hold them tight, because it's rare to come by in this situation. One person is trying to survive. Just imagine alone, all the expenses in your pocket. Making savings is going to be very, very difficult. I say quite difficult. But in every case, we just thank God. So someone said on X, he said, coming home to pee in your bedroom is dry. Like, I've been seeing a lot of dry bedroom, dry slippers on the towels, and a lot of things. But for me, I think, I can't even go into the bedroom without wearing my slippers. Like, it's going to be somehow, like, I don't know. We are the people that they say in group in school. Why we're in the dormitory, why in school? We're the kind of people that have this bad habit that always, wherever we are doing, if we want to sleep, it's very even hard. You have to pull up the slippers in our foot and to be able to, because we've seen that everywhere stinks, like everywhere stinks. So we just try to say we're acting the most neatest person in the campus, we're the neatest person in school. But no, it's just, people like us, we don't like to feel any kind of dirt in our foot, under our foot, or anything. So we just have to do that. Fine. But anyway, we just like, our own privacy. A lot of things has just happened. But while in school, I have a story. While in school, I think our matron, while in school, while in secondary school, our matron always say, if you're coming into the dormitory, pull out your slippers and make sure you don't step it in. People like us, we still carry it. I remember that one day, I got flogged, like, hey. But, these things just... But it didn't actually... One amazing thing is that it didn't actually make me stop doing that thing I was doing, because I actually grew with it, and it's becoming part of me and person of me. So let's talk about it. Girl to girl, tell us why you realize you can never marry him. For me, what I realize is when you're talking life future and he's talking the opposite direction. How can you be telling somebody what's the future like for you? He'll be telling you that I'll make money. Everybody already have the ambition and this thing that we all make money, but what's the plan? What's your plan? He said, as time is going, things will unfold. I'll be like, hey, Jesus, what have I actually gotten myself into? Because I don't see any reason why someone, wherever it is, will just don't have something very ambitious, something very quite thoughtful. As a human being, be you any girl, be you any boy, like wherever you are, you should just be thoughtful. Like, try to know what, just try to envision your plan. Try to know, at this point in my time, I should be able to achieve this. I should be able to do this. I should be able to do that. Because it comes to a time where maturity comes in. You see yourself always begging. You see yourself always asking, can you help me do this? Can you help me? And you become a burden to the society. Like, imagine yourself being a burden to the society and burden to people. They will just, like, people will then be like, if you're coming, people will just be giving, so you come and disturb me. Nobody will agree. Whenever you call someone, are you around? The person will say no. And nobody will agree that he or she is around, because he knows that you're coming or you calling him at that point shows that it's just not other than you want to disturb or you want to collect something from. So I think people like, when I see somebody or a man like that, I don't know. I just, in my mind, I just say, oh, he's an ex. He's not even pushing or trying to figure out himself or do something for himself to go past that stage where, you just come back and say, I'm actually comfortable, But life is always like that. We keep pushing, we keep trying to make things better for ourselves. But someone said, he said he couldn't wait to meet my father because my father is a great man and his role model. My father married 4 wives and with 16 children. Oh my God. This is so, like, if you're going to marry me and I find out that, you have a family, like you have a scattered family, or you have a family where there's a lot of trouble, there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of things going on. And I ask you, what is it going to be? You are looking up to those kind of things. I will leave you and jump out for my own life, because for my own safety, for my own sanity, because I don't know what I'm going to be doing there with you, because why am I going to be there? Nothing, like absolutely nothing. So let's talk about the content creator Shank. He said, men can be in love with a woman and still cheat. It is the way we are built. They play. Just they play. Me talk just they play. You keep cheating, no. I know this thing that is like it's very, 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 very amusing here is the fact that the same men, when you cheat on them, they feel like they should open their stomach and choke them. But it's not like they say what you actually want to feed someone something and you cannot eat the same thing you want to feed another person. It's very, very, very crazy. And most of these are Nigerian men, married men. This is their ideology that a man can actually cheat and nothing will happen. But once it's a woman, this one will happen, this one. I think the cultural setting of our society today is becoming so biased. What I mean, so ethically so biased because well, how will you actually marry someone and he's telling you or he's giving you the impression that actually he can actually cheat on you? Like he can actually cheat on you and nothing will happen and you should just be okay with it because anything can happen. He's a man. A man doesn't give you the authority to do anyhow, play anyhow, do all kind of thing, one manner of thing, just for your self-ego that I am a man. Actually, it doesn't make sense. Like for me, it makes no sense that you're a man. So, but let's go over to what Moon and X said. He said, my colleague restocked his office snacks last week, and this morning they laid him off. His drawer is full of snacks and beef veggies. He should just dash me everything there. And it's very sad that he actually lost his job. Have you ever, me myself, I just imagine something. There was a time that I actually planned something for myself. I planned a lot of things, did a lot of things, plan. And at the end of the day, with all the money I spent, people did not turn up. I felt like, let the ground just open, let me just enter because, what's all this? Like, I've just been thinking, what am I going to do with the food? What am I going to do with the drink? What am I going to do? Should I just dash it out? I suppose, should I just allow it to spoil? Should I just go and bring them or chase them out of their house? You could imagine that kind of thing. He talked like he will earn and just not in quite a long time. Now, various people meet time for office. When your village people follow you to your office, your workplace, is very terrible. It's not a laughing matter because I could align with that. Like, you have actually prepared something. I think a story like a friend of mine actually during her marriage time, the family of the girl actually prepared a lot of things. They brought in drinks. They invited people that their in-laws are coming, that this one will happen, that will happen, this one. Everywhere was set. They paid for, people that will play music. They sold clothes. They bought drinks. Everything was organized. Everything was put in place. And then they were waiting. So the in-laws said they are on their way. They waited and waited. Those people did not come. So I think a point the girl was actually trying to call the guys. They were like, how far now? What's happening? Are you guys not coming again? What is holding you guys? For her to get a reply that the family is no longer, they have made a decision. I think it's just like 3 days later. So the guy picked up. I was like telling the girl that sorry, that they couldn't make it, that something happened, their family are no longer interested and willing. So like, just like that, the guy just say she should look for another person, that he wish her well. I mean, I go find you wherever you are. You have to pay for those things. Like how? And that's why most of the parents will say, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to put the bills, set everything, so that they will not, after preparing a lot of things for the man, everything will just go or abase and everything will just scatter. Nothing will be made, no plans will be made for. But it's quite unfortunate for some people. Like the girl, I know the girl cried, the family felt so bad, their savings, because most of these parents we just like, okay, maybe from here we'll be able to recover, from all these expenses. They're doing it with happiness and joy. When you're doing something with happiness and joy, and you know that they are at the end run, there's a goal, there's a target, there's something we want to hit, and it's going to turn out very good, and everything is going to be okay. For you just to end up and nothing works. Well, anyway, I'm going over to my next gist. Ebina said, if the woman I want to marry cannot wake up by 4 a.m. to fix me what to eat before leaving for work, I will not marry her no matter how much I love her. They play. Obina. Just they play. Obina, what did I say? Just they play. You go marry yourself then. Because I don't know what these guys are actually feeling like. What if, is it not your mate that will actually make breakfast in bed for their woman? Or is your own different? I don't know. This thing, that's why you have to date someone, know the person, just know what he or she can do and not do. Like, know what the guy can do. Because all these things is from subtle way you actually know someone, what he would do for you, what he can do, no matter the condition. Will he be able to change? Will he be able to do anything? Because I don't see any reason why you as a man, you say, if a woman cannot wake up by 4 a.m. in the morning, I think for a woman to wake up that quite early is just most times, you have to help her because maybe you guys have kids. Yeah, you should have to try to prepare all of them, bath, arrange the house, clean up the house, do a lot of things, before she eventually, wake up, take her bath, prepare food for us, and still feed those ones. So men are very, very inconsiderate. They don't have conscience. They just don't have conscience at all. And if you meet those men, run, my dear. I don't know why you don't even need to think about, no matter how much the man has in his pocket. But who are I? Well, ladies, we like money. Me, myself, I like money. I won't say I don't like money. I like money. So let's talk about the next one. Miriam Obona said, if you don't give me money, I will never, ever, ever, ever agree that you like or love me. You have to give me money. Money is hard to come by. So if you give me money, you suffered for it. That means you like me or love me. Nah. That's why I say everybody has their opinion. Women are money. Because David always saying when money enter, love is sweeter. That word is not a joke. When money enter love relationship, it becomes sweeter. But now, what the problem? I keep asking that question. Now, what if eventually that money stops coming the way it usually comes? What will happen? Will you run? Will you still stay? Or will you just say, I can't do this, I can't cope, and just leave the whole marriage, whatever you're... So I think this actually has led so many women to this divorce, separation, marital crisis. These are escape routes that actually led so many women to what they are facing to. Because if your whole mindset is just about the money, not about all the respect, there are things to check out for. The respect, how he treats you, how he talks to you, how he does this. Not only how he gives you money. Because a man will be giving you money and be beating you. Is that the kind of love you dream for? So women can be very funny. But anyway, in all, I would say, as a woman, just know what you want. If it's that money you want, fine. Anything that comes out from the money, just face it. Don't come online and banter and tell us to help you, because we online in-laws would not and never, I repeat, would not and never help you, because you chose that life yourself. So live by it and deal with it. So that's all we have for you on Vibe Central, on the best entertainment show on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift to Bodo. Always watch, send in your comments. Like how many times will I say, do you want me to break your head today? Send in your comment and be part of this show, because every day by 12:30 p.m. we give you hot gist and groove. We tell you what's going on in the entertainment industry. We leave no table untouched. Back from the music, entertainment, fashion, and all kinds of. We love you. We'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same station. Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Cyril Stober.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I think he deserves a round of applause. Today is getting the protocol. Everybody is recognized. That's what I would say. Your Excellencies all, the Vice President, Your Excellency, wife of the Vice President, everyone here, our mentors, our fathers, traditional fathers, we welcome all of you because every Nigerian is represented in this hall today. And so it is with profound honor and immense pleasure that we, Cyril and I, stand before the distinguished gathering to welcome you to this historic event, the Legacy of Statesmen, a special occasion dedicated to celebrating the life, service, leadership, and enduring contributions of one of Africa's most respected elder statesmen, General Abdul Salam Alhaji Abubakar GCFR. Today we gather not merely to celebrate a man, but to honor a legacy defined by patriotism, humility, sacrifice, courage, peace building, and an unwavering commitment to the unity and progress of Nigeria and indeed Africa. General Abdul Salam Abubakar occupies a unique place in Nigeria's history at a critical moment in our national journey. He provided calm leadership and demonstrated uncommon statesmanship by successfully guiding Nigeria through a peaceful democratic transition in 1999, laying the foundation for the longest uninterrupted democratic experience in our nation's history. Today's event, therefore, is both a celebration and a reflection. It is an opportunity to revisit values that define true statesmanship and to inspire present and future generations with lessons drawn from a life dedicated to service. And as part of this memorable occasion, we shall witness the unveiling and review of 3 remarkable publications. And of course, speak to ourselves and ask, how would you be remembered after your service to the nation? It is on this premise of hope and premise of togetherness in love and unity of this country that I welcome all of us here as we give ourselves a very, very loud round of applause. This program is on live, and the world is watching. Nigerians are watching. I do pray that it will be a unifying time for this country as we continue with the event. I'd like to invite a young, retired Major General who's still not tired at all, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Major General Abdul Rashid Aliu. He wants me to add the retired, to come and welcome all of us. And these men and women that have organized themselves are today here going to be represented by him in welcoming us. And I think they deserve a very, very loud round of appreciation. Before he comes on the microphone, in Nigeria we believe in the strength and purpose of God. And I know that Bishop Matthew Kuka is here with us. Please, let's give him another round of applause because he's going to invoke all the angels to ensure that they're here with us as we continue this very historic moment. Welcome, Chairman, Organizing Committee.
Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Major General M. Aliu, and I'm the chairman of the organizing committee, coordinating a team of hardworking group of people, steered by my extreme lead. Thank you for all your support. Mr. President, my task today is to welcome you to this occasion. However, I have a problem. The problem is this event is taking place in the State House Banquet Hall, which is part of the villa and belongs to you, Mr. President. So, how can I welcome you in your own home, to your own house, when I'm also a guest? Well, so as a soldier, I obeyed the last directive. So, Mr. President, may I, on behalf of the celebrant, his family, and the organizing committee, welcome you most sincerely to this event. Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use a minute to tell you one encounter I had with my boss. I happen to be his chief security officer when he took over as president of Nigeria. When he rolled out his 6-month transition program, our constituency, the military, was divided into majorly 3 groups. One group believed that, yes, it is time, they have accepted as proposed. Another group felt, yes, it's okay, but can we have an extension of 3 to 6 months? The third group felt the civilians are not ripe to take over the mantle of leadership. Your Excellency, when this kind of thing happens in my constituency, the security situation is not too good. As a chief security officer, I went to him. I said, sir, are you aware of this? He said, yes. I said, sir, because of the situation, can we extend it to 3 to 6 months so that we can have the second group by our side? He looked at me. He said, Abdul Rashid. I said, sir, it is my duty and my task to take decision on behalf of the country and what is good for it and ensure its implementation. I've taken my decision. That's what I will do. It's your task to make sure I remain alive and complete that task. Mr. President, from that day, the security department did not see sleep. Luckily, towards the end, the 3 groups all merged together, and we successfully had a smooth transition. Mr. President, this is to tell how extent, to what extent, General Abubakar went and was ready to go to ensure the transition was successful, including sacrificing his life. Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, once more, it is my honor and privilege to stand here and welcome all of you to this history-making occasion. Thank you, and I wish us all the best.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the organizing committee, retired Major General Abdul Rashid Aliyu. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we did say to you that this event is a unique one, and therefore the entire hierarchy of Nigeria's legislature is well in attendance. We recognized Their Excellencies, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Let us also now acknowledge the presence of Their Excellencies, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin, CFR, and the Right Honorable Benjamin Okezi, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We acknowledge their presence here as well. Your Excellencies, a distinguished keynote speaker is His Excellency Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. His address comes to us via video, and I believe that the technical crew are set to link up with our distinguished guest speaker at today's occasion. The technical crew.
Chairman of the occasion, Your Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, distinguished participants at this important occasion, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I sincerely apologize that I cannot be with you in person at this happy occasion when we salute a brother, a friend, a colleague, and a distinguished leader, His Excellency General Abu Salami Abu Bakr, GCFR, CSG. Unfortunately, today we laid to rest our youngest sister who passed away during a car accident a week ago. As the eldest in our family, I could not be absent as we laid her to rest. Esteemed Chairperson, permit me also to express my sincere appreciation for the honor of delivering this keynote address in celebration of the life and service of my brother and fellow African. The celebration of great patriots such as His Excellency, General Abu Salami Abu Bakr, is a worthy tribute to whom honor is due. The choice of the topic of my address is apt and timely, as the narrative about the works and service of this officer, patriot, and honorable gentleman must not be left to historical chance. As part of my role today, I'm delighted to speak on the subject of democratic transition and governance, as well as peace building in Africa. This subject concerns all of us deeply, for it lies at the very heart of Africa's aspirations. The infamous Berlin Scramble for Africa conference took place 140 years ago. As all of us throughout Africa fought over the decades to defeat this rape of our continent, we discussed what we would do with our countries once we achieved our liberation from colonial oppression. We can, for instance, see this in the decisions taken at the 6th Pan-African Conference in 1945. This reflection continued even during the years when our countries had gained their liberation. It is out of this process, informed both by our deep reflection and actual experience, that was born the determination that these two issues of democratic rule and peace and stability must be two of the pillars on which we place all of independent Africa. Accordingly, the issues of democratic rule and peace and security are fundamental to the fulfillment of all our aspirations as Africans. Without a clear understanding of democracy and the nexus between peace and security and development, it will be impossible to put in place programs which would lead to Africa's unity and renaissance. This we must also say that the Scramble for Africa was not just a historical event or episode that came and went, but it is a reality which continues to calibrate our relations with multiple powers and interests. It is imperative that in all our dealings, especially in the realm of governance and organization of our societies, we must be conscious and alert to the pitfalls that keep being placed on our paths, awaiting any miscalculations or deviations on our part from the true path of Pan-Africanism. It is in this respect that I shall speak on democratic governance and peace building in Africa and delineate the contributions and legacy of His Excellency, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, former head of state and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are, of course, also performing many other important functions at this gathering today. The launching of 3 seminal books on the life and times of General Abubakar is one of the main reasons why we are here today. It's also an occasion to recollect and calibrate, celebrate our good fortune as Africans in the continuous construction of our continent's political culture and institutions. We are also renewing our pact with destiny and committing ourselves to the advancement of our dignity and esteem as Africans. We cannot do any of this in a vacuum. We must do so in the context of sound and credible scholarship and research. Writing books and leaving behind us correct narratives and testimonials for present and future generations matters greatly. The paucity of scholarship and research leaves room for distortion and misrepresentation, which leads to the adoption of wrong policies. The accumulation and distribution of knowledge about where we came from, how we attained our position, our present condition, where we are going, how to shape our future for the better, must be approached by all of us as a labor of love. The recognition of the symbiotic link between knowledge and action, the nurturing of a relationship between our development and the protection of the environment, and the art of linking our past, present, and future as one organic whole are all necessary elements of the outlook we must cultivate to achieve the progress millions of our people seek and demand. I therefore salute the authors of the 3 books being launched today, including the man of the moment, General Abdul Salam Abubakar, who has contributed a very informative autobiography, Call of Duty. I congratulate the authors most sincerely for enriching us through their talents and the fruits of their intellectual labors, including through the 2 tomes. One is called Nigeria's Grand Patriot, General Abdul Salam Alajiba Abubakar GCFR, and the other one is Mediating for Peace in Africa, a first shrift in honor of General Abdul Salam Abubakar GCFR, CSG. I urge others to emulate their selfless service to Africa and their commitment to the truth and the education of future generations. It also behoves me to congratulate my dear brother, friend, and companion in Pan-Africanism, His Excellency General Abdul Salami Abubakar GCFR, on attaining the ripe age of 84. More than being blessed with attaining such an age, we must celebrate his lofty stature as an eminent African statesman, a global leader, an accomplished and principled soldier, a family man and a man for all seasons, who has dedicated his life to peace, to the cultivation of harmony in his country and beyond, and achieving shared development throughout Africa. At this moment, also permit me to reiterate our condolences as we pay tribute to one of our brothers, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. May his gentle and kind soul rest in peace. Their ages did not permit both Presidents Abubakar and Buhari to participate in the struggle against colonialism for the emancipation of our countries from alien domination. They were, however, given the privilege in later life to participate in the consolidation of the independence gained by our forebears, as well as contribute to the struggle for the total liberation of Africa, which focused in particular on the armed struggles to end colonial domination and apartheid in Southern Africa. We have today assembled in a gathering like this in part to look back on our accomplishment as a people that came out of colonial bondage and racial marginalization. From the decisive year of 1957, when the former Gold Coast gained her independence and became the Republic of Ghana, to the year 1994, when white minority apartheid domination was defeated in South Africa, our continent has gone through important transformations. These have tested the strength and resilience of our people in some instances and exposed our vulnerabilities and weaknesses in some others. The idea of democratic governance and its practice have been evolving and changing in different ways in all the countries of Africa. The diversities of our societies and the different outlooks towards modernity and its challenges have ensured that no single country construct or meaning can be given to the democratic process in our continent. In this context, we must also accept the fact that Africa is not an island unto itself, left adrift or untouched by the evolution of norms and the growth of perceptions about how societies are governed and countries are organized elsewhere in the world. However, as we recognize the reality that democratic governance might take different forms in each of our countries, we have to understand and accept that central to democratic governance is the principle and practice that the people shall govern. Being part of the human family and the larger global community, we must learn to imbibe what works for others and discard those things that retard our progress as nations. It is along this trajectory that I try to link the life and times of General Abdul Salami Abubakar by way of delineating his contributions to the attainment of these objectives during his lifetime. The 3 books that we're launching today testify to the richness of the life of Abdul Salam Abubakar and his odyssey as a soldier, a husband, a father, a leader, and a statesman of global repute. And given some of Africa's history since independence, it would be natural to expect that a man of his background from the military profession, who rose to become general and head of state while in a soldier's uniform, would not be associated with the idea of democracy. Perhaps he would more readily be associated with peace building in the sense of preventing wars and conflicts or ending them. However, the beauty lies in the fact that he performed both duties with a keen sense of justice and history, responsibility and distinction, leaving many in awe of his ability to organize a political transition in his country as quickly as it did, immediately after assuming power as head of state. We're fortunate that we have the 3 books we're launching today which explain in detail how all of this happened. Without doubt, a sincere appreciation of the yearnings of the people and profound wisdom about the fundamental needs of this dear country, Nigeria, prevailed on him to take the correct path of the earliest possible transition to democracy. His legacy offers strategic lessons for Africa's continued struggle towards good governance, peace, and sustainable development. His tenure from 1998 to 1999 as head of state is significant not only for his brevity, but also for the cascading impacts that it created in the history of democratic transition in Africa. He not only swiftly paved the way towards democratic governance in Nigeria, but also laid the foundations for subsequent peaceful transfers of power in Nigeria, for which not only you Nigerians, but the rest of us Africans are immensely proud. By recognizing this achievement, we're not only acknowledging the effect of history, but indeed also paving the way for the consolidation of our aspirations for peace and inclusive development all over our continent. It would be immensely beneficial if from today's event, future generations of Nigerians and other Africans would derive useful lessons about the vitally important issue of leadership. Reflecting on leadership legacies, especially in the context of democratic transitions and peace building, we equip ourselves as well as future generations with knowledge and inspiration to build a better Africa. This can come only with emulation and the extension of knowledge in the form of books and other written records. Admittedly, Africa's history and indeed its political evolution have been characterized by periods of military rule, of one-party states, of authoritarianism, and protracted struggles for democratic governance. The continent has witnessed cycles of electoral disputes, governance failures, and conflicts that have often undermined development. The protracted conflicts in several parts of our continent can be attributed to failures of leadership, bad governance, and the restriction of the civic democratic space for citizens. It is a fact that many African nations have struggled with this aftermath of the colonial rule, where weak institutions and power struggles led to military takeovers and political instability. However, this argument cannot continue to be a justification for our failure to maintain the course of democratic governance and the observance of its universal rules. As I've posited earlier, we in Africa cannot isolate ourselves from the currents of world history, political evolution, and recalibration. We must perceive, identify, and engage the trends and interests that shape the ever-changing dynamics in the world. Africa's victory over colonial domination started more than 6 decades ago. Over this period of time, countries in other parts of the world have made progress by leaps and bounds, while many of us in Africa remained fixed in the controversies of succession and regime elongation. Meanwhile, electoral conflicts and disputed results continue to pose significant challenges to democratic consolidation. Africa also continues to grapple with the persistent conflicts, ethnic divisions, and governance crises that threaten peace and tranquility in many countries. The Sahel region, in all its vastness, is undergoing some dramatic changes occasioned by, among others, the struggle to defeat neocolonialism, institutional weaknesses, governance deficits, and constraints associated with stunted development. The issue of Western Sahara is still not resolved. The Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region are still besieged with difficulties and humanitarian disasters. Both Sudan and South Sudan are tied up in violent centrifugal processes. Resource-rich and population-endowed countries on the continent are experiencing challenges of governance while they strive to overcome these through various policy interventions. However, it is not all doom. We have seen success stories in democratic consolidation and post-conflict recovery. My own country, South Africa, has transitioned from apartheid to democratic non-racial rule. Liberia and Sierra Leone's post-war stabilization, and Senegal and Ghana's thriving democracies stand as beacons of hope for all of us. The regional economic communities have played a crucial role in mediation, conflict resolution, electoral support, proving that Africa can generate and sustain the will and find the solutions to address its challenges. It is in this context that we see the contributions and legacy of General Abdul Salam Abubakar in Africa's democratic transition and consolidation of peace. And some of the defining moments in Africa's political history and democratic transitions were as a result of the roles he played in leading various election observation missions and peace negotiations across the continent. He played defining roles in peace negotiations in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in the Gambia, in Congo-Kinshasa, Sudan, and Niger. He was also invited by my President Nelson Mandela, of blessed memory, to assist him in the reconciliation efforts in Burundi. Recently, he was also involved in the negotiations efforts between ECOWAS and Niger in the aftermath of the military takeover and power in that country. I was privileged that I worked with him as well as the late President Pierre Buyoya of Burundi, may his soul rest in peace, as together with other colleagues, for a decade we worked as envoys of the African Union with the people of Sudan and South Sudan exactly on matters of democracy, peace and stability, and development. And during these several years of rendering service to Africa and the world, General Abubakar worked closely with ECOWAS and the AU to foster dialogue and stability. He was invited to several countries to offer advice and proffer solutions to conflicts and foster negotiations. For instance, in 2018, he was invited to Switzerland for dialogue on election-related conflicts and violence in Africa. Back home, his response to the political uncertainties that followed the sudden demise of General Sani Abacha, the then head of state, General Abubakar, the then Chief of Defense Staff, demonstrated great wisdom, foresight, and statesmanship. Following his appointment as head of state by the Provisional Ruling Council, he recognized the urgent need for stability and democratic governance, and hence chose to commit to a short transition period. He placed the interests of his country first and overcame the temptation and the allure of power. His demonstration is his administration, immediately upon coming into office, set about providing constitution for Nigeria, along the necessary electoral and governance reforms, leading to free and fair elections in 1999. He ensured the strengthening of institutions necessary for sustaining democratic rule in Nigeria, thereby paving the way for enduring civilian governance. The example set by General Abubakar in Nigeria offers several key lessons for African leaders and institutions. His commitment to democracy, peace, and stability must stand out as his greatest legacy. The constitutional framework and electoral institutions that he helped to create still serve as the bedrocks of Nigeria's democracy. Without doubt, he has laid the foundations for the sustenance of a democratic ethos, anchored on the credibility of elections, respect for constitutional term limits, and adherence to democratic principles, which have now become the norm in Nigeria. The duty of advancing democratic transition and building peace and security in Africa must be a generational endeavor involving present and future leaders of the continent. In doing so, we must imbibe the legacies of leaders like General Abubakar, and read about their lives as we find them in books such as the 3 that we are launching today. Educating our youth and instilling in them the duties of patriotism and good conduct must entail holding up the examples of leaders like General Bupaka to build and perpetuate the active interest and participation of the youth. We must therefore consciously invest in shaping the disposition and minds of our young people to be conscious of their responsibility to their countries and to Africa. Only in this way can we perpetuate the spirit of Pan-Africanism and continue to profit from the examples and legacies of leaders like General Abubakar. This must include familiarization of the youth with the African continental policy positions binding on all member states of the African Union on matters of democratic governance and peace, security, and stability. These policies are included in such important documents as the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, as well as the protocol relating to the establishment of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. In celebrating General Abu Salami Abubakar on this special occasion, we recognize and affirm that his contributions to democracy and peace in Africa will continue to inspire future generations. His selfless service, commitment to national unity, and exemplary leadership remain a model for others to follow. In conclusion, dear brother Abdul Salam Abubakar, I congratulate you once again on your 84th birthday and commend the launch of these 3 books, which will serve as valuable resources for scholars, for policymakers, and aspiring leaders across Africa. As a call to action, let us carry forward your vision of an Africa where peace, democracy, and progress define our collective future through work of institutions such as the Abdul Salami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development in Mina and the proposed African Resource Center in Abuja. Permit me to end my address with a quote from my own leader, Nelson Mandela Madiba, who once said, "Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people." May we all remain committed to this noble perspective. Your Excellencies and dear friends, thank you very much for your attention.
And that's why we said, let's take it to Africa and then bring it back home. As on your behalf, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring on a man whom, as a young girl growing in Zaria, we cannot go to Usasa without Mama's bread. And he has led us through going on with one Nigeria, ensuring that indeed we can do things in our own way and ensuring lasting peace, not just on the continent, as our guest speaker said, but indeed from home. And so we're back in the hall, and our chairman is here with us, former president, a man who loves Nigeria so passionately, and I wish I could play back one of the interviews I heard with him when he pleaded that Nigerians, we must love each other unconditionally. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chairman of today's occasion, our own former president, General Yakubu Gowon, JC, FR. I want the applause to continue because we are a respecter of age. We didn't want to bring him on stage twice. So the applause should continue. Respect for age, respect for service, respect for sacrifice. Our own General Yakubu Gowon. One step at a time, sir. Thank you.
Please excuse me. I've been ordered to go to the true presidential platform. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, ably represented by our own Vice President. Thank you for the honor for me to do this address from your platform. I welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the special recognition of the celebrant General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, and of course, may I say, our General Abdul Salam, may I use, our supporters are always called the other leg. Ma'am, Your Excellency, Mrs. Abdul Salam. And of course, his family that is here with him. I also welcome all President Jonathan and the President of Sierra Leone that is here with us, and of course, in absentia, but you've seen him on the screen, former President of South Africa, and our keynote speaker, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Thank you for reviewing the books. Let me also extend my warm welcome, to other presidents that are here. And let me abide by the protocols that had been done already. But let me also extend my warm welcome to other top government officials, leaders, and members of the National Assembly, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered traditional rulers, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Granted my personal knowledge of the celebrant and the genuine respect I have for him, it is with utmost pleasure that I accepted to serve as chairman of this occasion, mindful of the words of Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "A nation that does not honor her heroes will soon have no heroes to celebrate." I truly acknowledge the significance of this gathering as we celebrate a consummate patriot, a veritable icon of democracy, peace, and national unity, and of course, certainly a good general who serve Nigeria well to ensure that it remains united. Thank you, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. God bless you. It is therefore quite exciting that this occasion is marked with intellectual content by the launch of the 3 books, with one of them that chronicle pivotal role of General Abdulsalam Abubakar in Nigeria's transition from military rule to democracy within 11 months, from June 1998 to May 29, 1999, serving as an invaluable historic and academic resource for democratic transition, governance, and peace building, ably presented earlier on by President Thabo Mbeki. I'm sure I speak for all in this room that we are happy to be associated and indeed learn from the worthy lessons of General Abdulsalam Abubakar exemplary leadership, which continues to attract and receive national and international recognition. The legacy of leadership and peace building is a key referential aspect of his achievement. I say without fear of contradiction that he led one of the fastest and seamless democratic transition from military to civilian rule in recent history. Well done, well done. He supervised the drafting of a new Nigerian constitution, which is prevailing operational constitution of our country. He also midwifed and supervised one of the most seamless and credible elections in Africa today. His contribution to peace building in Africa remains legendary. He has been and continues to be a highly sought after active and credible mediator in regional peace processes. His mediation role, particularly in Liberia, Sudan, Mali, Niger, Congo, and the Gambia, are shining examples of consistency and dedication to peaceful coexistence and good governance, on the African continent and beyond. It is also pleasing to note that his contribution through the Abdulsalam Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies, AAIPSDS, with the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, consolidates and fosters dialogue on conflict resolution as a major contribution for intellectual and human capital development. Today is significant as we gather to acknowledge the unique place the celebrant occupies in the roll call of our national heroes, a leader whose patriotism is evident in his consistent choice of country and humanity over self. This choice has granted him worldwide acclaim, distinguishing his voice as a beacon for peace and stability in Nigeria and beyond. With the recurring challenges of democratic transitions in Africa, many African nations on the continent continue to face electoral violence arising from weak democratic institutions, military coups, as well as ethnic and religious conflicts that undermine national unity and development. I affirm that the strategy of strengthening democratic institutions through the rule of law, credible elections, good governance, and accountability at all levels through the peace initiative championed by General Abdul Salami Abubakar and Bishop Matthew Kuka has remained a source of inspiration and stand as a commendable model worthy of replication across Africa. From my individual reflection about General Abdul Salami Abubakar, I have many connections with him that include military command responsibilities, which he discharged admirably as an officer and gentleman during my tenure as head of state, and later as head of state and commander-in-chief himself. His ideals and contributions reflect exemplary selfless service and patriotism. His military professional wisdom and steadfast commitment to Nigeria's unity is positively referential. According to Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Yes, that is what General Abdul Salami Abubakar did. Thank you. Well done. Finally, on behalf of my family, the other leg, myself, and Nigeria at large, I warmly congratulate and appreciate General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. Let me reiterate my commendation for his exemplary contribution to the art of leadership and good governance in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. I encourage scholars, leaders, and policymakers alike to draw lessons from his trademark seamless leadership style in order to strengthen democracy and peace building in our nation and beyond. Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from the, to learn, sorry, permit.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives, but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers, Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate, reflecting enduring tensions within Nigeria's political architecture. Underlining these dynamics are structural challenges. Despite technological improvements, skepticism regarding result collection, judicial outcomes, and political interference persists. Perception gaps can be as destabilizing as actual irregularities. The influence of money in politics remains deeply corrosive, while identity-based polarization continues to shape electoral alignments, sometimes transforming competition into conflict. Technology itself presents a paradox. While enhancing transparency, it introduces vulnerabilities, system failures, cybersecurity threats, and the rapid spread of misinformation. Meanwhile, the increasing judicialization of elections, though constitutionally grounded, can erode public confidence if perceived as inconsistent or politicized. Voter apathy, driven by cynicism and distrust, poses an additional threat to participatory legitimacy. Strengthening democratic resilience requires a multi-layered response. Electoral credibility depends fundamentally on institutional dependence, transparency, and operational reliability. Campaign finance enforcement must become more robust to curb undue influence. Electoral technologies require continuous auditing and safeguards to sustain trust. Equally vital is the cultivation of an issue-based political culture supported by civil society, media, and academia. Ultimately, democratic stability rests heavily on elite behavior. Commitment to peaceful competition, respect for institutional rules, and restraint in rhetoric are indispensable. Elections alone do not validate democracy. Credibility of processes, integrity of institutions, and confidence of citizens do. Nigeria's 2027 elections will unfold within a complex interplay of economic pressures, demographic shifts, technological transitions, and political recalibration. They will test whether reforms translate into trust, whether competition strengthens rather than fractures national unity, and whether governance outcomes reshape political legitimacy. As Nigeria advances towards 2027, the defining question is no longer whether elections will hold. It is whether they will deepen democratic resilience, reinforce national stability, and align political leadership more closely with citizen aspirations. The answer will shape not just an electoral outcome, but the country's democratic trajectory.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, broadcasting live on Aneke TV. Today, we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased and perspectives, and critical insight on the stories shaping our continent. From politics, economy, and we'll have our seasoned panel analyst who is ready to unpack the biggest stories of the day. And with us, as always, is Ozo Iboneku Ogazibora, Esquire, who is former Commissioner of Information Strategy, Culture, and Tourism. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Ozo is equally a local luminary and expert public affairs analyst. And with us also is a seasoned journalist, Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and a public affairs analyst also. And Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. And I'm Uche Osai, and this is Frontline Africa. Let's get started. Gentlemen, Friday, Friday, is June 12th. You know, May 29 used to be democracy celebration in Nigeria. But given the former president who deemed it necessary and wise to posthumously recognize the late MKO Abiola, the acclaimed winner of June 12th, Nigeria thought it wise to celebrate democracy on June 12th. And yesterday was the Democracy Day celebration, meaning that the president had to address the nation. So let's start from here, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has marked Democracy Day with a forceful address defending Nigeria's democratic journey, urging citizens to stay committed to the nation and calling for stronger institutions, credible elections, and greater youth participation in building the country's future. In the speech, the president praised the resilience of Nigerians since the return to civilian rule in 1999, paid tribute to democracy heroes, and sent a direct message to young people to believe in Nigeria, stay engaged, and help shape its progress. Now the question is, gentlemen, the president said Nigerians should believe in the country despite its challenges. And my question is administration, has they done enough to earn the confidence of Nigerians?
Okay. Well, you know, in assessing Nigerian leaders, you are always at a loss on what one has done better than the other. But then, I want to use one aspect of his broadcast to assess it. That aspect was what he said about the failure of grassroots governance. He said he attributes the spread of crime to absence of grassroots governance. I have always said that, and I'm also a believer in that philosophy that government at the center is like government of an empire. And government of an empire cannot work without government of the provinces. Now, in Nigeria, we can see that from 2005, the local government system continued to take the back seat. Up to this moment, when it is like the local government system is no longer in existence. Following that Supreme Court judgment, in the case Attorney General of Lagos State against the Attorney General of the Federation, the local government was concerned to the status of a parastatal within a state. And when you look at section 7, 2B, it says that the state assembly legislates for the local government. And when you say legislate, including its finances, that is to say that local government is within the powers of the governors. So to some extent, you cannot even blame the governors because the local government is part of the state. Now, Tinubu said that he had worked to achieve autonomy, financial autonomy for the local governments. He has been making some moves, and it is not working because the law has not changed. Now, with this, we have a list of proposed amendments of the Constitution. Very likely, by the time the amendment is concluded, the local government will now stand out as a tier of government. So, perhaps then, we begin to have governance clusters in the 774 local governments. But in the absence of that, where everybody will have to go to the center, the state government, government will continue to fail. Government will continue to be distant to the people. So, yes, I want to tell you that he is about the only president who has taken strong steps in achieving the independence of the local government in Nigeria. Obasanjo tried his own. Then Obasanjo, perhaps, maybe his Attorney General didn't look at it well. Obasanjo didn't understand the law. He didn't understand that the position of the law was that the local government was a parastatal in the state. And the suit by the Attorney General then was the man who became the vice president, Osibajo. And they went to the court and defeated the federal government, defeated Obasanjo's federal government. And they showed Obasanjo that, no, the law, as you are looking at, does not grant autonomy to the local government. And it was proven. That is why it has remained a problem. But now, since Tinubu came, it was Tinubu's government, Lagos government, that went against
Obasanjo.
But when he became the president, he knew it was an anomaly. And he started working towards that. So on account of that, I will give him some strong pass mark that he is working towards improving governance, especially taking governance to the grassroots in Nigeria.
All right, that's quite apt. You know, you took it from a perspective many analysts, really go into. However, before we begin to question that, Mr. Mekodom, let's get your perspective on this.
Yeah, thank you so much. The president said in his broadcast that, the near absence of governance, that's what's implied, by implication, the mere absence of thorough governance at the local government area level, it's not good for our democracy, and because of that, it has a tendency to erode whatever gains that is being made at the center. To a reasonable degree, yes, but in another perspective, there are issues to raise. Honorable here has made it very clear, coming from a legal perspective. You see, we run a federal system of government. Everybody agrees that is what our system says, but that is mainly in theory. In practice, can anybody really come out to say we are practicing true federalism? I don't think so. Even the president, as he is, when he was the governor of Lagos State, one of the things that he and his colleagues were championing at that time was true federalism. Now, why will a country that has professed to be running a federal system of government, that heads of the federating units, heads of the subnationals will still be agitating and angling for true federalism? It simply tells you that means the federalism that we are running still has some things. It's still incomplete. Now, between that time and now, I do not know how much that has changed in our constitution that will enable one to say, oh, we are now in true federalism. So if actually we are running a quasi-federal system of government, it simply means that we are still, stuck in a system where federal government, with their might, to a certain degree, still determines a lot of things that ordinarily should appear at the subnationals. Yeah. That is the way, for anyone who understands our system that we run today, that is the way things are as of today.
The exclusive list.
The exclusive. So we have said that, look, the exclusive list of the federal government is overloaded, and it is not a myth. It is a fact, and Mr. President understands it. So if Mr. President understands this, for me, coming to say, oh, that the reason why it looks as if things are not working well is because there's no true federalism. I mean, there's no true governance at the federating unit. Now, the question is this. At the time the subsidy was removed, in fact, a whole lot of policies that drive development, economic development, political development, social development of this nation as we are today, these are policies that are determined by the federal government, basically. So if actually we are running a quasi-federal system of government, it simply means that we are still, stuck in a system where federal government, with their might, to a certain degree, still determines a lot of things that ordinarily should appear at the subnationals. That is where that's the reality on ground as of today. Now, what we see is that yes, governors, you know, at the end of the month they go away with a large chunk of money. And Mr. President has several times said, look, go and ask your governor, you know, what and what he has done with. That is number one. Number two is that, yes, at the inception of this administration, you asked your Attorney General to go to court to press for autonomy, the local governmental autonomy. Because we talk about local governmental autonomy because if the local governmental system is functioning as expected, we know that they can help to further drive down development to the hinterlands because the local governmental system is closer to the people. Now, having secured that monumental judgment, what more has the federal government done to ensure that that judgment was not merely academic? Now, if you ask me, for an administration, for a system that took the bull by the horn, yes, I agree with Honorable that the Tinubu administration perhaps is one government that, you know, more than any other government since 1999, that has tried to drive, you know, the autonomy, the local governmental autonomy to the level that he has tried now. But it shouldn't end at the point of securing a court judgment, a Supreme Court judgment. I should have thought that for an administration that took that, you know, bold decision, took that bold step to get that, to pursue that court judgment and got it, I thought that they would have probably taken an extra step again to ensure that that decision becomes, because you have to drive that decision to the ultimate end. And what is the ultimate end? That the local government areas are, as of today, are indeed and truly independent. If it requires you, if you discover that, oh, we have just gotten the court judgment, but yet that, because I remember there was one of that, if you remember, one of the governors in the southeast here, after that judgment was gotten, one of the governors in the southeast here said something like, you know, that something by I'm not trying to quote him now. He wasn't this explicit, but from his tone of his statement, it's like it won't work because there's a relevant section of the Constitution that still makes it very difficult. You know, for instance, it still links the local government area and the state joint account system. So
if you get an administrative autonomy, then you now come to financial
exactly
autonomy.
because the money will have to come to through the state government, So if the federal government truly, because you see, we must be very careful. We are dealing with politicians.
And if you get financial autonomy, then come and get a second term in office.
Yes, we are dealing with politicians. And so when a politician comes, when you see
that is why it has to be left for Nigerians, not the chairman. So if you are a chairman, you join in the crusade for the autonomy. After your tenure, you won't go.
Exactly.
Yes. If you advocate for that strongly,
let me tell you, when you see a politician armed with some loaves of bread, and walking majestically towards, you know, let me not say hungry people, those who need the bread, the loaf of bread. You see, don't be too quick to praise the politician to say, oh, this man is very caring, he's very sensitive. Yes, he has a loaf of bread now. Yes, also that these people may eventually benefit from the loaf of bread. But the truth is that the man may be pursuing another objective. And the loaf of bread is only going to help him get his objective. Not really because he's interested in feeding you.
Perhaps he's interested in getting the bakery, and the people will side him that this man is feeding us the bread.
No, but you see, things are changing.
Okay.
You know, from 1999, we have now had a lot of graduates of government system. People who were presidents, people who were governors, people who were local government chairmen, people who were commissioners. And while you are in government, you are favored, you are protected. But out of government, you are no longer favored, you are no longer protected. So since people now know it, so many people are actually trying to work towards writing the system instead of continuing with the skewed arrangement arising from that 1999 constitution. Because the culprit is 1999 constitution.
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
You see, this current administration, yes, when they came at inception, they pursued this noble goal of getting a court pronunciation, a Supreme Court judgment on, the issue of local military autonomy.
Yes.
Now that decision was secured, and Nigerians held it. We praise this administration.
Yes.
But in practice, it has been working so. So if this same administration ultimately has in mind to let the local military system work for the good of the people, how come that they can't go back again to the drawing board to say,
very good,
now we have gotten this judgment and here the thing is not working? No, so what is the impediment?
No, the impediment is this. For you to make do and make use of that judgment, there must be constitutional alteration.
That's what I'm going to say. That's exactly where I'm going.
You go to that section 7 to B. It says that the state assembly,
yes,
will legislate on the revenue,
yes,
of the local
even
government.
tenureship.
Right? Now, if another tier of government has the power to determine your tenure, determine your revenue,
yes,
it is in charge
now
of you.
that section of the constitution, is it part of the amendment that that is going on now?
Yes, it is. It is likely. I don't want to be explicit so that I don't look like a liar. But I'm meant to believe that it is part of it.
No, you see, because if it is, we will know. Because there were public hearings.
No, because this thing is full autonomy of the local government. That's the amendment.
Yes.
So by the time they talk of full autonomy, then you cannot encumber it with another constitutional impediment. So it is likely that that particular section or subsection will go so that it will be free, right? There is also police.
That's a different ballgame entirely. You see, but ultimately, for me, I am reasonably convinced that there's more Mr. President and the federal government can do to further drive this process to ensure. You see, because
are you thinking that the politics of it is so cumbersome that the Mr. President wouldn't want to get into it?
No, it's not the politics. It's not the politics. The truth is that it is the law. There is nothing the president will do while that constitution is still not changed, even with that Supreme Court ruling. Because that earlier Supreme Court ruling was hinged on that the local government is a parastatal. He didn't use the word. It's a parastatal of the state, and is based on that section.
Yeah, but even
so, there's nothing you can do
even with what we have now.
Is changed. And it is not the duty of the Supreme Court to change that.
But even with what we have now, there are about 1 or 2 states that have come to announce that look, their local government area in the state gets their money as soon as it comes to the state, that they transfer it to the local government, and that they are functioning independently. Whether that is true or not, but at least we have heard that story from 1, 2, 3 local government areas. How come it hasn't gone around? And the other states.
Do you know that now, if you ask some local government chairman, some local government chairman, even in Enugu State, they will tell you, yes, we are getting the money. Well, they are giving us the money, but leave the camera
yes,
and ask him, so you guys are not getting. He said, that thing was
it takes us back. It takes us back to where I'm talking about. It takes us back to where I'm talking about. With due respect, you see, that's why for me, a lot of times I don't focus my attention on what is said or the downstairs in the public space. What I'm concerned about is the hidden intentions.
But speaking of these hidden intentions, directly looking at the influence of the executive this administration, the executive powers,
At
and
the
their influence at the federal level, and when it comes to their relationship with the legislature, don't you believe that if they so wish, they have the influence to necessitate speedy amendment to the constitution?
That's the point I'm making. Look at Osun State. Look at Osun State. Look at Osun State. Why were the local government allocation seized?
It was the same thing Obasanjo did.
So how come other states?
Obasanjo did it to Tinubu.
Yes.
He seized the allocation.
They were accused.
For close to 6 years.
They were accused that that the tenure of the local government area chairman is still running, right? And that what we have there now is their illegitimate local government area, people that, in fact, they say that we don't have elected local government because Supreme Court said don't release the allocation to, except if there's an election. Now theirs were held. Now, in many other states today, where there are similar situations,
okay.
Why don't you have the same case?
Let me help you. You see, the states are not really comfortable with the local governments attaining
independence,
unrestrained independence, because it looks like you sitting down waiting, and the provinces within your empire are now conferred with powers for them to look for relevance outside your state.
Yes.
If that autonomy comes, the regulation of election in the local governments will no longer be the same.
Exactly.
Right? You are now likely to have a state governor from PDP, while you have 7 local government chairmen from
other political parties.
Another political party, and it will lead to endless wars.
Wars.
Yes, that's what the governors are afraid of. Most of the governors. But the truth is that the same governors are impeding the local government system, that nobody is benefiting from it anymore. The simple things, not gargantuan projects, simple things local governments are supposed to do. Provide simple access to farms, repair markets, do covers,
street roads,
mere streets, those things that are not supposed to be the concern of the state.
Even some markets,
rebuild markets, repair markets,
cemeteries,
and the rest of them. They no longer do that at all. If you live in a rural area, or you are at the present relating with people in the rural area, you find out that if in the 80s you could walk from your rural area to another community. For instance, I'm from Ohum. When in the 80s, it was just like a walkover to Okana, the next town. And if you face north, a walkover to Apato. If you face west, a walkover to Egede. But these days, you can't do it. To start with, the roads are there, overgrown by weeds. Secondly, it's no longer secure because of herdsmen. So a lot of things happening, people don't even go to the farms because they don't have access, they don't have ways of, even those days, people were using bicycles to evacuate produces. But nowadays, you don't even have the access roads. Where you have streams, these are gullies you cannot pass these days. But these are supposed to be local government responsibilities.
So, right? So that's exactly where I'm going to. And that's why I talked about politicians. When you see them with a loaf of bread, don't be too quick to praise, because you don't know what is at the back of them. You see, because politics has completely discolored all of these things. And so, in fact, he ended, perhaps I didn't want to hit the hammer on the nail. I'm happy that he did exactly. So, the truth of the matter is that we have a system where, in fact, I've said it before several times, that the governors are holding our democracy they are holding the rules on a hostage, and we will explain that. So they don't want they enjoy some measure of autonomy at the federal government level. That's why a governor can decide to belong to any party, pursue his elections, win it, and be in charge. But he doesn't want the local government area in his state to enjoy the same level of autonomy. Because, in fact, Honorable was very, very kind in saying that it will lead to it will lead to the language you used was problem or chaos.
Yes.
I don't want to use that language, and I would rather use the language that the governors don't want, because you know when you say chaos, it speaks of nobody wants that. It will lead to loss of control by the governors of this local government, because see now the reason why the governor is like a supreme leader in his state is because he can sit down in the government house and dictate and even promise somebody that look, don't worry, we'll deliver the state to you. If you have, for instance, we have 20 local government or 27 local government area, you will be there and make a promise that all of them will be raked in during the election. Because you know the things I've done. The people you planted in those places are there. They make it. So, but if there's true autonomy, every local government area will enjoy the chairman will enjoy autonomy, and based on his performance, if he doesn't belong to the party of the governor, it wouldn't mean so much. His return to power will be dependent on his stewardship to the people, and in which case, many of the governors may lose the control, and they don't want to lose such control. Yeah. That is why they themselves don't want the autonomy. And Mr. President certainly will not tell us that he's not aware that the governors don't want that autonomy.
Perhaps while interacting with a certain highly placed individual, let me not mention the particular place, they too are scared that that would give direct access of the federal government to the local government, such that the governors may not have they may have little political control.
How so are we that was not the overall intention that made federal government to pursue that autonomy? And
no, but even if it is, it may be, but even if it is, what we are looking at now is how does governance get to grassroots?
You know what my mind tells me? Right. You know what my mind tells me?
We are questioning the intents, but we are talking about the politics of
it. You know what my mind tells me? My mind tells me that was originally the intention. Thinking that
to erode the...
Yes, thinking that possibly federal government was going to have a hard time with some of the governors. And so if he's having a hard time with the governors, he can get through, he can rather boycott them and work with local government area chairman. But when it became obvious that, look, the governors are even more willing that
to follow over themselves to get to
the center. So there was no need of pursuing the autonomy again. And since they're all following in.
All right, gentlemen, let's bring it in. And we're still speaking about the president's speech and the election. In that speech, he did say that many Nigerians will be looking at the elections and stronger institutions. And he did call for the election, the upcoming off-cycle elections that will be coming up in Osun State and other states should be free, fair, and credible, so that INEC should do their job in a way that everyone would accept that this election is transparent, and that security agencies, that they will do everything possible to see and conduct an election that Nigerians will be proud of.
Yes, that is the standard. That's what Nigerians expect, but not limited to Osun and Ekiti alone. That's everywhere election is held, including the general election that's coming next year. But you see, the most important thing here is that, let me tell you, free, fair, and credible elections don't drop from the sky. They don't drop from the sky. You see, if an election is going to be free, fair, and credible, from the early morning period, you will know that this election that is coming, whether it comes in the afternoon or it comes in the evening, there's tendency for you to be free, fair, and credible. Why am I saying so? Is because from the very point, you see, there are indices and benchmarks that build up to produce a free, fair, and credible election. You don't run an election, you don't expect a free, fair, and credible election when even the processes that lead to the appointment of the INEC chairman, some people still have issues with them, and some people still see it as not fully democratized. Yes, our system, our law may say, oh, the president should appoint, right? but ultimately in line with democracy. You see, our system here has, if you look at what Jega said at the beginning of this 10th assembly, when they had their workshop, somewhere in Akwa Ibom, Jega was their resource person. One of the things that they talked about is the appointment. You see, we need to amend our relevant laws that talks about how INEC chairman and INEC commissioners are appointed. In the last administration of General Muhammadu Buhari, there were issues of and accusations of, card-carrying members of a particular political party appointed as INEC commissioners in some states. Now, under that circumstances, how do you expect a free, fair, and credible election? That is number one. With our experiences and the things that we have gone through in this country, one would expect that if we have worked very hard to achieve electronic voter registration, we have worked so hard to achieve electronic voter accreditation. Now, and we are finding it difficult to achieve electronic voting proper. What about the result transmission? Why should we find it difficult to transmit our result electronically? Since we have noticed that when results are, when from EC8A is populated at the polling booth at the end of an election is sorted in public. It is counted in public. That is really where, in fact, if you follow our election trajectory, you find out that at that level, the election is still a bit pure. The results are still very pure and sacrosanct. And everybody agrees that, look, once that election is counted, the ballot is counted, and the results are known, it is entered into the from EC8A. And everybody agrees, the party agents, the INEC officials, the security agencies, and even observers that are there. And the moment the presiding officer at that polling booth captures that from ECA that they already signed, what is wrong in transmitting that to the IRF portal? Why shouldn't we make it a first priority in our management of election results? And we are having arguments, we are doing all kinds of things, and at the end of the day, people intentionally make sure that doesn't get first line reason. And at the end of the day, you're talking of a free and fair election. You see, a free and fair election doesn't just happen. Yeah. You build up to it.
It has to be worked for.
You work for it.
You're right.
All right. Just for want of time, Honorable, let me come to you. We may expand on these issues some other time. But while Mr. President was talking, a lot of Nigerians were focused on security, inflation, and unemployment. However, Mr. President did say that speaking to the young Nigerians to stay in the country, he want them to concentrate and join in building Nigeria, a better Nigeria, a Nigeria that will be so believable and fair for all in this very instance. Does that in any way, allay any fears for you?
It does not. But then Mr. President said what he was supposed to say. As the Nigerian leader, he wasn't going to tell the younger people that it is good to flee, to run away from the country. He's not going to say that. He's going to tell them to stay. But we all know the truth, that Nigeria is such that any person who is below 30 and has the chance of going elsewhere to actualize, and it is safe not to go and slave in another country, not to trek through the desert, or to try to jump immigration in other countries, or to go and do crime. But if it is to go and do honest things and earn money, I will personally encourage any young person who wants to do that. Because at the moment, there isn't any hope.
There isn't any hope?
Yes, for the younger people, except privileged ones. Because you have to look at the cycle of a man. If a man is born and he has left the university at 22, 23, how many years does he have before he begins to think of coming home? that is retirement. That's a maximum of another 30 years. And people may think it's long. It's not. It is not long. So, the president telling them not to go, yeah, that is very good. But if they can go without going to do crime, without trying to jump the rules, it is perfectly okay. Then, on the other scores in the economy isn't encouraging at all. Even the social environment is not encouraging. Because a situation where you are not safe, you don't feel safe, nobody is restraining you, but try to come out in parts of Enugu after 9 p.m. You can count the vehicles, and everybody is on high speed because people are afraid. They don't feel secure. So the government has failed security-wise. There's no doubt about it. The government has not done anything about security. I'm not aware of anything it has done. Security has indeed gotten worse than it was. We now have a situation where soldiers were beheaded and their heads displayed like you display hunted rabbits or these small animals. Soldiers captured by non-state actors. The government cannot be supplicant. The government ought to be the dominant violent force. And because of law, it is controlled. But in the absence of a government dominating its environment, where people are now coming to dominate its environment, that government has failed. So the presidency on that score is not doing well at all, right? Then you look at the inflation. Look at the purchasing power of the Nigerian. You say the national minimum wage is 70,000 or 71,000, right? If you are on grade level 12, and maybe you earn about 200,000, right, a month. If you, at the end of the month, you buy a bag of rice, then buy a few other things, then you have done 100,000 or more. Then you buy fuel for you to travel from here to Owerri. For you to travel from here to Owerri and come back, fuel will take at least close to 100,000. You see that the person has nothing at all. And if you have an old parent who you give money or you take care of the medication, you find out that the person has nothing at all. So the purchasing power is weaker at the moment. The president said he's reviving the economy. And then you can see what fuel is doing to everybody's economy now. Every person's personal economy. Like me now, if I want to go to my community, which is all, I used to do it with 20-liter fuel. Then about 6,000 or so I would have that. But today I would need 30-something thousand to do that. That is to say, if I get there, I won't have to drive around. I will just go straight to my house. And when I finish, I have to come back. No stopping on the way. So you see that people are poorer. There is no progression in people's individual finances and the economy.
All right. Mr. Meka, just before we leave this issue of democracy and the presidential speech, somebody did raise a very critical question. And when we question democracy, the issue is the document we have, the constitution, is a military document. And they ask if this document can enthrone true democracy in Nigeria.
Yeah, well, I do not agree completely that what we have is a military document. Yes, the document principally was put together, in a military, by a military administration. But remember also that between 1999 and now, there's been several amendments. That is not to say that some aspects of the constitution people are not uncomfortable. I mean, there are not aspects of the constitution that people are very uncomfortable with. But notwithstanding, you see, the major thing in public governance and constitution is about political will. there are many aspects, I'm not a lawyer, but even the Constitution as it is today, there are many aspects of the Constitution that is being trampled upon very clearly. Very clearly. Several times we have seen cases of, rights of people, being trampled upon. We have seen cases of sometimes when, people want to go and protest, we see one or two cases of brutal force. We see people being clamped down. Is that what our current constitution says? The current constitution didn't say so, but we see it happen on, in one or two other places. So we have seen cases of where the constitution makes it very clear, the federal character principle. But we have seen cases where certain sections of the country are dominating in some areas of our national life. So it's I believe that the problem we have more. The problem we have today has more to do with political will of our leaders, not necessarily the constitution. That is not to say that our constitution is perfect as it is now. Of course, nobody can come and tell that the constitution is perfect as it is today. After all, no constitution is perfect. We keep working on it. It's a living document. Okay.
Okay. Also, just from the legal perspective, your legal colleague, Michael Zokeme, continued to argue that there was never a time the people of Nigeria sat together to author the document we have today, the 1999 Constitution. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Zokeme is right. Actually, there was a constitutional drafting committee. There was a constitutional committee, constitutional conference was held, draft made. But eventually, that draft, we all know that it was Professor Awalu Yadudu who personally wrote it. And Abdul Salami Abubakar okayed it. That was why, as at that May 29th, when they were going to swear in Obasanjo, there was no copy of that constitution. It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready that time. So, yes, there are so many reasons people say that constitution is imperfect. Just look at religion. That constitution has pronouncement of a particular religion, Islam, Muslim, more than 70 times, while Christianity once. So you see it's unfair. And then there are so many other areas. This issue we are having in local government was all designed so that with that same culture, that political culture of centrality, controlling Nigerians from the center, that was the purpose. And it was the same mindset that caused Obasanjo to now try to enforce it so that he would control the local governments from Abuja. And then the Tinubu government in Lagos said no and went to court. And we are able to at least grab local government from the federal government. So that constitution, a lot of things are not good with it at all.
Okay. On that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to look into these other issues. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africa, and with us here has been Emeka Odom, journalist, development communication expert, and public affairs analyst. And also with him in the studio also is Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former commissioner of information strategy, culture, and tourism, who is equally a local luminary and public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, it's been wonderful so far. Now, away from the president's speech, let's take a look at Governor Soludo's claim that Southeast contributes 8% of the GDP. And following this, the World Igbo Congress, the umbrella organization of Ndi Igbo in the diaspora, has disagreed with remarks attributed to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, on the economic contribution of Southeast to Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, describing the comments as misleading and an incomplete reflection of the region's economic weight. Governor Soludo was reported to have made the remarks during a public economic engagement in Anambra State, where he referenced Nigeria's regional economic structure and suggested that the Southeast accounts for about 8% of national GDP. In fact, gentlemen, I have the communique from the World Igbo Congress in my hand here, from the office of the chairman. Let me get your perspective on this very issue. Let's start with you, Mr. Meka.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. I must tell you that when that news broke and you know, that's information you know, by the Anambra State Governor, the respected, you know, Professor of Economics. First and foremost, you see, people paid attention to that, not just because he's a governor, because this is a man who was the national economic advisor to the president, President Olusegun Obasanjo, and also a professor of economics. So that statement he made carries a lot of weight, and I can tell you, in time to come, in many years to come, except if there's a very serious counter narrative, you know, on that, a lot of people are going to make reference to that statement outside of, you know, the Southeast. But for me, my thinking is that's a great disservice. That statement is a great disservice to the economic ingenuity of the Southeast. I'm not just talking about the people now. I'm talking about the Southeast itself. Yes, I've read a lot of counter arguments to what he said. And for instance, the World Igbo Congress you are referring to talked about you know, the contribution of the Southeastern people as going beyond the 5 states of the Southeast, and that is correct, because many Southeast people are located in very many parts of the Federation. But that's not even the point now. The point is that now, first and foremost, except this information that Professor Soludo is bringing up, I do not think there's any statistical evidence anywhere, either from the National Bureau of Statistics, which is the official federal government, you know, statistical body, or any other group that has come out to collaborate what Professor Soludo said. In fact, Soludo was referring to probably a study he did some time ago, either during the 90s or something like that. And you and I know that the economy of Southeast has grown between that time and now. You can't tell me that the economy of the Southeast as of 20 years ago is even what it is today. That can be a valid argument. Again, also, if you say the Southeast contributes just about 8 to 9%, you know, of the GDP, then you need to tell us what other regions are contributing. What does the Southwest contribute that has Lagos there? And if you take away Lagos, the rest of the other 5 states, what are they contributing? Number 2, what does the Northwest that has Kano and Kaduna? What does the South contribute? The Northeast and the North Central. Because see, these are other information. These are corresponding information we need to be able to, you know, properly digest, or to either to accept or reject what he said. Then again, also, you also need to understand. Yes, if you say Lagos, if you say the Southwest has the largest, but these are regions and geopolitical zones that the federal government has a very huge investment. Like this, I've seen another study somewhere, you know, that says that the Southeast comes up to about the third, either the third or the 4th geopolitical zone, you know, but not as low as what Professor Soludo's you know, theory says. Now, these are regions that, for instance, in the South, with Port Harcourt, Delta, Akwa Ibom, these are places that has very huge investments in the oil sector. And of course, you know that the oil attracts a whole lot of economic activities and along the value chain. Then you begin to ask the questions: what economic foundations in terms of industrialization that the federal government has done in the southeast to be able to spark off a whole lot of economic activities? But look at the biggest point is this. Apart from Lagos today, apart from Lagos and perhaps Kano today, you know that the southeast has the highest level of non-formal economic activity going on. And Professor Asolido did not tell us in his study whether the informal sector, because I say this because even on previous studies I have, even official government studies hardly ever take note of the informal sector. And it is the informal sector, this is where the large chunk of economic activities are domiciled. Apart from Lagos and Kano, I want to be challenged, which other city in Nigeria has a lot of informal business activity compared to Aba and Onitsha? So, you see, that is why that report, though coming from a respected economist, that's the fact. But honestly speaking, I'm not surprised that it's receiving knocks from right, left, and center, and it will continue to receive. But ultimately, I say it's a great disservice to the southeast, because you cannot continue. For me, you are demarketing the southeast. Right. So if you say even if the southeast today decides to, even if the economy of the southeast decides to crash, that Nigerians will not miss it. So at the end of the day, what point are you really making? Okay. Now we appreciate the fact that he was talking against the continuous sit at home and bastardization of the southeast economy. Yes, we appreciate all that, his concern and everything. But for me, they say where you are preparing any medicine, a medicine that is to be administered in the eyes, you don't need to bring pepper very close to it.
Exactly. Honorable, be as it may, did Soludo state an uncomfortable economic fact? No. And would this statement in any way weaken the Southeast case for federal government's investment in infrastructure in Southeast?
No. Soludo's statement is just one other act of trying to be politically correct. There's one thing I've noticed about our people, our Igbo people. When they want to appeal to other interests outside Igbo land, they talk down on the Igbo. They try to bring the Igbo down. That was why Soludo brought in classroom textbook economy to Nigerian realities. What he said is complete rubbish. It doesn't make any sense. If he had said the Southeast brings 8% and stops there, that may be true. I'm not an economist. But for him to say that Nigeria would move on if the Southeast collapses, it is not true.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Katsina State Governor Diko Rada banned sale and movement of fuel in jerry cans to disrupt bandit supply chains. Gunmen attack NIPSS Kuru near Jos, killing a police officer and a soldier. Enugu State targets GDP growth from $4.4 billion to $30 billion by 2031 through aviation expansion. Now the news in details. A commercial bus traveling from Lagos to Abakaliki was involved in a fatal crash after its driver allegedly attempted to evade suspected armed robbers along the Enugu-Abakaliki Federal Highway. The incident occurred in the early hours of Saturday between Eko-Binago and Idodo communities. Witnesses said the driver encountered a suspected roadblock mounted by armed men and tried to reverse the vehicle to escape. The bus reportedly lost control and veered into a roadside ditch. The crash claimed the life of a vehicle's conductor, while several passengers sustained varying degrees of injury and were taken to nearby medical facilities for treatment. Transport operators have expressed concern over recurring security incidents along the corridor and called for increased night patrols. Confirming the incident, the spokesperson of the Enugu State Police Command, Superintendent of Police Daniel Ndukwe, said preliminary findings indicate that the conductor died after being trapped during the crash while the driver was attempting to evade suspected criminals. He said investigations are ongoing. An Ebonyi State High Court sitting in Abakaliki has sentenced two men, Kelechi Iloke and Kingsley Ibere, to death by hanging for the kidnapping and sale of a 2-year-old boy. Delivering judgment, Justice Chinyere Kane Eze found the defendants guilty of kidnapping the child, identified as Benjamin, in August 2020 at Ndufu Amuzo in Ezza South local government area. The court held that Kelechi Iloke allegedly lured the child away from his parents' residence and handed him over to Kingsley Ibere, who subsequently sold the boy for 500,000 naira in Kalago, Ishiel local government area. Reacting to the judgment, the prosecuting counsel and deputy director in the Ebonyi State Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Ijoma Mike Aja Wachuku, described the ruling as a victory for justice. She urged parents and guardians to pay closer attention to the upbringing and welfare of their children. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested a 33-year-old suspect, Ifechukwu Okechukwu, over the alleged murder of a nursing student, Ms. Chinasa Chilaka, in Bo Idemili North local government area. Ms. Chilaka, a student of the College of Nursing Sciences, Alo, was reportedly missing after leaving home on June 3rd to visit the suspect at his residence in Umusiome village in Bo. According to reports, family members became suspicious after the suspect allegedly claimed that the victim had been kidnapped. The matter later attracted the attention of security operatives, following information provided by concerned residents. Police investigations reportedly led to the discovery of a shallow grave where the suspect resided. Confirming the incident, the Police Public Relations Office in Anambra State, Superintendent of Police Tochukwu Ikenga, said the suspect is in custody and assisting investigators. The body of the deceased had been recovered while investigations continue. Governor Diko Umarada of Katsina State has announced fresh security measures aimed at disrupting the operations of bandits and kidnappers across parts of the state. Under a new executive order, the sale, purchase, transportation and storage of petroleum products in jerry cans have been restricted. The government said intelligence reports indicate that criminal groups often rely on fuel supplies transported in remote hideouts. The measures also include the closure of point-of-sale outlets and commercial phone charging centers in Matazu and Musawa local government areas where authorities say such services have been exploited by criminal elements. Governor Rada said the restrictions were adopted after consultations with security agencies, traditional rulers and stakeholders. He urged residents to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and report suspicious activities to security agencies. Security agencies have launched investigations following an attack by gunmen near the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, Kuru in Jos South local government area of Plateau State. The attack occurred late Monday night when armed men reportedly opened fire on security personnel stationed at an access point near the institution. Security operatives engaged the attackers in a gun battle, forcing them to retreat. However, a police officer, a soldier, and one civilian reportedly lost their lives during the incident. In a statement, the management of NIPSS confirmed the attack and assured participants, staff, and the public that normal activities have continued uninterrupted. The institution urged members of the public to rely on official information while investigations continue. The Nigerian Army has called on its personnel to uphold professionalism, discipline, and resilience in the discharge of their duties across various theaters of operation. The charge was given by the Chief of Transformation and Innovation at Army Headquarters, Major General Peter Okoye, during a military seminar held in Zaria, Kaduna State. Major General Okoye said modern security challenges require soldiers to maintain strong mental capacity, operational discipline, and teamwork in addition to technical competence. He noted that the seminar aligns with the vision of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, to build a highly professional and combat-ready force capable of addressing emerging security threats nationwide. The Nigerian Railway Corporation NRC says all passengers injured during the June 8th derailment on the Warri-Itepe rail corridor have been treated and discharged from the hospital. Managing Director of the corporation, Dr. Kayode Ifa, disclosed this in a statement, noting that one railway employee who sustained serious injuries remains under medical care. The derailment occurred near Abo in Delta State and involved a passenger train carrying hundreds of travelers. Several coaches left the track, resulting in casualties and injuries. Dr. Ifa said the corporation has completed the recovery of affected equipment and commenced track restoration work. He added that NRSC remains committed to supporting victims' families and implementing measures to strengthen rail safety across the network. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Katsina State bans fuel sales and transport in jerry cans to curb bandit logistics. Gunmen attack NIPSS Kuru, kill police officer and soldier. Coming up shortly, Enugu State targets $30 billion GDP through aviation-driven growth plans. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The Nigerian Postal Service, NIPOST, has launched a nationwide digital addressing initiative designed to assign a unique digital code to every addressable building across the country. The project was unveiled in Abuja during a validation forum attended by key stakeholders in digital and logistics sectors. Postmaster General of the Federation, Mrs. Tola Odeyemi, said the National Digital Alphanumeric Postcode System will modernize Nigeria's addressing structure and improve accuracy in location identification. She explained that the system is designed to reflect Nigeria's geographical and population diversity. According to NIPOST, the technology-driven mapping exercise is being supported with high-resolution geospatial data and coordinated field verification to align postcode boundaries with existing administrative structures. Officials say both urban and rural areas will be covered using tailored mapping models. The agency says the system is expected to improve emergency response, strengthen national planning data, and support e-commerce and logistics operations by eliminating informal addressing challenges nationwide. The Lagos State government has sealed 12 facilities across the state for various environmental infractions, including noise pollution and obstruction of enforcement officials. The exercise was carried out by the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, in collaboration with the Lagos Environmental Sanitation Corps. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, directed the enforcement operation as part of ongoing efforts to ensure compliance with environmental regulations. Officials say the affected facilities repeatedly ignored earlier warnings. Among those sealed were entertainment centers, hotels, a religious facility, and a fuel station across areas including Surulere, Ibaja, and Ogudu. Authorities say the violations ranged from excessive noise to obstruction of regulatory officers during enforcement. LASEPA General Manager Dr. Babatunde Ajayi warned that the agency will continue statewide enforcement without compromise, urging residents and businesses to comply fully with environmental laws. The Enugu state government has unveiled plans to establish a state-backed airline, Enugu alongside the concession of the Akanu Ubami International Airport. Officials say the projects form part of a broader economic transformation agenda. Governor Petermbah's administration says the initiative aims to increase the state gross domestic product from $4.4 billion to $30 billion by 2031 through improved connectivity, tourism, and trade. State authorities confirmed the acquisition of aircraft under a new partnership arrangement, while also announcing plans for a modern cargo terminal to boost agricultural exports and commercial activity in the region. The project, backed by federal approval and private sector participation, will be operated under a concession framework, with airport management handled by private partners, while ownership remains with the federal government. The federal government is seeking increased investment to address electricity challenges in Nigeria's health sector through a new electrification program. The initiative was presented at an investor forum in Lagos. Minister of Power, Mr. Joseph Tebe, said reliable electricity is critical for healthcare delivery, especially for operating theaters, vaccine storage, and emergency services. He called for sustainable private sector participation. The program targets over 35,000 health facilities nationwide under a public-private partnership model supported by agencies including the Ministry of Health and international development partners. Government officials say the initiative will deploy solar mini-grids and hybrid energy systems under an energy-as-a-service model, shifting financing and maintenance responsibilities to private operators. Now in sports, the young Amazons of Benin Republic have opened a training camp ahead of their final qualifying matches against Nigeria's Flamingos for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. Head coach Ida Asonzu has invited 30 players to camp at the Misrete Excellence Center, where final selections will be made ahead of the decisive fixtures. The first leg will be played in Nigeria on July 4th at the Remo Stars Sports Complex, while the return leg is scheduled in Kegwe, Benin Republic. The winner over 2 legs will qualify for the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup to be hosted in Morocco. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson has triggered widespread online reactions after sharing a cryptic post on Instagram following developments involving fellow entertainer Lumini and actor Baba Ijesha. In her post, the actress spoke on themes of forgiveness, divine judgment, and resilience, stating that public opinion does not determine individual destiny. She did not directly mention any individuals. The reaction comes after reports of a controversial marriage involving Lumini and Baba Ijesha, a case that has generated intense debate across social media and within the entertainment industry. Mercy Johnson's message has since drawn mixed interpretations online, with many users linking her comments to the ongoing controversy, while others described it as a general spiritual reflection. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. Katsina State Governor Malam Diko Umar Rada has signed an executive order banning the sale, storage, and transportation of petroleum products in jerrycans across the state. The measure is aimed at disrupting supply chains used by armed bandits and strengthening ongoing security operations. State authorities say enforcement will be strict, while security agencies directed to arrest and prosecute a lot of people who may offend. In Plateau State, government launched a late-night attack on the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, in Kuru, just south local government area. During the assault, a police officer and soldier were killed while on duty at the facility's gate. Security forces engaged the attackers in a gun duel, preventing further penetration into the institution, while joint investigations have commenced. The Enugu state government has announced an ambitious economic transformation plan aimed at increasing the state's gross domestic product from $4.4 billion to $30 billion by the year 2031. The strategy is anchored on aviation sector development, including the establishment of Enugu Air, the concession of our Kanubiam International Airport to boost tourism, trade, and investment inflows. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Goodhope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the long arc of Africa's history, few figures stand as tall or resonate as deeply as Nelson Mandela. His life was not merely a personal journey from prison to president. It was a moral compass for a continent still navigating the complexities of leadership, justice, and nation building. Born into a system defined by racial segregation, Mandela's early political awakening was shaped by the harsh realities of apartheid. Yet, what distinguished him was not just resistance, but the philosophy underpinning it. Drawing from African humanist traditions such as Ubuntu, They believe that I am because we are. Mandela's leadership transcended vengeance and embraced reconciliation. As he famously declared, resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies. This principle would later define South Africa's transition from oppression to democracy, particularly through mechanisms like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which prioritized healing over retribution. Academic scholarship often frames Mandela's leadership within the theory of transformational leadership, a concept popularized by political scientist James McGregor Bonds. Transformational leaders, Bonds argues, elevate the moral consciousness of both leader and followers. Mandela exemplified this by turning personal suffering, 27 years of imprisonment, into a national narrative of unity. Equally compelling is Mandela's embodiment of what scholars call servant leadership, a theory advanced by Robert K. Greenleaf. Mandela governed not with dominance, but with humility. Upon assuming office in 1994, he resisted the allure of prolonged power, stepping down after a single term, an act that remains rare in many political systems. For African leaders today, the lessons are both urgent and enduring. First, power must be anchored in principle. Mandela's unwavering commitment to justice, even when it demanded personal sacrifice, underscores the importance of ethical leadership in fragile democracies. Second, nation building requires inclusivity. His insistence on a rainbow nation offers a blueprint for managing ethnic, religious, and political diversity across Africa. Third, institutions must outlive individuals. Mandela understood that sustainable democracy depends not on strong men, but on strong institutions, a lesson echoed in contemporary political science research across the continent. Finally, Mandela's life challenges future generations to rethink the meaning of leadership itself. As he once reflected, leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. His journey reminds Africa that leadership is not defined by authority, but by integrity, vision, and the courage to unify. As the continent looks ahead, the echoes of Mandela's past remain a guiding voice, calling not just for remembrance, but for renewal.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men, and boys continue to face physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors: public awareness, there is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. to eliminate SGBV. Societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
As they say it in Igbo, Zuanike. Aha, don't worry, he's coming back. He just stepped out briefly. All right, so he is here. Please join me as I have the singular privilege and honor to welcome a distinguished statesman whose voice continues to shape national conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the past governor of Anambra State and the presidential aspirant of national...
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, not wanting to make a mistake with protocols, I'll just say, let me thank my dear brother, I think he's absent, my dear brother, Pastor Sakwe, and all the pastors in the house and the organizers. And I thank the panelists. I was rushing to listen to your conclusion and what you had to say, because I was telling him that I don't even know what the whole thing is all about, so I needed to listen and know what it's all about. So I thank you, especially Hope Behind Bars. I'm interested in that. Very, very interested in that. But I thank the panelists. It was wonderful and everything. And I made a request from my dear brother, and I said to him, if I come here and give a speech, which is easier to do, most times you're speaking about what people don't want to hear. Why don't we do a bit of question and answer? Yes, people like me avoid it because you don't want to be asked what you maybe you don't know or what you don't want to answer. Because that's what they also told me. Said, suppose they don't want people to embarrass you. And I said, no. You learn also. In my job, there's number one thing you must do. You must be a listener and a learner, or you fail. If you must lead, the first thing you must do is to be a listener and a learner. Once you stop learning, you shouldn't lead. Because people must teach you every day what to do. And if you don't, you fail. So I also want to learn. For example, I listened to her talk about, I never knew there was something like this. I'm going to link you up with a professor in America. In university, In University of Southern California, I spent days with them where the entire faculty are people who have sat in jail, all the professors. And then what they do is to giving people just what they're doing. And you'll be shocked what they've been able to do. I saw the dean of faculty said, I did 28 years. I saw the registrar, everybody, they've done years. And it was amazing. And they are professors. And they are, what are they doing? So when you see such a thing, when you hear what you're doing, which here, everybody thinks that if you go to jail, most of them are even people who are not supposed to be there in the first place. Even the people who should be there is just politicians for what you've done for the country. You know, because, yes, because what they do is that, yes, that's what they do. I've been to jail. I work in jail, that's why I know. You go there, you see people who have stolen phone, who have even bought stolen phone. They've been there for 2 years. You've seen people who have fought. Maybe they insulted one big man. Is that what we should be doing? When we have the people who are stealing our nation dry, walking around, they should be in jail. All of us. Because the country needs to work. You know, so that's why I'm interested in what you're doing. So that I can see how we can work further to help those who are in jail. They shouldn't be there. So where do we start? Let me first thank the organizers and everything. It's good that I thank them for trying to bring people, talk about entrepreneurship like my sister was talking. Politics don't make a society. But you see, in our country today, politics have become the greatest, the most sought after job. That means there's something wrong. It is not in any society like that. And any society where you see people in government doing better than entrepreneurs is a failed country. That's why we're failing. Because what you're doing is that people are making money without entrepreneurship and without creating any wealth. So there's no productivity. They're just stealing money. That is, it doesn't happen. In any society you see that, forget it. That's why your country is not working. Because if I become governor today, I'm the richest person, everybody wants to see me. I don't go to see anybody. Everybody wants to see me. Everybody wants to see the president. The first time Clinton shut down the office of the president in America was when Bill Gates came to visit him in those days. Because he was the richest man. So everybody values entrepreneurship, productivity. Today, our young people leave school. They don't know where to go to. Nobody cares about them. Nobody gives them opportunity. We have one of the smartest people on the surface of the earth. When people tell me about young boys who are doing Yahoo, and I laugh. I said, that's what used to happen in India. Until they turned them into doing the right thing. Today they are ruling the world in technology. It's the same thing. The same energy is what you need to turn around. But we need to give them opportunity. When they don't have opportunity, they don't know where to do. When people talk about criminality, I say the same thing to them. You have millions of people who don't know where the next meal will come from. And nobody cares. Yet you have a society where people like me are stealing what they don't need. They're building houses they don't need. So you ask yourself, greed must have limit or you're sick. And I believe all of us are sick. Because we're not normal. So that is where we need. So when we talk about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship changes the society. That's what drives the process. But because of corruption, it cannot work. Corruption kills entrepreneurship. It kills professionalism. It kills hard work. Because people are making money easily. And that must change. Yes, those of you who are doing well, like my brother, the market is thriving, but the market can do better. A country of over 200 million people is not producing or doing what countries that are less are doing. Countries that are less are doing far better than we are doing because there's no productivity in Nigeria. You're selling a product today, maybe in Abuja you'll be able to sell it. Maybe in Lagos. Beyond that, that's it. And that is not a market. You should have more facilities all over Nigeria. People should sell more because of the huge market. But it's not happening because of where we find ourselves. But we'll do it when we conclude. Right now it's question and answer. Not politics, so. Question about the market. Question about the entrepreneurship. You can ask anything. Feel free.
All right. Thank you, sir. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we know the house rule. If you have questions, please go ahead and then ask the ushers to give you a piece of paper, and then you can write in your questions and bring to us, and then we'll read out those questions. Like he said, this is thriving in the marketplace. What did they call it? Market. Say market. Say market. Not politics. Say market. And he has told you now that is market. He started his first business as an undergraduate and had tenants. So let's find out how he started it so that we too can learn. So what are the principles that has driven him to be a global entrepreneur? So let's ask practical questions, and we'll benefit so much from his bag of wisdom, right? So quickly, let's do that. Your Excellency, we'll start asking you a question in a minute, but just keep enjoying yourself and just inspiring us. Thank you.
Okay, while you're collecting, I'll be answering the one he asked. I'm a trader, and I believe in trading. Because I was born in a trading family, my father and mother were traders. And I choose to tell people this story every now and then. If you live in a town called Onitsha, I think it's actually where Pastor Sakwe is from. If you go to Onitsha today, you go to a place called 75 New Market Road. 75 New Market Road, what is there now is Mr. Biggs. But I used to tell people, that was my father's shop. He built it in 1953, 55. And if you look at it, if you go to that New Market Road, you see this is New Market Road, this is Old Market Road. They are the junction where two of them met. There's an upstairs that I would say, will hardly take one person now. It's an upstairs still there. It will hardly take. I wonder how people even enter that upstairs. That was my father's office. So we said, let's leave this. So when people come, I said, listen, that's my father's office. This is his store. So he was a trader, and my mother was a trader. So from my early days, I learned to trade. I didn't know much of my father because my father died during the Civil War, and my mother and everything. And I was brought up, one thing is very clear. We men might not teach you a lot, but if you're close to your mom, you will learn a lot. Because you will drum it into your ear that this is the only thing you can do if you have to survive. So I see her go to trade every day. I follow her to her store and everything. And I started trading even before I got involved in my university days and all that and everything in secondary school. And by the time I entered the university, I saw an opportunity. The university didn't have supermarket inside. And my mother used to do supermarket business. We didn't have this, we didn't have that in Nsukka then. So it was an opportunity for me to start business within the university. It was easy then, I must tell you. Because people say to me, oh, you did it then. It was very easy to start anything then. Because Nigeria was just a lovely country to live in. I tell people, in my first year, I bought my first car, Volkswagen, from J. Ali in Enugu. I don't forget it, 2,700 naira. And it was a brand new car, 2,700 naira. That was what I paid. And I drove that car to university. Everybody knew. By my second, third year, I bought a 505 from Umano Motors, 7,350 naira. So Nigeria was working there. Everything was very easy and all that. But look at where we are today. You know, it was very easy for me to go to travel as a student to the UK over the weekend because we have what we call student fare. London trip then was 200 naira, but student fare was 100 naira because it was 50% discount. So I just paid 100 naira. I found myself going to London today. So that's how you know how bad things are. Dollar was then, of course. If I give them, as a student, we had ACB Bank and this. If I give them 300 naira for foreign exchange, they give me $500. That was when I was getting them. 300 naira, don't forget it. That's even a receipt of them. They give me 500. And nobody was buying BTO. The ACB will be calling me, oh God, we get BTA, can't you buy? And everything. I was the only student who will buy there and everything. To go to New York, because Nigerian Airways, we had Nigerian Airways then. Lagos, Kano, London, same thing every day. Lagos, New York, daily. It will cost me 150 naira. I go to New York on the weekend and come back. And nobody was asking me for visa. So that was then. The reason why it's good when people say, how did you start your business? It's good I tell you, it cannot work today. The reason why it will not work today is that I was telling Pastor, the system is against you. Everything starts with how the system enable you to create. That's why I said, if Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, all these people were here, let me tell you, they won't start. I went to the UK and walked into the bank. They gave me a loan based on my intellectual capital. What does that mean? When the manager looked at it and said, oh, you were in Cambridge. Oh, you were in Oxford. You were in this. Oh, what do you want? If you graduate today in the UK from any of the universities, you walk into the bank, they give you credit card immediately and give you a loan. Nobody will give you anything here. You must bring your mother, bring your father's land, bring anything. So that is the crisis we face. It is the system. They didn't know who I am in the UK. They don't know who I am. It's just me and this. And they started giving me money. I started paying. By the time I left the UK, my bank was giving me overdraft of nearly $5 million without knowing where I came from. Except this is the relationship. Every year, because I have a turnover of over $5 million or £5 million then, I get a letter from the Prime Minister and the Queen. A letter thanking me for being a small business and employing people. In all my life here, no local government chairman wrote me a letter. That is your country. But everything I can show it to you in the UK, all the letters from the Queen and the Prime Minister thanking me for contributing to the economy as a small business. My council chairman will come and visit me and thank me for what I'm doing. When there's problem, my colleagues, look at COVID. When COVID happened, every small business was asked to look at their turnover, look at the income they're supposed to do, and supported them with that income. Here, they will even come and take the one we have. So it's a crisis situation. You can't start a small business today. It's very difficult because nobody gives you special interest rates. Tell me how you can start a business at 35%, 30%. It's impossible. This is the crisis we face. Let me leave the Western world so you will understand the difference. If you Google Indonesia today, 90% of the employment comes from small businesses. And check it, Indonesia. 90% of employment comes from small businesses. The reason is very simple. Small businesses are encouraged. While the official rate in Indonesia is 15%, small businesses get free training, free support, and have an interest of not more than 5%. That's a system that wants to support its people. Here, the bank won't even listen to you, talk less of giving you any special. If there's a special rate for small businesses, they will give it to politicians who will not pay back. All those things you hear about the rice, anchor borrowers, anchor this, anchor that, is all criminality. They've stolen the money. It didn't work. Because it wasn't given to anybody. It was given to us. And we pocketed the money. And that is the crisis you must dismantle for the nation to work. So when I have times I say, you have to dismantle this criminality, it is the reality you're seeing every day. That's why year in, year out, Nigeria cannot produce rice, which is the most food we consume. When other countries that are smaller produces rice, you hear me every day saying Bangladesh produces 10 times more rice than Nigeria. You Google it now, they do 50 to 60 million tons of unmilled rice. We don't even do 10% of that. The reason is that all those loans they gave for rice have been stolen. So Bangladesh is a country sitting on 148,000 square kilometers, which if you multiply by 1,000, you will see what it will give is 148,000, sorry, 148, about 1.something million square meters. If you divide it by their population of 170, they don't have up to 1 meter, 1 square meter per person. But Nigeria, at 923,000 square kilometers, have almost 4 square meters per person, yet a country with less than 1 meter per person produces 10 times the rice we can produce. is because, in fact, to tell you how small Bangladesh is, Niger State is 76.3, Borno is 70.8. Two of them put together the size of Bangladesh. Yet they produce more rice than we produce. Because the money that would have given to young people who should be entrepreneurs and go and produce rice, we the politicians have shared it in Abuja. And are telling everybody the story. Waiting for the questions.
Come on, let's celebrate His Excellency. So, sir, let me ask, we have a cocktail of questions, but these two or three are kind of related. One is, what is a business principle that you want to, promote among especially young entrepreneurs, whether they are at startup level or whether they have already started and they are scaling? We have about 3-4 questions have asked. People are asking the same thing. They want to know some principles that have helped you thrive as a businessman. Thank you, sir.
Well, first is to believe in what you're doing. It is not going to be easy. Starting of any business is not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult. You're going to go through difficult time, but remain consistent. Believe in what you're doing. Remain consistent. Don't feel, oh, well, listen, this. And like some of the speakers have said, know that when you have done everything, you also have to put it to God. But with consistency, you must first believe in yourself. You are the initiator. You are the this thing. Believe in the product. Believe that you're the chief marketer. Remain consistent. People are going to tell you that if you do this, you'll succeed. If you do this, you'll succeed. Do this. No. Nobody succeeds by jumping from one business to the other. It's rare. Make sure you have appropriate study of the environment where you. If you look at all the startups, it will shock you that every startup even in America, went through problems. Today, the biggest company in the world, in terms of market size, maybe okay. Elon Musk have come with this thing, but it used to be Apple. Apple founder Steve Jobs was actually sacked from that company. He was sacked from Apple by somebody he hired. Some of you may not know because part of what I do is to study every book. When Steve Jobs started Apple, he hired a man called John Scully. John Scully used to be president of Pepsi. So Steve Jobs was sending to John Scully every day, stop selling sugared water and come and be part of changing the world. After I'd done it for a long time, of a period of nearly 1 year, one day, the president of Pepsi, John Scully, resigned from Pepsi and said he's going to join these young boys in a garage in California who wants to change the world at no salary, but only percentage of the company. Guess what happened in Pepsi? They wanted to examine whether something has gone wrong with John Scully. He got into Apple, became the CEO, and sacked Steve Jobs. Because Steve Jobs is fascinated about technology. Most people who are innovators are not entrepreneurs. They don't go for money. They just want to change something. So you need a combination of the two. Innovator must work with an entrepreneur because an entrepreneur will always like money. It happens to me, even in my house. My son have some crazy innovations, and I always ask him, so how much money are we going to make from this thing? And he will always tell me, now initially, he would tell me that is not about money. But now he says that, I think I agree with you because he goes on doing it and there's no money is not coming enough. He has bills to pay. I said, listen, whatever you do, you must know there's a bill to pay. You know, so it's not a good to say, I'm very good at this. At the end of the month, if you don't pay your bills, you have a problem. So, for me, entrepreneurship must be a consistent person who is driving, making sure that things are done rightly and everything, while, again, trying to be part of change in any environment you find yourself. I like hope. I'm back. The next question.
Can we please quickly applaud His Excellency? Someone here is asking, Your Excellency, what are your thoughts around the concept of the Igbo apprenticeship and cooperatives as possible, strategies to, scale employment in our society? And the person also, another question here is, how can a business thrive with high interest rates?
I've said it before, you can't thrive with high interest rates. Because what you're doing is that, one is that not just business, economy cannot thrive with high interest rates. Forget it. The only reason why we have high interest rates in this country is that because the biggest borrower is government. In fact, they are crowding out the real businesses from borrowing. So the biggest borrower is government. I'm sorry when I say this. I used to be in the bank. I was bank chairman. I don't know so many other countries where bank make profit when the people they borrowed money have collapsed. So there's something missing. The reason is that the government are the ones borrowing money. And governments don't care. Because even the money they borrowed was not invested, it's stolen. That is why even servicing debt becomes a problem to us. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. Countries borrow to survive. Japan today owe over 200% of their GDP. Singapore, people used to do an example, owe over 120% of their GDP. So many other countries, America, over 100. But what is the difference? Japan today is still the highest holder of US treasuries. The money they borrowed, they invested in something. Singapore is the same thing. The law says you cannot borrow in Singapore without investment. They are trying to raise money now and do everything because Singapore is a very tiny country. They found out now, they used to have the busiest port. They found out there's no way they can't develop a new port. They can't expand it. Guess what they're doing now? They want to build a new port under the sea. It will take them about 30 years. Under the sea. And they want to move under the sea now and build their biggest port. Meanwhile, we're here stealing money, causing confusion all over the place. When the world is changing. So these are things we can do. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. You borrow money, but no country can thrive with high interest rates. You need to lower it. You need to make it competitive. Banks need to support businesses. Banks don't support businesses here. Forget about that value. I've been in the bank, and I can say this authoritatively. I've chaired banks. They don't support businesses. In England, where I live, banks support business. The banks come to me, ask me, what am I doing? In fact, to tell you, 1 year I had a problem. Profit didn't add up. The banks wrote off their interest rate. Here, they will eventually hold you like a goat to be killed for Christmas. You know, so that is the thing. You can't survive with high interest rates. Well, there was another question there.
But Igbo apprenticeship and cooperatives.
Let me be honest with you. It's two ways. It used to work. It's not working well today. The reason why it's not working well today is that the Oga, people don't know that as a businessman, which are us, you have failed when those under you don't succeed. They are not the thing. If you bring a houseboy in your house, a gate man in your house, God did not create him gate man. If that gate man remains there and fail, you have failed. And you failed God. And I say to people, if you go to a place called Trade Fair, Balogun Market, I don't say this usually, but they will tell you, I built about 200 shops. I don't own one. And people ask me why. I say, listen, I have a lot of small people I brought from my village and everywhere. Why should I own the shop they own? No. You must pull people out of poverty for you to be successful. If they remain poor, you're finished. Our job, so the apprenticeship is not working. Because now you take somebody's son and everything. My friend Mo knows. I always tell him, I say, this man driving Jeep is my houseboy. But let me tell you the difference. People think about the day I go to with Mo to the market, they are ready to kill anybody and don't give me things free. I'll call him and say, Oga, I don't have this thing. Say, Oga, how can you be saying that? We'll buy it and bring it for you. You must. So the apprenticeship is not working now. The big man wants to remain rich and think God created the other people to be poor. No. Capital, no. We need to change it to what it used to be. My father was the apprentice to people. From there, he started his own. In fact, he goes to see those who he has trained. He will tell you, this man is my boy. This man is my boy. This man is my boy. My father was strict. My mother was strict. So what do we used to do as small boys? We go to holidays to those they've settled because they are kinder people than our parents. So that's the advantage you have. It's still happening to me today. My brothers, my sisters, my this, the next thing, even my own wife finds it more easier to deal with them than deal with me. Because he knows he would tell you that Peter would rather give his money away to nursing school. So he doesn't want to talk to Peter about that thing. And Peter doesn't like celebration. So she will talk to any of my brother, anybody, and all that. Because you have helped other people. So the apprenticeship will work if only we can change to what it used to be, where the idea is to help people learn, settle them, encourage them to start their own. And these are things society must do. Thank you. Next one.
Yes. So we just have 4 minutes, Your Excellency. 2 questions very quickly. This one's, we are trying to dodge away from some kind of question, but I just want to add this one. Someone is saying...
Don't dodge away from me.
Yes. Someone is saying, so one is, I'm a farmer, but it's difficult now to go to farm because of bandits. What do we do? That's one. Then the second one is that how do you balance doing business, promoting integrity that you are known for in a very corrupt society? How do you balance? We want to learn it, sir.
Okay. Let me talk about farmers. It's unfortunate you can't go to farm today because of insecurity. I've always said Nigeria have no reason to be where it is in insecurity. If non-state actors are stronger than the state, there's a complicity somewhere. And I say it with every sense of responsibility. Or we declare war. One person must be in charge. We cannot have a situation where our children can no longer go to school. It's not possible. We cannot have that situation. That must change. And to change it is all of us. Government must do more because it's affecting us. Nigeria have now become one of the hungriest countries of the world. I say this every day. Ukraine gave Nigeria grain to fight hunger. Ukraine is at war. But they gave us grain to fight hunger. We can make more money. That's why we must work hard. We can make more money from agriculture than we make from oil. Any day, anytime. Anybody who tells you about oil, no. The richest state in America is California. Over 4 trillion economy, and it is agriculture and technology, not oil. Texas, that is where the oil is actually the number 4. So it has nothing to do with oil. Tiny country like Netherlands, these are examples I give on a daily basis, makes 120 billion euros, about $130 billion from export of food items. Agricultural product. Netherlands without water, with water is 41,000 square kilometers. Without water is 33,000. Niger is 76.3. So Niger is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands, just Niger State. Fertile land. And they get 3 times what we get from oil from their land. Boronu, Sambisa forest in particular that gives us problem is farmland. Sambisa area is 60,000 square kilometers. That's 3 times the size of Israel, and Israel is exporting food. Israel is 22,000 square kilometers, and 3, 66. This one is 60. You have a crisis. You need to deal with it. And because of it, you must fight this insecurity head on. One person must be in charge. It is not something you read every day. We will deal with it. It has reached where everybody should be at the forefront. If you want to lead, you must be ready to die. Or you go home. So it's something we must be ready to do. On issue of integrity, quite frankly, let me be honest with you. The way I see it is that, is what I said before. People are stealing what they don't need. When you find yourself in office, when you find yourself everywhere, the only reason why you're there, I know people have supported you and everything, is by His grace. So whatever you do there, you are either upholding and respecting His grace, or you are abusing His grace. But what I find amazing is when people steal what they don't need. I was governor in Anambra State for 8 years, and I've challenged anybody. If you go and see where their money that I'm not entitled to is missing, please come and stop politics. The reason is that by the time I got to Anambra State, I was a very comfortable person. I didn't need the money to steal their money to live. Whatever I wanted, I have it in my house. And coincidentally, I don't have, it's just my wife and my 2 children and everything. I was telling somebody just a few days ago, and more is there. He has seen me with my son. My son, since he left university, and that's what I talk about, employment and doing something, has never asked me for 1 naira. So people like Pat Utomi Omo have seen where I said, Why don't I give you this money? He said, no, he doesn't want money from me. Because he's working on any something. If it's not, he will be in my house, creating confusion all over the place. Well, because he works. Because he works and everything. If I go to UK today, I'm battling with my son, arguing more than we see. Oh, why don't we see? Why took you out for? No, Dad, I'm very busy. I don't want to see you, blah, blah, blah. You know, okay, if I finish work by 6, I'll just pass through your hotel. This. It's all a battle and everything because he's working. He lost his job. That's how he bought his house. So he doesn't want to live in my house. He doesn't want to have anything to do with me and everything, you know. It's difficult at times. You want him not to earn the money so he can listen more to you. But, you know, but that is because he's working. And that's what it should be. That people finish job and leave you. And be able to earn their own living. Be able to form their own life and everything. And all that. So, when you have this circumstance, why are you going to steal money? What do you need it for? I was made chairman of SEC here. I always tell people, the day I came to SEC, the first day I came, they said, oh, this is your vehicle. You're entitled to house allowance. You're entitled to this. If you see, oh, this is your rent for 5 years. This is your this. I said, listen, hey, wait a minute. I just came to meeting here. Please, I don't want anything from this organization. If I come to a meeting, I will go. If you have anything for sitting allowance, give it to those who need it. I don't need it for anything. And when I tell people, I say, go to SEC, ask them whether they paid me 1 naira as their chairman. No. Because what would they pay me? Whatever they will pay me, I have it before I came there. So why are you acquiring what you don't need? It doesn't make sense. I have no reason, and I say it any day, to steal public money. I have enough. I don't have a jet, I don't have everything, no, but I can tell anybody, if where I am today, I'm left with it, I have enough to go to my house and sit down and be eating, drinking, water, everything, travel to where I want for the rest of my life. So I have no reason. The only thing I can do now that can make meaning to my life is to pull people out of poverty. And that is why you see me, as I conclude, you will see it, you can go and check. Every week, I must visit a hospital, a school, must. And I've never visited any and spent less than 10 million naira. Reason is that that money you see, I was telling somebody just this morning, I came back from the UK yesterday. No, on Thursday. And I told him, I said, until I went into public life, I realized that the difference between flying first class and business class is about almost 10 million naira. So, and the same plane. Same plane. Nothing changed though. Since I started doing it, it was just psychological. Since I changed and started flying any class, nothing has happened to me. But if you tell me that when I was in private sector, if you tell me when I was in private sector, bank chairman, this is it, now people will be in front of the plane, I'll be at the back. I'll tell you, forget that one. Today, even for free, I don't want to, because, and I found out that, oh, it's a difference. I told a friend of mine, that's where I conclude. I said, we are flying out from Lagos to the east. And the ticket was, the business class was about 400,000, and the economy is 150. And he came and told me, he said, Peter, what's the difference in this? What's the difference in this? I said, don't worry. Just stay there. When we arrive in Enugu, I'll tell you the difference. So he said, I said, the difference is about 200,000 I still came. So as we are driving to his village, we got to his village. I said, let's go to the village market. So we came to the village market. Everybody came to greet us. And I gave them 200,000 naira. What happened there? He could not believe it. I said, that is the difference. You know, the difference is that we, those of us who are stealing money, packing it all over their house, owning 50 houses, they don't need. You do not need, peterobi does not need a house in New York. I don't live in America. I don't need a house in Johannesburg. I don't need a house, sorry, I might say people will not like it. I don't have a house in Abuja. Neither do I have in Lagos. I have a house in Onitsha. And it's where I live, and I'm happy with it. And I have a house where I used to live in the UK. But I don't need to buy a new one. When I became government, say, well, this place you live, you buy a new one. I say, listen, wherever you buy, you still remain a black man. To the white man, what are you trying to change? You want a place to sleep. Wherever you buy, if you will sleep, you will sleep. If you will be awake, you will be awake. So what is in it? Try to use your money for humanity. Some people need it somewhere. Support them. That's why I'm happy with my sister. Hope behind bars. I listen to it. Nigerians are behind bars. So we must give them hope. Thank you and God bless you.
Everyone, come on everyone, let's give His Excellency a resounding round of applause. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, I got television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you what I know. Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, I got television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you what I know.
Uhuru Choma, Gyonyoma na-esonyere anyị. Ana m ekele ma na-anabata gị n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Otobo bụ ihe omume ahụ na-abụ anyị pụta etu a anyị leba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụ Naịjirịa. Ọ na-abịara gị ka uhuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday. Na nke taata, o nwere ọmarịcha isiokwu dị mkpa anyị chọrọ ka anyị leba anya. Maka na mba ụwa niile ụmụ nwaanyị atụnyego oke ha na ihe gbasara ọchịchị obodo n'ibu ndị ndu nakwa n'ịrụ ọrụ bekee. N'agbanyeghị ka o sila dị, aka nwekwara dị iche dị maka na ihe na-erubeghị ọkara ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọnụọgụ ụmụ nwaanyị nwere bụ ihe a nọchitegoro anya ha n'ọchịchị maọbụ na ha na-esonye na-enwe mkpebi na-abịa n'ihe ha na-eme. Otu mba ụwa bụ United Nations kwuru na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ otu n'ime ụzọ anọ, ya bụ otu n'ime oche anọ ka ha nwere n'ụlọ nzukọ omebe iwu dị iche iche na mba dị iche iche gụnyere Naịjirịa. Ile anya n'etu ihe si aga, ịfụ na ọnọdụ ahụ nwere ka o si wee dị. Ọ dịzie ka a na-akpachapụ ụmụ nwaanyị n'akụkụ. Na nke uhuruchi anyị ga-eleba anya n'aka mgba dị iche iche, ohere dị iche iche nakwa ọdịnihu ụmụ nwaanyị nwere n'isonye n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị obodo. Anyị nwere onye ọbịa pụrụ iche na nke taata dịka anyị na-asị enwe na mbụ. Ọ bụ otu nwaanyị ihe gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị na-amasị, ọchịchị obodo, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, ahụike nakwa okwu ndị ọzọ metara ụmụ nwaanyị na-amasị ya nke ọma. Ọ bụ Odoziakụ Chinemerem anyị. Odoziakụ Chinemerem nnọọ n'Otobo.
Ndewo onye isi oche.
Ọ dị mma ka anyị gbapịa ọsọ na nke taata. Dịka m kwuru na mbụ oge anyị na-amalite, ụmụ nwaanyị na-esonye na ihe gbasara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị obodo. Malite na tupu obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa enwere onwe ya, ụmụ nwaanyị ọtụtụ n'ime ha agbago mbọ pụtara ihe. Mana ajụjụ wee bụrụ, kedu ka gị onwe gị ka isi hụta ọnọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị obodo?
Ndewo onye isi oche. Ihe gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọnọdụ ọchịchị obodo bụ ihe na-agba anya mmiri. Ihe m ga-eji wee tụnyere ya bụ nkịta so dinta wee jee nta, o wee nyelu dinta aka, wee gbutechaa anụ, esinye anụ n'ọkụ, anụ wee na-eghe. Nkịta kpaa nso asị chụba nkịta anụ onye ori ka ọ bụ na nkịta dị ụsa, nkịta ya ha akpụrụ anụ a. O wee bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ sọsọ ndị mfo bụ nwata na anụ ha so wee gbu. Ọnọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị obodo ọ masịrị m, onyere ọṅụ, o juru afọ.
ịma na mgbe mbụ a na-ekwu na oche ụmụ nwaanyị maọbụ ọnọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu mana ihe agbanwego kemgbe anwa anyị na-ahụzi ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha na-esonye na ha na-agụ akwụkwọ na-abagide ihe dị iche iche na-eme ihe dị iche iche a na-eme mana ọ dịghị ka ọnụọgụ ụmụ nwaanyị anọchitego anya ha etu o si kwesị na-abịa n'ihe gbasara ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị.
Asị m kwuo ebidobeghị ebido maka ọbụna ndị mba ụwa si n'otu n'ụzọ anọ ha ekwutechara ikekwe n'otu n'ụzọ anọ n'obodo onye nke kwuo ya, mana ọ bụ na ị na-anya n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa efu na anyị aka ebidobeghị ebido nnọchite anya ha o kwesịrị ọ bụrụ ihe o kwesịrị ịbụ echetabeghị ha otu esi wee kwesị icheta ha ka ọ fọdụzi isi ma o zuru otu o si wee kwesị izu ya na ihe gbasara nnọchite anya ụmụ nwaanyị ọ ka na-eme ihere.
Ịma na nkwenye mgbe mbụ ọ na-abụ amụọ nwaanyị mụọ nwoke asị ka zụọ nwoke ka hapụ nwaanyị maka na nwaanyị nọ n'usekwu na ọnụ ọdị ọ hapụbe di ya ọ pụọ. Ọ dịghị ka nkwenye ọdịnala ma ọ bụ na mmadụ bụ nwaanyị na ọ bụrụ nwoke o so eme ọnọdụ a jide etu anwa?
N'ezie o so n'ihe dobere anyị otu anyị dị taa maka na ịma na ndị be anyị si na-ada agọ nkịta ọdụ na nka ihe arụrụ a na-agba ahụ ọ bụla omenala maka na ọ bụgolo ihe a na-ekwu mgbe niile na-ekwu ya ọ bụrụ asị na sọsọ ihe mara mma akpụ n'ọnụ mgbe niile bụsị ire ewekwuketa ọ ebe ahụ baa ọbara ya nke a mezie ọtụtụ ndị ha na-ewezie n'ọnọdụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu agbanyeghị na chi efogo agbanyeghị na ọnọdụ agbanwego agbanyeghị na ihe atụgharịgo onye ala sị n'ụwa gbabe mgbabe ma onye kwụ n'iru akwụrụ n'azụ ụmụ nwaanyị kwụbụ n'azụ na-eme ka ha kwụrụ n'iru mana n'ime ya ụfọdụ ka na-adọkwa ha n'akwa ụfọdụ ka na-echetakwa ha ichetakwa n'usekwu ụfọdụ ka na-echeta ha ichetakwa nọọ nwaanyị ka ịbụ o wee bụrụ otu m ihe nke ọzọ a na-ekwu banyere ụmụ nwaanyị ọ bụ site n'omenala bụ ihe ji ha n'agbanyeghị na enwugo ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị jere akwụkwọ jepụta ihe ndị mmadụ afụkwa n'ezie na nwaanyị nwere ike ịnọ bagide ọtụtụ ihe dị iche iche mepụta ya ihe banye n'ọchịchị obodo chịpụta ya ihe banye na ndọrọ ndọrọ dọpụta ya ihe mana n'ihi ebe ha si abịa o mezie ka a ga-asị na emekwa asị gị chetakwa ebe isi maọbụ chetakwa onye Igbo so otu ọbụla isi na ya anya n'ihe gbasara omenala na ebe nlejere anya na-elejere ụmụ nwaanyị dịka ụnyaa ọ ka jikwa ụmụ nwaanyị maka ọ dịka a ga-asị na ndị nke ọ gụrụ agụụ ịgbaso mmepe obodo mmepe anya ụmụ nwaanyị mepe maọbụ ịgbaso otu o si wee kwesị ịdị kịta na ụmụ nwaanyị agawaga akwụkwọ aka nwekwanụ ndị ochie anwa na-ejidesi aka ike ihe kwuru mgbe ụnyaa maọbụ ka na-ekwe ha agbanwe obi ha maka enwere ndị ihe a na-ekwu niile bụ na egbugbere ọnụ ọbabe ha n'obi ha pụtakwa ha fụ nwaanyị ọ bụ n'ụlọ ọrụ ọ bụ ebe ndọrọ ndọrọ ha ka na-ewu ya n'obi ha tụmadị ka esi wee zụọ ha nji wee sị na adị agọ nkịta ọdụ na nka ya bụ na ihe gbasara ihe mgbe ochie maọbụ ihe gbasara omenala na-adịchara mma na-ekwesịrị ekwesị ọ ka so n'ihe ji ụmụ nwaanyị maka emekwa asị ọkwa nwaanyị ka ọ bụ maọbụ ọnọdụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu o so ọ bụrụ nọọ sọsọ ya nwa bụ ihe ji ụmụ nwaanyị mana agụwa agụnye ha ịma na agụzọ
ọ dị madalụ Odoziakụ Chinemerem gị onye ọma na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV ka anyị gaa gbarịtụ ntakịrị aka ahịa anyị laghachite azụ anyị gaa n'iru cheta na anyị na-eleba anya na ụmụ nwaanyị isonye na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị obodo iji hụ na ihe na-aga etu o si kwesị anyị gbaka ahịa anyị laghachi azụ gaa n'iru.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Dalo onye ọma na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV bụ mgbe anyị ji eleba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo na ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Na nke uhuruchi a anyị na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu metụtara ụmụ nwaanyị isonye n'ihe gbasara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị obodo ya na aka mgba ha na-ezute n'etu a ga-esi kwụọ onye ukwu wara. Ọ ka bụkwa anyị na Odoziakụ Chinemerem anyị nọ na nke uhuruchi a. Odoziakụ Chinemerem, daalụkwa ọzọ maka isonyere anyị. Ọ dị mma, ego eji achụ nta nkwado na ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ na-ewe anyị mara na o buru ibu maka etu a na-akwado nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị kịta maka afọ 2027. Otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị dị iche iche emego nhọpụta ime onwe primaries. Onwego otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị tupu enye gị akwụkwọ ị ga-eji zọọ ọkwa, ị ga-ego fọm. Ọ dị gị ka ego ndị ahụ a na-emefu so n'aka mgba ụmụ nwaanyị na-ezute mere ha ji ana azụ n'isonye n'ọchịchị obodo?
Ịmara asị na okwu bana ego ogbenye selon ya. Ada m ekwu na ụmụ nwaanyị niile bụ ogbenye, mana ị na-anya efu na ọnọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị mee ha bụrụ ndị ego ada aga n'aka. Na-anya ebe ọtụtụ kwenyere na ọnọdụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu, onye nọ n'usekwu ọ na-agụ ego, ọ na-agụgodo ego ọgụọ nke agụrụ ọnụ. Na-anya ebe ọ ga-abụ na nwoke bata na ụlọ ọrụ, nwaanyị bata n'ụlọ ọrụ, ọ ga-amasị ha karịa ibuni nwoke enu, nwaanyị aka nọdụkwa, n'agbanyeghị na ha na-abụ nwere ike iji asambodo bụ ofu. A ga-asị gị nwa obere oge kịta o jee ịmụ nwa, ọ na-abụzi ihe ọjọọ na mmadụ na-amụ nwa, onye ka ọ mụrụ nwa ahụ, ọkwa nwoke ka ọ mụrụ ya. Ịnecha ụfọdụ ihe anya ịfụ na ọ na-atatu ụmụ nwaanyị aka n'ihe gbasara ego. Abịazikwanụ n'ego anwa n'ihe ndọrọndọrọ, ọ bụrụzi ihe a ga-eji maka ya wee gbachibido ụmụ nwaanyị. Mgbe ụfọdụ ha na-amacha ụmụ eme ya, ha etinye ọnụ ego dị oke ọnụ, nke bụ na nwaanyị ọfịa ụmụ nwaanyị ahụ inweta ya. Nwaanyị na-eji inweta ọkwa nwaanyị ga-akọsara di ya bifo oje, ikekwe di ya sikwuo na ya enweghị ya, maọbụ ọbụgodu na onwe ya, ọ machilụ n'ihe niile ha nwa ha ji eri nri wee jeje chinye. Mana nwaanyị nwelu ngabasị, nwaanyị nwelu omume a ga-eji ihe a na-achọ. Nwere ihe ọzọ a na-achọ n'ike ite na-abụrụ anụ. Bekee asị gị nọ kapasiti. Nwaanyị nwe ihe ọbụla achọ iji wefu na ndọrọndọrọ na-aga ọfụma na ọchịchị na-aga ọfụma, nwaanyị nwere ya. Mana bịazie ihe gbasara ego ahụ abụrụ ụzọ mgbachibido eji eme ka ụmụ nwaanyị hafe ịgafe ogwe anwa ga-eme ha ka ha soro. So n'anya mgbe ụfọdụ ịfụ na o socha ihe na-atatu ụmụ nwaanyị aka ime ya, kpatalụ eji ayọ ndị otu ndọrọndọrọ dị iche iche ka ha wetunata aka n'ihe a na-ekwu, ma ọ bụ mmadụ ihe ha ga-emere ụmụ nwaanyị ka e wee hapụ ịgbachibido. Maka obodo ọbụla na-agbachibido ọkara ọnụọgụgụ ya, obodo ahụ bụ ihe mberede na-achọ ebe ọ na-eji ime. Obodo ahụ bụ ihe mberede nọ n'ụzọ na-aga iji ime, maka na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ọkara ndọrọndọrọ. Ikechapụgo ọgụgụ isi, ikechapụgo amamihe, ikechapụgo ntụuche dị iche iche. Mana ọ bụrụ na ịkpọbata ha, obodo ga-dị ka owuwe ihe ubi ga-eweta ụmụ ihe ndị dị iche iche na-eme ha tinye na nke ụmụ nwoke nwere, obodo a na-aga. Ya mere na-ekwusi ike na ihe gbasara ego anwa so n'ihe na-agbachibido ụmụ nwaanyị dịka ihe eji wee gbachie ogwe ka ụmụ nwaanyị hapụ iso n'ihe gbasara ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị.
Ịma na mgbe ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị unu na-ekweta na unu ji ego abịa na ezinụlọ ebe nwoke nọ nwaanyị anọdụ, ego nwoke bụ ego anyị, ego nwaanyị bụ nke m. Mana ihe m na-ajụ bụ n'ọnọdụ a kịta gbasara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka ga-emere ụmụ nwaanyị ka ya bụ ijekwa ọgịga?
Nke bụkwa eziokwu bụ na ihe gbasara ego nwoke bụ ego anyị, ego nwaanyị bụ nke a bụ akụkọ maka mbọchị ọzọ. Maka na nwaanyị na-enwere uche bụ ihe na-ama mma na ebe a bụbie ndị Igbo si na ebe onye bi ka ọ na-awachi. Ka bụ onye adịna ọ na-agụ ya, ọ na-anabi ya. Ihe ọbụla nwata nwaanyị kpata ọma ewebata n'ezinụlọ ya were eme ka ezinụlọ ahụ ga nwaanyị ahụ enwere uche. Ihe ọbụla nwata nwaanyị ga-agba ọkpata ọfụ na di ya na mkpa ọma mwepụta ya wee mee ka nwoke ahụ kuchala ume nwoke anọrụ n'echiche ọ bụrụ moto kugbu ya ngwa na ego ahụ anụwazie na anụ ka ọ gịnị nke ahụ a wee bụrụ nne ji ya iche wee bịa n'ihe gbasara ego ahụ si wee bụrụ ihe iche aka mgbadere ụmụ nwaanyị ekwesịrị ka emere ụmụ nwaanyị ihe ekwesịrị ka eme bụ na a ga-ewetata ọnụ ego anwa otu ọ ga-adị nwa egbeke mmadụ nwa ugo mma ọ ga-abụ ma ọ bụ na ewetutere ọnụ ego ahụ ma ọ bụ na a na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị enye ha na-anaghị ego ka e nwee ike nwetatụ ihe dị maka onwe ihe m chọrọ ka ịnegodo anya ọtụtụ mgbe anyị n'ezinụlọ dị iche iche maọbụ a na-eme ụka nne maọbụ asị ka agbawa nju ọnụ ụmụ nwoke dị iche iche nwoke nke apụta sị hei nwunye m maka esi ejikwa ezinụlọ nwunye m inyegodi ya ihe dị otu a ọmakọ ga-esi otuke ịbata ịfụ na o ji ya wee mepụta ihe osipụta nri nwunye m iwee nye ego nka nwoke ekwuo ya ama mmadụ ịbụ na ịtọ na ịnọgba bụ ezi ama ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị niile ahụ nwere ike ịbụ ndị na-ejikwa ezinụlọ jikwa ya mazi mgbe ọ ga-aba kpọbata ha n'ọchịchị amamiri aghọta ebe m na-eje ịma mgbe ọ ga-aba kpọbata ha n'ọchịchị ya mee na ndị ọbụ oyibo si na management ndị nwere ike ijikwa ezinụlọ dị iche iche bụ ihe anyị kpachapụ ka ezinụlọ dị iche iche ahụ bịa emekọtara obodo ya ọ bụrụ na anyị ga-akpọbata ha wee bịa n'anya wee sị ebe ọ bụ na ọ dịgo otu a na a ga-egbubiri nwa kama efi gị ga-agbanahụ gị ibere ya ọdụ ka ọ dị nwa nkenke otu a ka o wee kwuo omume ma ọ bụ na ewechapụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị mịa bụ na ihe dị ha n'ime na-ewetara ya maka ọdịmma nke obodo
ọtụtụ oge anyị afụgo na ụmụ nwaanyị ụfọdụ ndị pụtara ịzọ ọkwa ọchịchị ụmụ nwaanyị be ha da-akwado ha otu a na-akwado nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị afọ ọzọ anyị afụgo ụmụ nwoke na-azọ ọkwa ha nwere ego ine ha anya ndị mmadụ mana ha nwere ego mana ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ abịakwa sị na a na-atụkọta ego nye ha ka a ga-agba fọm kedu ihe mere na ọtụtụ oge ada emeri ụmụ nwaanyị
ọhịa ị ga-eji wee ma na ndị be anyị si na kwukwu na ihe yi na obodo adịrọ mma ine anya obi anwa ha bụ ọchịchọ ngasị gị na amamihe ahụ etinyego n'ime ha na ọ bụrụ na bekee asị gị na stereotype nghọta ahụ na-adịrọ mma nghọta nwa gbagọrọ agbagọ ha nwere gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị ifu na ụmụ nwaanyị ibe ha bụ ya ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ya karịa ụmụ nwoke maka na nwaanyị bụ na mgbe ọ na-eto eto ka nne na nna ya bụ ụzọ wee na-agwa ya na ọnọdụ ya bụ n'usekwu nwaanyị bụ mgbe ọ na-eto eto na Ifeọma na Obinna na-eri nri Obinna ericha nri ọ gbanie ozugbo na ọ na-eje ịgba bọọlụ Ifeọma na-ebini papa ya sị nwa buru efere asachapụ ebe a ịma na nwaanyị ka ị bụ mana Obinna ya na ya riri nri ahapụghị efere ọ banyego n'isi Ifeọma wee mee ka ọ marụ na ebe o kwesịrị ịnọ Ifeọma na-afụzi nwaanyị ọzọ hapụrụ usekwu ahụ na-eje ime ihe ọzọ ọ na-efili na nwaanyị ahụ n'isi adịrị ya mma na ọchaka akwụ na-akwụ na ka ọ na-eje ịgba na nwaanyị a dị mma ka achọghị ihe n'anya ọ ya kpata ọtụtụ mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị obi na-aka adajụ ha ifu nwoke na-azọ ihe efili n'ohe o kwesịrị ịbụ maka mgbe ochi ụlọ akwụkwọ ana n'okpuru ukwu mango anwa ndị nwoke ka ọ fụ tuku bụrụ ndị ndu obodo na-akpa nkata gbasara mgbe a na-ekwu ndị ichie mgbe a nọ na nke ndị igwe o nwere nwaanyị ọfụ nọ na ihe dịka ndị na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu na nke igwe dịka ka a na-enwe kịta asịghị ka igwe kabinet o nyechaghị ihe anya ka ọ na-eto ma nke a na-agwa ya ma nke ọ na-afụ ọfụ na ụmụ nwoke ya mere nwaanyị ọbụla ọfụ na-agafe ebe ahụ ọ na-afụ nwaanyị anwa ka onye na-agafe ugbo ya ogwe amadị ya ọ na-afụ nwaanyị ahụ ka onye na-eme ihe na-ekwesịghị omume na-agbanyeghịkwa na onwe ndị ya na anya ụfụ so ọ gasị ka ọ bịa kalụ m eji mara ụmụ nwaanyị mana ọtụtụ mgbe ọ na-abụ n'ihi na a sị na ugo ka nwa ya danarị nwa ya ahụ wee daa n'etiti ụmụ ọkụkọ o wee na ọsọsọ ụmụ ọkụkọ na-agagharị soro ụmụ ọkụkọ na-atụ ihe maka o chezikwa na ọ bụ ọkụkọ ọ na-emezi ka ọkụkọ ọ ya bụ ihe ma ọ bụ enyi a sị na atụrụ enyi eriri n'ụkwụ ka enyi ya n'osisi mgbe o ji wee nọọ nkwere izu abịa wefu osisi enyi emegharịghọkwa ọ pụghọkwa odi ya pụgokwa ya n'ụkwụ mana ọ gwago onwe ya ebe a ka edobe m ebe a ka m kwesịrị ịnọ ọ ya bụ ihe na-eme ụmụ nwaanyị ọ ga-aka ha mma na ha wetara ego wee fụ maka na ha fụ na igwe ha bụ nwoke onye ichie bụ nwoke ndị ndọrọ ndọrọ ime obodo bụ nwoke ọhịa ha ka obi ha gwa ha ọhịa ha ka gburugburu ha gwa ha ọhịa ha ka nne na nna gwa ha ọhịa ha ka ndị nna nna gwa ha ọ ka ha mma ha n'uche ha na-ekwe ihe a bụ ihe kwesịrị ịnụ ewee jekwado ya ka o wee na-achị egotago mana nwaanyị ibe ha ka ha na-afụ ka na onye anụwa bụzikwa okereke nwe onwe ya ọ na ọkwa nnụnụ fegara akwa ya onye agafere gokwa ihe ka achọkwa onye ihe n'anya ị na-anya efu na ọtụtụ mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị a na-eme asị gị women support women mana apụta ka nye gị ihe ịma atụ na ndọrọndọrọ ikpeazụ eme a na-eme ka eme nke kanselọ anyị na-ekwu onye isi wọọdụ anya na-asị unu a ga-ekweta ka anyị nye ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwaanyị aganubere na wọọdụ anya ka enye nwaanyị ka ọ gaa maka ụmụ nwaanyị na-abụ n'azọ mụnwa na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ọzọ na ofu nwoke a na-akpọ Maazị Kennedy ọ dịka ọnụ anyị nọ gbakọ ọnụ ka nwaanyị gatụkwana nwaanyị bụ onye a na-akpọ woman leader nke wọọdụ asa ma a na-ata ịkwalụ nwaanyị
ihe ikwu kịta o nwere voice notes iPhone n'izu ụka ebe otu onye na Oji River si na onye ọbụla kwuru ka nwoke ọbụla mepere ọnụ si ka nwaanyị ga-anọchite anya ha ma na nwoke nwa bụrụ nwoke
o nwere onye kwukwara ya mana ama okwe ọtụtụ na nke eme ọ dị ka nke a ọgba ha ala karịa na onye ọbụla tụkwuru ụkwụ tụnyere nwaanyị sekpu anyụmamịrị mana mụ na-ajụ ma ịkwọta anyụmamịrị ma isekpu anyụmamịrị ihe a na-achọ n'ike ite bụ anụ enwere ọ n'ichetọghọ n'akwụkwọ nsọ na enwere nwoke ọ bụ nwunye ya napụtara ya maka na onwe ha amamihe onwe ha akọ iji wee ma na enwe ka esi asa okwu na enwere ihe ị ga-ajụ m kịta ịbịa ba nsị zuzupụ ebe a amago m na mụ na gị dị na ma amago m na ị ga-aghọta onye ọzọ m ga-asị zuzupụ ebe a nwee ike ọnụ ma bụrụ mmemme nwee ike mfu onye ahụ mma nsị otu ahụ wee gwa ma ofu ihe ahụ ị gwa m ka ọ gwa m ma nwoke ahụ wee jesa eze okwu otu o si wee ọ nwunye ya bụ ihe gbapụta wee sị ya ga-egekwana di m ntị o na ọ na-ekwukwe ka onye iberibe na ezigbo afịa ihe afịa ya naba alụpụta bụ iberibe ịghọtago so ifu na ọtụtụ ndị gbapụta nnọọ kịta wee sị na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ isi na-awa ha chọọ iji ntị echefuo onye na-ekwu ya nwaanyị mami ya bụ nwaanyị nwunye ya bụ nwaanyị nwa ya bụ nwaanyị ọ ga-achọkwa ka nwa ya dị ka Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala ndị ọ na-agụ ha agụ ije n'igwe mana ha achọghị ịnwa anwụ
ọ dị mma ịma na a na-ekwu na onye ajụrụ ajụ adajụ onwe ya otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nọ n'ọchịchị kịta na Enugu steeti ji maatụ otu APC mgbe ikpeazụ ha mee primary election maka ndị isi oche okpuru ọchịchị echere m na onwe nwaanyị ewepụta otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị anwa wepụta ga-agara ha ọ dịghị ka ụmụ nwaanyị a na-akpachapụ ha ọ dịghị ka ha na-eji aka ha akpachapụ ha mgbe ụfọdụ maka onye a na-edonye nri nwe iweta ọnụ nso
ọ eziokwu Amaechi si na onye agụụ na-agụ na-ewenite ọnụ ha azịza m gbara mkpe ka o si dị taa ụmụ nwaanyị chọrọ ịnọ n'ihe a na-eme ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ ịnọ n'ihe a na-eme mana ọnọdụ ka esi wee nọdụ na pati dị iche iche na ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị obodo ekwere ka ụmụ nwaanyị nọdụ n'ihe a na-eme ụmụ nwoke bụ ndị na-akpachapụ ụmụ nwaanyị nweghị makwa ofu nwaanyị so n'onye isi kansụl na-achị obodo na-achị lokal gọọmenti onweghị ofu nwaanyị ọ pụtahụ na enweghị ụmụ nwaanyị ga-achịnwu enwe ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị otu si na isi mkpọrọ gị ofu ịbọ ịtọ ịnọ ise mma na hapụ ọnọ ndị eji eje mba na ha ga-eme ihe nwoke ga-anọ na-akụrụ ha aka mana enye ha ohere dị otu ahụ ọtụtụ ihe ka eji onye ha ohere ọtụtụ ihe merụ eji onye ha ohere ma ọ bụ ihe ha na-eche ọ ga-abịa ịjụọ ha asị gị ịmaka elekshọn na-abụ tigbuo zọgbuo ụmụ nwaanyị ọ ga-emenwu ya kedu ihe ọ ga-eji bụrụ tigbuo zọgbuo ọ maka na unu eme gị tigbuo zọgbuo ka ọ ga-eji mana ọ bụrụ na onye kwa uche anyị na-eme onye pụta ọtụnye nke ya ọ na-abịa ma ọ bụ nọ n'ụsọ ebe a ga-agụ emee ka ga-esi wee mee onweghị ofu mkpụrụ ihe mmadụ ga-agwa m gasị m nọọ ihe kwesịrịnụ a ga-eji mee na onweghị nwaanyị ga-apụta ka onye isi ọchịchị okpuru ọchịchị gọọmenti ọbụla ọnya ka m ji wee sị gị na ọha nwa ma ụma na-akpachapụ ụmụ nwaanyị abịa n'akụkụ nke ọzọ ị na-ajụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme onwe ha ebe ụmụ nwaanyị sikwa wee na-eme onwe ha ọ na-achịkwa n'ebe anyị si wee na-apụta bụ abịa na ka ụmụ nwaanyị si eme onwe ha gbara mkpe nke ọzọ bụ na ị ga-afụ nwaanyị a na-eme ka ọ kpọlite maka na ọ ma eme amakwanụ na ọ ga-emenwu ya ọ bụ nwaanyị ibia ga na-eme ka ọ bịa karị ụmụ nwaanyị anwa ọ ga-amasị ya ije kwado nwoke karịa ịkwado nwaanyị ibia n'akụkụ nke ọzọ o si wee bụrụ nsị gị na ọ gbara mkpe ka ha si eme onwe ha bụ gị nwa bụ nwaanyị kedu mgbe ị na-agbọ iji tichaa onwe gị asị nwata kwa aka osoro ọgaranya die nri ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị n'izu a mapụta ka ha bịa zọọ maka na asị na gọvanọ petermbah si na ọ ga-ego ụmụ nwaanyị ntị ọ kwado igo ụmụ nwaanyị ntị mana gị bụ nwaanyị na-amapụta na wọọdụ gị ama gị na wọọdụ gị kedu ihe ị na-eme na wọọdụ gị ọ bụghị iwere nke iri eme ego ọ ya na-ebido n'oge ige agafu asina mbe ka abiala iburu ke na akpụrụ ya n'ike ọsị ka onye ọma mere ebutuo ya ọ gaghị ihe na nsị ngwa buru m onye pụtagodu ka ọfụ ebe nwoke na ibia mere ihe kedu ihe i mere a ga-aba apụtasị hei na onye a menkwere ha kama na ọ gataghọrọ ya hei onye a na-eme ihe a ka a napụrụ ihe dị otu a ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị otu mgbe anyị anaghị eche ọ bụrụ akwụkwọ ije pịacha asambodo anyị ọ bụrụ ije mmụta ije ihe mmụta dị iche iche ọ ga-aka masị nwata nwaanyị igoro ofere ebe ntutu ma na-eru igote nke chukwu ebe a ruo n'obe ọkpa m mana isi abịa jee ihe dịka ebe a na-amụta ihe semina 5,000 ọ ga-akwụ ololololo esi achị ebe ọ bụla shebi gbara ọgba nwata nwaanyị kedu ihe ị na-eme iji wee kwado onwe gị ijikwu mberede nyiri dike mberede ka eji ama dike otu aka ụmụ anyị si anapụ onwe ha ọnụ n'ala
usoro nzikọrịta ozi ọgbara ọhụụ soshal midia emego na ọ hazigharịgo etu ndị na-egwu okwe ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị si akpọtụrụ ndị ha na-achị ọ dịghị ka soshal midia o benetere aka mgba ụmụ nwaanyị na-enwe n'isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ka o mere ka ọ ka njọ
ine ya anya ọfụma soshal midia ndị na-ekwunyela ụmụ nwaanyị na soshal midia karịrị ndị na-emegide ha maka soshal midia ị na-ekwukwana kekwana ndị na-eje na soshal midia nwa ụmụ nwaanyị na ụfọdụ ndị nwoke ndị nwere nghọta dịka gị ga-apụtakwa ịjụọ m gasị na soshal midia nyekwara ụmụ nwaanyị aka iji wee kwulite maka ndị nzukọ dị iche iche na-agba mkpu ụmụ nwaanyị na-apụtakwa ebe ahụ kwuo okwu ndị mba ụwa pụta ha ekwuo ndị NGO nke apụta ha ekwuo soshal midia nyekwara aka n'ịkwalite etu ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe gbasara ọnọdụ ha na ndọrọndọrọ n'ọchịchị obodo karịa
ọ dị ma daalụrị nne ịma ụmụ nwaanyị isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị gafere ịzọ ọkwa ọchịchị kedu ka ọ dịghị ka ụmụ nwaanyị ọ bụgodo na-ahọpụta ha n'ọkwa ọchịchị ha na-atụnyebe oke ha mgbe ụfọdụ na ikwu ihe na-eme n'obodo ọ bụrụ iwu na onye ọbụla ga-achị ọchịchị mana a ga-enwe ndị ga-anọ enwe ihe a chọrọ ime ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ọ dịghị ka ụmụ nwaanyị na mpaghara anyị a ha na-etinyebe ọnụ n'okwu na-achọ inwe mkpebi ha na-eme n'obodo
ọkwa ụtụtụ ọma kpatara kedu ka ime onye isi negodo o wee sị gị sagodo ọtụtụ mgbe a na-akpachapụ ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị ekwe ka ha bịa n'elu ogo ebe a na-anọ akpa eme mkpebi ọtụtụ ihe mana ama m ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị nọ n'ihe ndọrọndọrọ ndị na-abụghọ ka enye ha ọkwa maọbụ nke ọzọ ka ha ji nọrọ ya kama ha chọrọ ịnọ ebe ihe na-eme na-ama ka ihe si aga na-agba mbọ fụ na ha na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu enwere ụmụ nwaanyị ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu na-agba mbọ mana ọ dịghọ ka o si wee kwesị orughọ ka o si wee kwesị ya asị m kwuo asị ka achịkọta ọnụ ị ga-asị ọnụ ụmụ nwaanyị erubeghọ n'okwu otu o si wee kwesị iru n'agbanyeghọ na imirikiti n'ime ha bụ ihe nọ na ndọrọndọrọ ekwuo maka ihe ọbụla ndọrọndọrọ ụmụ nwaanyị na ndị ọzọ
ọ dịghị ka ụlọ ọrụ mgbasa ozi ha na-eme ihe zuru oke n'ime ka ụmụ nwaanyị mata maka ikike ha nwe isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị obodo
ha ebidobe iji si ha ebidobe otu n'ime ka ị na-eme ha mana mmadụ onye na-emekwanụ ngwanụ kemgbe eji emeche primaries ahụ ma nke ndị okpuru ọchịchị obodo ma nke ndị kanselọ na wọd ugboro one ka m gbanwugoro maọbụ nke onyonyo maọbụ nke m na-ege na ntị ọ bụrụ ụdị mkparịta ụka ka a na-enwe ọ bụrụ ụdị mkparịta ụka ka a na-enwe ọ bụrụ na enwere ndị na-eme ya kama ụlọ mmadụ one na-eme ya ya mere emewebeghị otu o si ekwesị otu ọ ga-anụ ọkụ n'obi otu ọ ga-ekpo ekpo otu a ga-ama na ihe ọnụ na-ata na ntị na-ege ya
ịma na abịa na ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ọ na-aga nke ọma na ọ bụ na enwe ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-etinye ọnụ n'ihe a na-eme iji hụ na ọ na-aga kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka gọọmenti otu dị iche iche na-abụghị gọọmenti nwerekwa ndị mmadụ kwesịrị ime iji kwalite ọnụọgụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-esonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị
ọ ga-ebido ebe siri go ka esi adịtụ ọ ga-ebido na ezinụlọ ọ ga-ebido na ezinụlọ abịa na ezinụlọ gị nne gị nna nyewe nwa gị nwaanyị zibi ya ozi gosiri na ọ ga-achịnwu na ọ bụ onye ọchịchị ọ bụghị ife ọma ji ahụ ise weta Emeka ise Emeka netekwa ụmụnne gị anya Emeka ha na-ege ntị ha na-ama na ọlụ abụ n'okwu ọkwa nwoke kpatara nwaanyị bụ ọnọdụ n'okpuru nwanne ya nwoke ọ nọ n'okpuru nne ya ọpụpụ ebe dị ya ọnọnụ onwuho mgba a ga-ekwe ka ewepụta nke ọ natara chi ahụ dị n'ime ya mere o kwesịrị ibido n'ezinụlọ o si n'ezinụlọ baa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ biko ndị nwe ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche na ndị na-akụzi ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche ụta na-enwe prefect onye isi klaasị a na-enye ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ị na-anya efu na ọtụtụ mgbe ọ na-abụ ụmụ nwoke maka ya ewego n'ọchịchị bụ ụmụ nwoke ibido n'ụlọ akwụkwọ si nyewe ha kụziwere ha gbazie na ụmụaka dịka omeji ebe ị gọrọ ha wee jee esi n'ụlọ akwụkwọ na-apụta abata n'ụlọ ụka inekwa anyị fụna ndọrọ ndọrọ abanye n'ụlọ ụka mgbe ụfọdụ asị gị na nwaanyị ama nche echichi nka maọbụ na nwaanyị ama ọpụta wee kwuo okwu nka maọbụ ị na-arụ oge jụọ dị gị ihe ekwute ọbata ndị a niile bụ ndị kwesị ọ bụrụ na ha bido mewe ihe a na-eme ọ ndị ahụ ifo na ezinụlọ ụfọdụ n'ime ha ka ifo n'ụlọ ụka nke ifo na ụlọ akwụkwọ ọ ndị a bụ ihe nọcha n'ụlọ ụka dị iche iche ọ ha ga-agbakọta bụrụ obodo a na-ekwu maka ya ọ bụrụ na ha malụcha ihe ndị a na nwaanyị dị mkpa ịnọ n'enu ogogo ebe a na-asị na otu a ka ọ ya esi dị ọ bata n'ime obodo ndị igwe ndị ichie ụmụ nwaanyị na onwe ha malụnụ ihe unu nwe malụnụ ndị unu bụ malụnụ ihe unu kwesịrị ime ọ bụ na-esi otu a wee mee ya malụcha ihe na tụmadụ adịghị agọ nkịta ọdụ na nka bekee si early parental influence is difficult to shake off ọ bụ na ha si otu a malụ efu na a na-agbagote ọ bago n'uche onye ọbụla nwata isi otu ahụ azụọ amago na nwaanyị na-eduwu ụzọ amara akpa ogene odede gbanye n'ọdụ maka otu ọdụ egbe dị ka ogene mkpe na abọdụ esi otu amele a na-aga tupu ị na-ama ihe na-eme obodo anyị aghọta ihe bụ na nwaanyị ga-achịnwu na nwaanyị ga-emenwu ndọrọndọrọ na nwaanyị ga-enwenwu ọnụ okwu n'ihe ọbụla a na-eme
ọ dị mma onye ọma na-esonyere anyị anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV anyị na-eleba anya n'aka mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị na-ezute n'isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị obodo anyị ga-aga gbarịtụ ntakịrị aka ahịa anyị laghachite azụ anyị aga n'iru daalụ dịka na-aga n'iru esonyere anyị.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Daluri negonye mane esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV bụ mgbe jeleba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị gbasara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo ụmụafọ Naịjirịa na nke urucha dịka ị maara anyị na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu metụtara aka mgbadi chichi ụmụ nwaanyị na-ezute n'isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị obodo ọ ka bụkwa anyị na-edozi akụ Chinemerem anyị nọ na nke taata. Ọ dị mma odozi akụ Chinemerem ikwuru na ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịmalite n'oge na-esonye na adamụ aka ekpe na nka ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị nchọpụta anyị mere na-egosi na ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị akwụkwọ ikike eji atụ vootu enwe dị ya. Kedu okwu ị nwere gwa ụmụ nwaanyị dị etu anwa ikwute okwu ka atụ vootu asị gị hapụgodi ihe anwa imecheghị ya kwesịrị ime ọ bụrụ ịga atụ vootu emecheghị ya kwesịrị ime ọ bụrụ ịga sonye n'otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị kedu ndụmọdụ gị nye ndị dị etu anwa?
Ndụmọdụ nna-enye ha bụ na onye na-alachaghị ọnụ ogolo alachagharị ya. Ọkụkọ si ụmụnne ya ha mewe ihe ọbụla ha kwute na ya dị na-emecha wee kwute na ọkụkọ ka esi wee chụọ aja a ga-eji na-achụ aja. Ya mee ndị be anyị si na omekọtọ na nke ya na-etinye obe aka ya bekee kpọọ ya that the pursuit is the proof of desire. Ọ bụrụ na o nwee ihe ịchọ ị ga-eje njem ị ga-azọ ije ka onye chọrọ ihe anwa. Ya mee ọ bụrụ na ọdịnihu nwa gị dị gị mma ọ bụrụ na ọdịnihu nwa gị dị gị mma na ọ ga-anọ ebe ọnụ ama na-eru ya n'okwu ngwa tụkurube gị mana ọ bụrụ na ka ihe si aga na ojughọ gị afọ na ị ga-achọ ka ọ ka mma binye ga-agbata ikike ị ga-eji wee tụọ vootu ebe akpọ bịa ka ị mara ihe na-eme maka onye ọbụla na-anọghị ebe a mụ na gị na-achọ izu ọ bụ na anyị na-achọ izu ka a ga-esi wee lewu na ọmasị nwaanyị elena ya ihe ọzọ ga-anụ bụ na anyị ele gị ya. Ọ bụ na ọ nọchapụ si kpawanụ mgbe unu kpata enwere ike bifo na-apụta anya na-egonyezi mmanya si n'ego anyị letara n'ụlọ. Ya mee ị ga-anọ n'ime tupu ị mara ihe na-eme wee fụ na ihe ahụ na-eme na ọ na-aga otu o si wee kwesị ịga ma ọ na-abụrụ otu o si ọkwa ime anọ n'ilo iwe na-eti mkpu na ndị emetara ya ọfụma ma ọ bụ na ọ bụrụ ka esi eme ya enwere ike ọgbụgbọ abụ onye ga-achị ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eje njem iwe si na ọ bụrụ ka esi eme ya ọ bụrụ ka esi eme ya mana ọ bụrụ na ị na-enyere anya na-ewere nefuo mana ọnụ kwuwere kwute ya na-agwa ụmụ nwaanyị bi n'elu na chiefo sasigo sef otego ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ibini ụmụ nwaanyị bi n'ime ihe ị kwesịrị ime onye arụchara ọnụ ya ụgụ na-arachara ya ekpesakwana na ọ bụ na imere ihe ị kwesịrị ime
otu dị iche iche gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị nke mma na gị nwa na onwe gị nwere otu dị etu ahụ gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị ọ dịghị ka ha na-eme ihe kwesịrị ha na-eme ihe a hụrụ anya ihe a na-eme ojuru afọ ịkpọkọta ụmụ nwaanyị ọnụ kụziere maka ha si ikwu amaghị ibezi enwere ike ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị ha amadị ikike ha nwere ha ka na-eche na ebe ha ọnọdụ ha bụ n'usekwu ha marọ na-agafe ga ebe anwa ọ dịghị ka otu dị iche iche gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị ha na-eme ihe zuru oke ịkpọkọta ụmụ nwaanyị kụziere ha maka ikike ha nwere iso na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị
ihe mere bụ na ha na-agbanịkwa mana mmasị gị na-emezucha gị ka esi ekwesị ime ihe sokwanụ bụrụ ihe iche aka mgba dị na ya bụkwana ihe gbasara ego maka ọ bụrụ ka esi enwetegbu enyemaka site na ndị mba ụwa ma ọ bụ ndị dị iche iche ọ bụrụ otu esi enwetegbu enyemaka na mbụ ka esi enweta since anọchara oge covid ọ fịaziri ahụ kịta ịfụ ndị gasị ndị eweta gị iji wee kwado unu kwuwenụ maka ihe a mewenụ maka ihe a ama m mgbe bụ na ya dị ezu ike a ga na-asị gị ha ga-ejide aka agwa gị sị gị na ebe dị otu achọrọ m ka ị nọ ya ahụ ịtọ ka ahazie ka ga-esi ya ga-eme site mgba ruo mgba na nke a ga-eme site mgba mana kịta anụ a ụfọdụ onye akọlụ enwere ihe okwu ịghọtago so o so n'ihe na-atụghachi aka azụ mana ọ bụ ma ọ dị ụmụ nwaanyị n'obi ọ dịkwa na ndị otu dị otu a maka ewepụgodo mụa nna-afụ ndị ọzọ nna-afụ ndị na-agba mbọ ịfụ na ekwuru okwu dị otu a mana mgbe ụfọdụ isi kịta ka isi ebe ahụ n'ihe iji maatụ ka nsi ebe a kịta jewe ime obodo dị otu a m ga-agbakwa fuel m ga-echọkwa ihe m ga-eri ndị ahụ ị na-asị isi kpọọrọ gị ha onye nke ahafụ ugbo ọ na-eje onye nke ahafụ eke ọ na-eje ma ọ bụ nkwọ ọ na-eje bịa nọ ọ ga na-enekwe gị anya na ọka nwa bụ usu na-enekwe na onwe ihe ga-esi n'aka gị wee dafụ mana ọ bụrụ na ọ dịghị otu anwa ịma kpọkọtacha ndị ị ga-eru na-eru bife kpọkọtawa ihe ndị a niile na-abụ enecha anya a sị na nwamkpi nechere anya uto sị ka ya wee ọgọdọ
ihe ọbụla a na-eme na-adị mma ịma na dịka i kwuru ya ụzọ ama ha kpọ oge na n'ebe ịgba anya n'ọdụ ihe ọbụla na na-eme eme na-adị mkpa nwa onye na-elegara anya otu o si eme ya ka gị nwa nwe ike na-amụta ọ dịghị ike nwere ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ọkachasị na mpaghara anya na Enugu steeti a na-esonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ndị na-etolite nwere ike dị na-elegara anya
enwe ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na ndọrọndọrọ nọ n'ọchịchị nwekwa ndị nọ na ndọrọndọrọ enweghị ohere ịbanye n'ọchịchị mmadụ dịka Princess Obiajuru Ugwu ọ bụ onye dị mma nlechara anya mmadụ dịka Peace Patrick Honorable Peace Patrick ọ ya bụ Deputy State Chairman APC Enugu ọ dị mmiri maka ndị a bụ ndị siri okwukwe ha n'ọkụ sie ya a na-akwa ha akwa echetara m onwe mgbe anyị ji ewefu mgbe ọ bụ gburugburu Ifeanyị ugwu anyị na-achị njem anyị jere anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị wee bịakwute anyị na-akpa nkata miri emi wee mepe ọnụ si anyị na ọ bụrụ asị unu emeasị na ụmụ anyị na-eje ihe ndọrọndọrọ bụ ndị achawo unu agbafuo mana ihe a bụ na a na-amacha ụmadowe ebe gbugbere ọnụ ha na otu ha ga-esi chụba unu n'ime onye ga-esi ahụ ya n'ọkụ ikwuo ome ka ịgbara mmiri na okwute ọ gbachapụ ndị ụmụ nwaanyị ndị gbachapụgo mmanya ha chọrọ lekwasị ihe aha ha chọrọ anya ọ dịghị gezi ntị maka na ọ bụrụ na m buru mmiri n'iko chọọ iji mmiri ahụ zọọ ọsọ ebunyecha mmiri n'iko onye agasị m na isi m dịka nke ewu nkatọ na isi ka ntụgharịa isi na isi m dịka nke ndị na-agba ọsọ erugo ebe ha na-aga ya bekee si if you mind your position you lose your position ndị a bụ ndị na ndị ọzọkwa dị mma ilegara anya ọ kwuo maka Ngozi Eni the Honorable Commissioner Children Gender nwere ndị dị mma ị ga-enekwasị anya efu a sị na mbese ka ihe bụ ihe a elu ọsọ onwenugo onye dị ya o gburu onye ahụ si ma atụ ndị dịrị elu ka elu asị na enyi erigo elu na agụ erigo elu bifo na agwa ya nkịta oholo elu orie enwere ihe mee ya ndị a bụ ndị ọ ga-abụ elegara anya ịghọtago efu na ebe onye a menwu ya o nwere isi na abụọ m ga-emenwu ya
abịa n'ezinụlọ ọ na-adịghị ka ọtụtụ ndị di ha soburu ihe mkpọbi okwu nye ndị nwunye ha isonye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị maka ọ na-adịba ka mgbe ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-ahụ nwunye ha na ọ bụ na ha hapụ ha banye na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ha kwata nku ka nụbazie ha nwa bụ nwoke ọ dịghị ihe dị otu oso bụrụ aka mgba
nke a bụ eziokwu ọtụtụ ụmụ nwoke kekwanụ ndị nwa na-asị gị na ha na-egbochibido ụmụ nwaanyị ahụ a na-egbochibido na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọ bụ ndị dị mmadụ na-egbochi ha onye jere ọgụ gbuo nkịta ọfụ mmadụ ọ ga-ahapụ ya ebe ifu nwunye onye ọzọ ịma ha ka di ya kwanyere ya nke o ji wee bịa di ya sị nne Adam gawa ome ka di ya gawa na nkwụ gị n'azụ ịbịa gbochie onye anwa ebe igbochi nwere onye ịma ha onye na-akụrụ ya ekwe ọ bụzi nke idowe n'ụlọ ọ ga-abụ isi akwụrụ ọtọ kwụrụ isi etukuru otukuru so ine anyị ga-afụ na ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-adị apụta bụ maka na di ha egbugoro oche mkpụmkpụ n'ike ha wesa echekwana maọbụ achọkwa m ịfụ gị ọ dị ya ka ọ hapụta ha echezi aka mgba n'akụkụ nke ọzọ ịnekwa anya ijikwa onwe gị si ọ ga-abụ na enwego ụmụ nwaanyị banye ka ha si ejikọta onwe ha adịghịzi mma n'anya kpatara ụmụ nwoke ahụ ga-abụ n'anya ebe ọbụla ị nere anya akwasị mgbe ọbụla dị 12 na ofu Judas ga-anọ n'ime ikekwa ọ bụ na enwego onye ọfụ ọ bụ na nwaanyị ọ bụ na ọ nọzi na politiks chefuzie na ọ bụ nwaanyị chefuzie na o kwesịrị ịnọ n'okpuru mmadụ chefuzie na ọ bụ ihe nlejere anya dịrị ụmụ nwaanyị ndị ọzọ enwere ike ilecha ụdị nwaanyị ahụ anyị sị echi niile nwunye ma awọ ihe a mana ha kwesịrị ịma na mmadụ niile abụghị ofu gị nwa bụ nwoke abụ Emeka na-ekwu ụtọ ahụ ifuru ha Antonio enyi gị nwoke ka ọ ṅụcha mmanya danye na gota ịdanye na gota ọ bụ na onye amegbu ka a ga-esisi na onye chi mmadụ niile abụghị ofu mmadụ ncha niile abụghị ofu so ọ bụrụ na ifu nwaanyị iwe nwaanyị ị na-ene anya na o nwere ụmụ akụrụngwa Chineke tinye n'ime ga-abara obodo uru hapịa ka ọ pụta
ọtụtụ oge anụgo m ka ndị mmadụ na-ekwu asị gị na okwu ụmụ nwaanyị adịghị ekwu okwukwu na ịhapụ nwaanyị dịka na Naịjirịa nwaanyị bata n'ọchịchị Naịjirịa kịta na afọ ka ụmụ nwoke ọkachi adị ha ọ bụzie mgbe nwaanyị bata okwu anwa ọ dịghị ka eziokwu na okwu ụmụ nwaanyị adịghị ekwu okwu na-abata n'ọnọdụ ga-aka njọ
ka m gwazie gị eziokwu ọ maka na ha bata egwu na-atụ ụmụ nwoke bụ na ha bata na ihe ahụ eche na ezoro ezo ihe ahụ ọ dị ha ka ọkọ mmanwụ a ga-abaka ya kee otu ọ ị na-achọ ịgwa m ka eko dọrọ akụnyere ka mkpụrụ obi ezo ike na ndụkwa ka eko si bụrụ onye na-akpa aghara gwagodu m nwoke megoro ihe ome ndị niile nọgo n'ọkwa ahụ tupu ya nwa bata na ndị nọ ka ọ pụtago kedu ihe ụmụ nwoke ahụ kedu onye afọ ya dagoro ụda kwụọ mgbịrịgba ka nke dọra Ngozi Okonjo iwu ala ebe ndị ọ nọgoro ejiwe afọ ya ji wee dị ụda enwebeghị ụmụ nwoke n'ebe ahụ ihe na-atụ ụmụ nwoke egwu bụ ihe mee na Kigali Rwanda ka ụmụ nwoke chigide ọ na-aga ka o si aga n'aka ka ụmụ nwaanyị wee mabata wee mee ihe dị egwu obodo wee sị ya na nwaanyị nwere ike idozi nwa ụtọ onye akpata na ịbịa n'obodo Kigali ọnụọgụgụ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ugboro ịtọ karịa nke ụmụ nwoke maka ha fụgo egwu na-atụ abụ na ụmụ nwaanyị ga-apụta wee wepụta ihe ha ji bụrụ nwaanyị wepụta ihe ahụ ha ji edozi ezinụlọ edoziwezi ya fụzi na ụmụ nwoke a ga-enye ha azụ oche maka ụmụ nwaanyị ma ihe ha na-emepụta n'ọgbọ a ga-asị ụmụ nwoke jee nzu ike na nkunu mere ezugo ọya bụ egwu onwe ya okwu ụmụ nwaanyị adịghị ekwu okwu mana okwu ekwere gị okwukwu gịnị aka bie ahọ 20 gịnị aka birikwe echụfụbeghị egwu wee gbaba ọsọ mana ọ ịpụtazi n'ebe ọchịchị ka okwu ya na-amaji egwu okwu a ga-eji wee chụpụ achụpụ gị bụ na o nwere ihe ị na-eme na-adịghọ mma mana o nwere ihe ị na-eme ide emezite ọfụma
n'uche nke gị ọ dịghị ka ihe ọ ga-akawanye mma n'etu ụmụ nwaanyị si esonye na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị obodo malite ugbu a gaba n'iru
ọ bụrụ na enye ụmụ nwaanyị ka m gwago nwe ofu onye arabe nna m ọ si suo okpu kọtụma ọkwa ndị a na-akpọ kọt klak mgbe ihe a na osisi suo okpu kọtụma ọkụ were ntụ ya dee ya nwa gbuo ogbodo n'iru ka egosi obodo anyị ka esi alụ polisi ọkwa okpu kọtụma ka ya esu ọkụ then ihe ọ ga-egosizi ha bụ ka esi alụ ọrụ uwe ojii o wee bụ gịnị nwa na-asị anwanye ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ekwesịrị inye ha obodo ga-adị mma ka nkwa ọ bụrụ ọnụ
kedu ihe ndị mere ji na-ekwu etu anwa
ihe mere nji wee na-ekwu ya bụ na dịka onye nọgoro ihe ruru ahụ 50 n'ụwa nọ ya na Naịjirịa wee nwee ike mmekọrịta ute ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ndị m na-ene anya na ha nwere ihe a na-achọ mana ha enweghị ohere ịbata ebe a na-ekwu okwu mma na ndị a bụ ndị ọ ga-abụ ha bata ụgbọ na-aga aga mma na ndị a bụ ndị ọ ga-abụ ha bata ha edozie ihe koso mma na ndị a bụ ndị ọ ga-abụ ha bata ndị echefuru echeta ha maka na ka a na-ekwu okwu ndị organization dị iche iche na-eti mkpu ha etigide mkpu ma ọchịkọta ụmụ nwaanyị ndị omebe iwu emebechi iwu a na-eme ya ejiri ọ na-eti ya azụ n'ofe ọ bụrụ na esi n'ebe a dere ya edejuo n'akwụkwọ na edecha ya gị na-eme implementation a na-eme ya ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ndị mma na nwata nwaanyị si na ọ chọrọ ime ya amoosu buru egede so nwaanyị ahụ ga-eme ya ọ chọrọ ime ụmụ nwaanyị amara ihe bụ na agụ nọ n'ụzọ enye excuse nwaanyị ọbụla chọrọ ime ihe ọsọkwa mmiri na-atụ okwute ya na-ezo nwaanyị ahụ ga-eme ihe n'ihi na m afụgo ụdị ndị nwaanyị anwa ka ha just makpuchara ka nwa nnụnụ n'elu aja dị iche iche na-enyo a ga-ekwe ha bata ọ bụ na enye ha ohere bata obodo a ga-adị mma
ọ dị mma anyị na-eme ka anyị chịkọta o nwere ike onwe nwaanyị na-esonyere anyị na-asị hei kedu ka a ga-esi bido ka a ga-esi bido ije ekwukwe ọgụga kedu okwu ndụmọdụ gị nye nwaanyị dị etu anwa
okwu ndụmọdụ na-enye bụ jidesi okwukwe gị ka ekwekwana ka ihe ị na-afụ mee ka obi gị tee jigijigi maka na ihe ukwu kpeazụ obodo a ga-adị mma n'ọsọsọ oge ka ọ ga-ewe ihe m na-ayọ bụ ekwena ka enwe ihe ga-eme gị ka ịhapụzi ikwenyere onwe gị ihe ndị ahụ Chineke tinye n'ime gị kwekwe ka ọ na-efe ọkụ ahụ na-efe ya akupe ekwena ka ọ nyụọ anyụ ruo mgbe ohere a ga-apụta ma ọ bụ ma ọ ga-abịa just dere ji ọ ga-abịa
ọ dị mma dozie akụ Chinemere m anyị daalụrụ nne maka isonyere anyị n'otugbo nke taa anyị na-ele anya na ịkpọ gị mgbe ọzọ na ị ga-abịakwa sonyere anyị gị onye ọma sonyere anyị na nketa atọ etu a ka anyị si tie ọkpọ ma saa aka ịnụ gị ya eziokwu na ọ dị ka gwara aka mgba dị iche iche ụmụ nwaanyị na-ezute n'ihe gbasara isonye na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị obodo mana onye a jụrụ ajụ ada ajụ onwe ya ụmụ nwaanyị pụtanụ sonyenu ịpụta onye a na-edonye ọnụ nwe iweta ọnụ ya nso pụta sonye mee ka amara na ịnọ eme ka amara na ịnọ onye ọzọ ewee mara na ịnọ daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata tutu ruo oge a ụbọchị Tuzdee anyị ga-alaghachite azụ ọzọ n'Otobo abụ m Joshua Ozioko na-ekele gị ebe ọ dị ukwuu maka isonyere anyị udo dịrị gị.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
ndị be anyị ekene m unu na nketa ihe anyị na-eji n'anya bụ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa akachacha na n'anya n'ọnwa June ọ bụ na June dị n'abalị 12 June 12 anyị na-echeta ọchịchị onye kwuo uche na Naịjirịa ka o si dị ebe ị nọ na nketa anyị nọ ka anyị jụọ ndị be anyị ka ha si wee fụ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ka anyị jụọ ndị mmadụ ajụjụ ka anyị maa ma ọchịchị onye kwuo uche na Naịjirịa ma ọ dị ha mma n'arụ ka ọ na ọ dịrọ ha mma n'arụ ka ihe ha che na-ekwesị ime ka e wee nwee ezigbo ọchịchị onye kwuo uche naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị dịka anyị na-ajụ ndị mmadụ ajụjụ n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche
nwekwe ihe dịka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa na-adazikwa kokorom n'ọnụ ọ dịghị adazikwa shuga bifo otu ose atọ onwekwe ihe dịka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche n'obodo anyị ekele ụmụaka anyị zigara skuulu jee gụtara anyị akwụkwọ jee mụtara anyị ihe mmụta ụmụaka dị afọ 2 afọ 4 afọ 6 afọ 12 ka a na-akọzikwa akwụkwọ na ha nọ n'ime ọfịa over 2 weeks now nke a bụ ozi na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche biko n'obodo anyị nwe ihe dịka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche mgbe anyị nwere ọchịchị onye kwuo uche n'obodo a bụ Naịjirịa agago anyị wee na-ayọ ndị ọchịchị biko na-esi weghachitere anyị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche nke anyị nwere n'afọ gara aga ka ọ dịwakwa n'obodo anyị ka obodo anyị dịrịkwa ga obodo Naịjirịa bụkwa n'obodo buru ibu obodo hụrụ onwe ha n'anya obodo a buru ibu karịa obodo niile obodo ndị ọzọ anyị na-anụ afa ha Nigeria kacha ibu na this African country Nigeria kacha ha ibu Nigeria ekwesịrị ịdị na-enwe ihe dị ụta n'obodo anyị kwesịrị ịkpọ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche anyị wee tinye n'ọlụ ma ndị na-achị anyị ma ndị ọ na-achị achị anyị wetinye n'ọlụ biko n'ọkwa ọbụla onye nọ n'obodo anyị biko ka anyị kwalite n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ka o nwee isi ka ọ dị n'ọlụ ka obodo anyị dịwakwa ka ọ na-adị gboo mgbe ndị ka Nnamdi Azikiwe ha site n'ọchịchị Nnamdi Azikiwe ruzie na ọchịchị ka ha nwoke Yoruba Abasanjo na ọchịchị Abasanjo ka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya kwụsịdewele tiwa amadi nwanne anyị nwoke abịakwachi ya ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịkwa mgbe ahụ mana ugbu a nwezi ihe dịka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya na obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa na-atụzikwa egwu onye na-afụ na onye si na dọọ ya na-afụ egwu na-atụkwa ya iziga ụmụaka akwụkwọ egwu na-atụkwa ịbụ nne na nna biko hazie na obodo anyị ka ọ tọọkwa anyị ka o si atọ anyị otu ihe a na-echeta mgbe ahụ ị nwere ike ziga nwata akwụkwọ ịmachi ume n'aka ịmakwa na o jechekwa akwụkwọ na ọ ga-alatakwute gị ọ lụtagodi iziga ya akwụkwọ na akwa ha kwesịrị ịgbasa ihe dịka ebe 2 o'clock ọ batagodi 4 o'clock ịma na ọ ga-abata mana ugbu iziga nwata akwụkwọ 2 o'clock na-akụ uche na-eche gị ichiri ume n'aka ndị ntọrọ ndị nke emena ime akwụnụ ikwuo ejido gị ihe ọjọọ dị iche iche ị ga-afụta n'ụzọ fụ ka nwanne na nwanne just ihe dị iche bụ steeti bụ ihe dị iche ma anyị chabụkwa nwa Naịjirịa na-enwe nghọtahie ị na-agara onwe gị ịma ikwu ejido gị ị ga-afụfe ebe a na-eme nwanne gị intimidate ị ga-apụtakwa zọọ nwanne gị egwu a na-atụ gị because anya nọzi n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ije ka ịjọ ejido gị ị na-agara onwe gị a na-etigbu onye aka ya dị ọcha ị na-agara onwe gị ọ bụ ihe dị otu a bụ ihe mebiri ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ọ bụrụ na a ga-emezicha ihe niile emezie ihe afọ ihe ọjọọ akpọ ya ihe ọjọọ ndị isi anyị ka ọ dịara imezie mee ka akpọ ihe ọjọọ ka obodo anyị nwee ike dịkwa ka ọ na-adị
enweghị dị ka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya na Naịjirịa maka ọsọ adịghị enye anyị ala ahụ ka anyị kwuo uche anyị maka na ọ bụrụ ihe anyị tụrụ na vootu ka a na-akpọpụtara anyị ndị ahụ goro vootu ego ha pụtazịa ha emewe ihe masịrị ha na-atarampụzi upon the masses ihe bụ uche ha ka ha na-eme ọ bụrụ uche anyị ka ha na-eme onye anyị n'idiri kịta bụ onye ndu na-abụrụ onye ọchịchị ndị ga na-edu anyị edu abịa sị anyị na ihe a ga-eme anyị na ha akpa ya akpa ọ bụrụ ọnọkọta mandeti ofu ihe emewe gị ya ma ị chọrọ ya ma ị chọghị ya apụta kịta asị anyị ncha niile baa ofu pati nọ iwu n'Enugu steeti anyị nọ kịta ọ bụrụ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ọgụnwa ga-ama onye nọ na pati nke dị gị mma ị ga-atụnyere akwụkwọ ihe a na-atụ anya ọ ga-abụ a na-eme ọ bụrụ na a na-eme ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya otu a chọrọ ịrifọm electoral destiny na Naịjirịa a sị na achọ nọ retime ndị wee na-achị achị sizi a na ọ bụghị retime na retime akaghọ mma ya ịtụọ vootu kịta anyị na-afụ na oridiwego ọ bụrụ emeche ka agụgharịa anyị evu kpagharịcha from local gọọmenti to ebe niile asị gị na ihe agụtazi ebe ya ịnọ mgbe agụrụ ya ị mara ihe agụrụ waras na mgbe ị nọ na polling booth polling unit ga-atụ vootu na ị ga-afụ na majority na ihe a tụrụ emechaa ihe ọzọ ka a ga-akaụntụziri gị anyị achọrọ nke anyị ihe anyị chọọ bụ ọ bụrụ na a ga-emere anyị a na-atụ ya ozugbo a na-eme ya ka onye ọbụla na-afịa ka ọ dị transparent so that ọ bụrụ na ọgụnwa tinyere onye ahụ na-achịgbu gị achịgbu oge ọzọzi eme etiziri ya
ọchịchị kwuo uche ya na dị na Naịjirịa bụ ọzọ ihe e kwuru ka a na-eme ebe mma na-azọdo ukwu bụ na tax a na-ana anyị like before mma a na-akwụ tax bụ pay head but now bụ ogolo ma parking store bụ ihe dị ebe ihe na-adụrụ anata tax pay shop gị niile ma before tax bụ pay head so na gọọmenti ga-emere anyị ebe anyị a ga-akwụ tax ka e wee develop by our state but ha ga-abụzi pay head not pay shop niile iwekwere achị kwuo 36,000 ọ dị much anyị dị emewuzi ya so na gọọmenti ga-enyere anyị aka that side ha enyere anyị aka ha darụzikwa nọọ ha chịkwa anyị na ha ga-arụrụ ya anyị ọwezi ha mgbe anyị atụkwa vootu a ga na-asị anyị a ga-emere anyị nke a ga-eyi unu a ga-eyi unu ụzọ a ga-eyi unu ọkụ mana anyị abaghị ha na o chefuo niile ahụ o promise m ịghọtago o chefuo anyị na o promise m na a ga-eme diplomacy ọwezi ọ ga na-eme
ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ihe ọ pụtara bụ uche onye adịghị njọ kwuo uche gị but nowadays ịmagona ihe dị na ma gọọmenti ma ihe niile sometimes onye kwuo uche ya ọ bụla offense o nwere ike esi azụ bịa terminate gị or kidnap gị or whatever but ihe nghọta n'ime a bụ na it's good to air your view n'uche m You speak your mind. Uche onye adi anjo. We poor masses, because coming to this Enugu now, things are too difficult. For example, this little shop now, I now put tax of 36,000 every year. And on wike, I let 36,000 as profit in a year, but will be mandated to pay the 36,000 as a tax. No chem. You forget pure water na whatever, those hawkers, they pay 200 naira on daily basis. So he's not paying us, he's not doing us well. At least nda no no ochichi echetekwe no wolu umu ogbenye no anokata emelu umu ogbenye ihe iyotago o nwere obodo ndị ọzọ dịgasị iche iche o nwere ike ka nwere ugwu Hausa malụ gatụ o nwere ike mgbe ndị Hausa ji ebu ọnụ ha chi ịtọghọ ọnụ wee mee sala ebu ụmụ ihe ha na-aṅụ joro dawa kecheche ha mee nke a na-eme ke ụmụ ala majiri na-agagharị so o kwesịrị ka ha na-echetekwa anyị bụ ndị nọ n'obodo a na-emenyetụla anyị ọ bụrụ oge Christmas oge Easter onwekwa ihe enyere like anyị nwa nọgasị na shop na-akwụ ụgwọ shop or it depends wee chetekwa anyị ịghọtago wepụla anyị ụmụ ihe anọ anyị na-akwụ tax or no tax is not paying us at all.
Ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya a na-emekwa mana the thing bụ na onye ọbụla ga-ekwukwa uche mana ndị na-achị anyị kwa ha nwa ga-emekwa ihe bụkwa uche nke ha wa this tax na a na-eme ka a hapụ itinye to landlord maka na we tenant bụ ihe na-ata afụ at least ọ bụ na a ga-eme the tax onye ọbụla na-akwụ tax maka a hapụzi na-asị na each house or any house ọbụla mmadụ ụlọ na landlord ga-akwụ tax ekwa tax a na bụkwa ndị tenant bụ ihe ga landlords ga-adịkwara ego na house rent ha ịghọtago so si na gọọmenti tesi nebi anya ụdị gọọmenti ọ bụ na ọ dị n'obodo ịma na ihe ga-adị mma bụ gọọmenti mma like na mmadụ nche aharụ so like tax a na-akwụ now o nwere some people now ndị ihe ha kpọsa na shop sef awọtụrụ 36,000 naira ịbịa sef o nwere ike yes quite alright onye a nwee shop mana ị na-anya n'ihe dị na shop ya sef ọ wọtụrụ ya but still the person na-akwụ tax. So in terms of these tax now, government is in anya camera capability of everybody. Mana oboro ihe na lo nyukwu bi ha ga na onye nta. Ịghọtago ụdịrị ọchịchị gọọmenti anyị chọ. So government nọkatakwa echetekwe na onwekwala ụmụ ogbenye. Like other countries where mgbe a ga-anọkatakwa eke something nyekwe some pharmacies something. So ihe a na-emekwa ya obi a na-adịkwa ndị a na-achịkwa mma.
Mba ọchịchị onye kwuo uche adịghị na Naịjirịa onye ọbụla na-eme ihe masịrị ya. Ndị na-acha acha mara na ha nwere ndị ogbenye. Ha mgbe ha na-achị ka evotuchara ha achịwa ha emerezi ihe sọrọ ha. Nwere ọchịchị onye kwuo uche adịghị na Naịjirịa ihe a nọ bụ onye ka ibe ya gbakarịba ya. Nwere ihe dịka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ihe a na-ele fuel kịta ego one a na-ele gas ego one ụmụ ogbenye ọ na-eme nwa afford ụmụ onye ga-ebibi ọsị ga-esikwe na chakolu ga-esikwe na nka mazịrị na ịnọzi na problem ọ bụrụ gịnị ọchịchị ha nọ n'ime ya so ọchịchị ekwu uche ya debe ka ọ bụ na ọ na-abụ ha na-arịcha ọchịchị echeta na o nwere ndị ha na-achị bụ ụmụ ogbenye ọ bụrụ ndị ọgaranya maka ndị ọgaranya erijugo afọ ekwesịghị na-ekwu maka ndị ọga na-eche ewe bụ maka ụmụ ogbenye na-enwere ka ọra ha. So onye rigoro onye azọ onye ọbụla kọmọnụ mmiri ọ na-agba n'Enugu steeti o nwere nke anyị ma ha achabụ ofu ihe o nwere nke kịta anyị ga-ama isi na onye nke abịa ọ dị ka ha ṅụrụ eyi onye pụọ ọ dị ka ibi onye bịa ọ dị ka ibi nwere onye nke anyị ma katakwa ma nke Chineke onye ga-apụta Chineke ga-emetụ n'obi nwere ike icheta anyị ma ọkwa ma na onye adụghọshọ na ndụmọdụ anyị na-adụ ha bụ ha na-eruke anya ndị ha na-achị ha wetuo obi na-ete anyị anya nọ mmadụ ka anyị bụ anyị abụrụ osisi nọ mmadụ ka ha na-achị adị ha nọkwa n'ebe a ka ha wee nọkọta ndị ha na-achị ọ bụrụ akpa ha ihe gọọmenti nọ bụ mfoju akpa ha foju akpa fojuo maka ụmụ buvu obodo oyibo ha chọzọ ịma ndị ọzọ ha na-eme ezisi ọ bụ etu ihe ụwa dịbụ o nwere mgbe ụwa dị mma ijide 100 naira na-eriju afọ ijide 200 naira na-eriju afọ ọ dị ọzọ otu a kịta so ọ bụ ihe dị ka ọchịchị onye kwuo uche na Naịjirịa again olesi ma Chineke o chetara anyị kwa ma ndị ọchịchị kịta nwere dị nke mmadụ dị n'ime.
Mmanchiri n'iwe na-ewe mmanchiri na-agịrị na-atọ m maka enweghị ọchịchị ekwu uche na Naịjirịa. Ọ ka mma ikwukwa eziokwu. Ọ bụ na enwere ọchịchị ekwu uche the way ihe si na-aga ọkọtọ karịzịrị. Ịghọta. Ọ bụ na a na-enye anyị dịka freedom of speech ka esi kụziere anyị na gọọmenti mgbe nje school that everybody has the equal right or to share his or her opinion. Na o nwee ebe ọ ga-eru ifu na the fundamental human right iwere ijikwu ihe bụ uche gị ga-adị mana ada eyie ikwugodi ekwu nobody will hear it or nobody will do that for you. So ihe ọbụla ị na-ekwu bụ na ị nọ on your own. Ịghọtago, you keep on struggling maka ka obodo anyị chidowe ihu. Ọdụm ka ha na-emezu is poor getting poorer and rich getting richer. Ịghọtago, ị na-efu the way mma na ụmụaka iji ata ụfụ na if na-efu the way mma na ụmụaka iji ata ụfụ na ọ dị too bad. Ị gafe nwa nọ primary school ebu ihe pure water. Ifu na aka na kadro nne na nna ha abata n'afịa akwụkwọ ihe a na-ekwesịrị ekwu. Ịghọtago, ọchịchị ekwu uche during the time of Sullivan Chimara Okennamani anyị dakwụ ụdị ihe anyị na-akwụ na tax. Mgbe ị bịa kwụta 6,000 ka na-akwadokwa ịkwụ higher than emechekwachi anyị bịa tụọ votu. Anyị mana ihe a na-emezi na Nigeria bụ selection not election because itecha election eme ihe dị ha mma. So owo ihe dịka ọchịchị ekwu uche ọ bụ na achị ọchịchị ekwu uche anyị kwuo ego achị anyị na-ayọ ego achị anyị udo achịwa. Nwere the kind of advice ị ga-enye ha ga-etake na ihe ha na-emebi ihe dị ha mma. So ọ bụ na ha ga-grant anyị the opportunity, they provide their like good job, security. Let's go to the kind of suffering people are suffering because people are suffering.
The tax is too much, sincerely speaking. If we are all the fucking too much. I quarter 6,000 naira go petermbah. I quarter 6,000 naira go local government. I now quarter 200 naira every day. Mama ke go get am na yen no all the conde ba local go dey na aka. Obon kana akwu. Thank you. I quarter 3,000 naira every month as now for the new market. So that is too much. I ga afia ichiro bi na aka na bata. I made the pan the bata e nlewa. I want mazere go price ego nni. E man liwu nni. Owo ya na elezi. Price is increasing every bit of the day. But the main thing I'm concerned about is about insecurity. If things should be higher, I prefer that. Okay, man, I'm about motor, bar 6 load, ga Lagos jevute ni bata. Man andum dollar at my own convenience.
Nke bụ eziokwu bụ na anya ka enwechebe ezigbo ọchịchị onye kwuo uche Nigeria. Maka na mgbe anyị nwere ezigbo ọchịchị onye kwuo uche, anyị ama maka ọtụ ihe na-eme na-egosi anyị na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche aka dịchahụ. Maka na anyị adịrọ free Nigeria. Insecurity dị Nigeria. Gosiba anyị na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche dị Nigeria. Ọ bụ na mmadụ na-aga dị free n'ebe ọ na-eje ma ọ bụ ife efuo ikwuo na ife efuru ịchọta ya. Ọ bụ na ezigbo ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya adị. Mana ọ bụ na ndị nọ n'isi ka a na-akwanyere ugwu sọsọ. Ndị ngwelu mmadụ sọsọ ka a na-akwanyere ugwu. Ogbenye nwere ike ikwu ọnụ ya. Enwebe ọchịchị onye kwuo uche Nigeria. Ndụmọdụ nwanwu na onwe m ya nye ndị Nigeria gọọmenti bụ na ka ha biko ihe gbasara election a ya eme ka emee ya ka ọ dị free and fair and ka ihe gbasara security anyị ha biko ha na-ebenye ya anya maka ọ bụrụ na enwee security ogbenye nwee ike ikwu ọnụ ya mana ọ bụrụ na etu o si wee dị kịta anyị bụ ndị ogbenye nwebeghị ike ikwu ọnụ anyị and anyị kwugoda ha anụ.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.